Good morning, one and all. It is Saturday the 9th of March in the UK at 8:23. We've gone a little bit early. Our time scheduling person is a bit of a numpty and has not done a great job this year. But don't worry, as I said, all the way through all the streams, if you like and subscribe to the channel, you'll get notification anyway. And what we're doing is we're popping it up on Facebook as and when we're about to go live, or when the next sections come in, so you can follow it through the Model Officers Facebook page as well. So we've got a few people watching, not many. I don't expect that many because we're not meant to be going live for another half an hour or so. So I'm joining the studio with a bunch of people, and we'll find out where we're going. But first of all, I just want to say a big thank you to the US crew. They finished up about half an hour ago. 7+ hours of streaming, some auctions, raised a lovely bundle of money of $1,600. So a massive thank you to everyone that took part in that. The same process is going to happen throughout the rest of the streams. Obviously, we won't be doing auctions in the UK and Australia until Sunday, but the Americans will be doing auctions all the way through their bits throughout their streams, because there's so many lots to get through. Obviously, you can see just over here, we've got our Discord group up and running. We've got a couple of people in there, someone from the land of the Kiwis, and also some other people in there as well. Myself's in there just so I can listen to hear what's going on, just so I can keep track of what's going on. The admin team have not risen yet, but they will be in there shortly, I'm sure. But any problems or issues getting into the Discord group, we'll put the thing up throughout the stream. But any of that information will obviously be on the Facebook page. So without further ado, me chatting away, let's get our guys into the studio. So first of all, hi Ian, how are you doing?
Not too bad, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Do you want to give us a progress report on how you're getting on?
Well, I just shot some clear over it, and it looks like the clear's starting to react to the undersurface.
Oh no!
It's going all black and blotchy, so it may need to get another coat of paint.
Damn. Well, I'm glad you went with an easy build. Wow. So yeah, okay. Well, take it easy. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Just gotta let it dry now.
Well, before we see your tears, let's go to Steph. Steph, how are you doing? Good morning.
Good morning, gentle people. How the devil are we all? Good morning. I'm dressed.
Yeah, doing really well. How's your progress going? Models for Heroes top. Ooh.
So yeah, build's going really well. Firstly, I've got to say thank you very much, James, for letting me do what I did. If you don't know, I was a bit of a naughty boy, and I stretched the rules as far as I could push them. As you know, to start a kit, an unstarted kit is something that is not glued, not painted. Nobody said anything about taking it off the sprue and cleaning it up. I spent about 15 hours doing that, and then and then bagging everything up, writing down the numbers, bagging it all up, so I can then go, yep, glue. So this is the stage I'm at.
Wow.
Lovely.
It's coming along really nicely. With what I'm going to do with this at the end, painting and stuff, you don't see any of this because the cover goes on it. That might not be happening. So, yeah, watch this space. There we go.
Cool.
So that's where I'm up to. Thank you, James. And back to you.
Yeah, let's grab our wonderful mascot for. Oh no, I took him out. For this weekend. Sorry about that. Yeah, the lovely Carly Marley. How the devil are you?
Peachy, just peachy, thank you. And yeah, as the Kiwis would say, swell, just swell.
Excellent.
And good, excellent.
How's the progress of your build going?
Let me change the camera over. So, well, before I do, you can see in the background that's a kit I'm working on, the Airfix 48 scale Hawk.
Mm-hmm.
How it's going so far is, come on, camera, catch up. There we go. It's together. It's so I've I've had, well, we were talking yesterday about making errors. So I made a couple. What I was doing was putting tape on the canopy and then going slice, and removing it, and realised that I'd left it on the frame but taken it off the clear bit, which is sort of the reverse of what you're meant to do. So then I started again and did it again and had to start a third time. So finally got it sort of masked up, and yeah, the insides are done, and they won't be seen until the rest of it's painted. So that's all done. I've got the nose weight in. It's right the first time, and whatever seams have been addressed. It's actually it's not perfect, but I'm a little bit pressed for time and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's an older Airfix kit, boxing of probably about 95 or so maybe. I'm finding a delightful little build, and you know, I'd happily. I'm glad I got this and not an Italy one because, yeah, it's rather simple and everything else. And this is the scheme I'm going for is the Lancaster-looking sort of jobby 100 Squadron RAF. So it's just to be a little bit different. That and the fact that the decals are absolutely shot in the original kit. So they're a little bit, yeah, a little bit how's your father. That might even work. The fact is, it's just not worth trying. So. Yeah, I'm happy with the progress, and I'll just keep plugging along.
Excellent. So myself, obviously, worked on this, and we're at the point where we're doing the last little bits of the tractor. We've got most of the. Well, we've done the steering this morning when I got up. That was the first thing I did. So that's all done. The wheels are all made as well here. I've left some bits and pieces off because of the way I want to paint it, but pretty much at the point where I hope to have had it primed last night, but I was starting to fade, so I decided not to push myself any further. So we're going to get primed and sorted. That'll give me a chance to catch up with a few other bits and pieces. But yeah, we should be well into colour by the end of today. I've got a few plans with it. I am going to be using some tools that I don't normally use, but the idea of that is because I want it in a certain way, but I'm not going to give too much away. But yeah, so progress really good. The kit's really good. No massive complaints other than the fact some of the parts you could really have done with being molded together rather than making 2 or 3 pieces. But yeah, that's the same with many kits. But pretty much everything is done. I've got a few more steps of bits and pieces in which I want to do, and then we can get some paint on there as well. So there's 18 stages to this particular kit, and I'm on stage 17, pretty much there. So that's going to be great because then I can obviously move the instructions away from the desk and put the sprues away and all that sort of stuff. However, my biggest challenge going to be today is that on this particular kit there is some nut detail. I'm going to leave it at that, but the nuts are on the sprues, which is quite an interesting little idea. So I'm going to hold that up to the camera. As you can see, all the nuts are along the sprue there, which you have to carve off and place in certain places. I had a bit of a meltdown yesterday because I thought the big wheels had 16 nuts per wheel, but I was misreading the instructions, which was pointed out to me by Carl. Again, tired eyes, overthinking things, etc. But yeah, I'll get my nuts on there, and and then we can get it dipped into some primer. Then there's a phrase I didn't think I'd be saying on a Saturday morning: get me nuts out and dipping it in primer. But anyway, let's move on. So that's that. Gary's in the chat there. The Discord group is up and running. As I said earlier, there's got to be three or four people in there now, which is lovely to see. I think I'm not 100% certain because I've obviously slept, but I'm pretty certain the Discord has been running all the way through, which is absolutely fantastic. Even with the admins taking the rest in which they desperately need, because it was a full-on day yesterday. I'm looking at the screen here, which is just over to my side, and Gary's looking a bit concerned, but I don't know if that's because he hasn't had enough coffee yet. But no doubt he'll. Oh yeah, no, he's got a surprise look now. So no, it's okay, it's all good. So yeah, he's just waiting for his sausage sandwiches, etc. I've obviously got my earpiece in, so I can hear what's going on in the group. They're very quiet, obviously busy working, which is fantastic to see. Well done for everybody getting involved. And this is going to be a blast today because we're going to have some more entertainment along the way, I'm sure. I can't confirm or deny whether we have got any artists in that will be making any announcements of new albums or anything like that. But clearly, we may run a couple of songs off the album as we go.
Yeah, we need to be aware about copyright strikes as well.
Well, as long as he gives his permission for them to play, it'd be fine. Maybe he'll do a live. I don't know. We'll just have to drop the mic and see what he does. But we'll see. Anyway, enough of all that. Yes, of course, we're going to pull each other's leg and have a bit of a laugh and a giggle as we go along. Gary seems to be crying already, or maybe that's sleep coming out of his eyes. I'm not sure. But yeah, it's just to remind you what we're here for. Let's have a message from the charity in which we're raising some money for.
We're live, Mr. Childs.
You're so green. You're so grumpy. Oh, look at you. So angry. Hello. My name is Malcolm Childs. I am the founder and chairman of Models for Heroes, the charity that the Birthday Bash is supporting this year. Hooray! Models for Heroes provide model kits and guidance to the emergency services and the armed forces, veterans and serving of the UK, and we use the model making hobby as a meaningful, relaxing, wholesome hobby that can aid recovery and keep you on an even keel, well-being wise. It's fantastic that we have so much support and from all modelers across the world. So thank you very, very much for your hard work, for your plastic expeditions and your dioramas and your models and everything else. Thank you very much for your hard work and your time and support. It means a lot to us. Do go out and stretch your legs and get some sleep and rest and drink lots of coffee and just moving about your shoulders and stuff and all that thing. Don't sit there too still. Enjoy yourself, have fun, and I'll be seeing you around. I'll be there building. I'm not sure really. Anyway, thank you very much. Enjoy yourselves and goodbye.
That's a wrap, everybody. Oh, don't work with children or amateurs.
Little orc.
So thank you, Malcolm, for that message. Obviously, we are raising money for Models for Heroes as we go along during this event. We would ask you, if you're making a donation, please make sure it's something you can afford. Every pound makes a difference, so don't feel obliged to go mad. And we're grateful for anything you do give. So thank you for your support. As I said earlier, the Americans did a fantastic auction of some of their lots in the last stream episode, raised $1,600, and that's fantastic. We will look at the running total of Just Giving in a little bit. Obviously, you can see by what's on my desk, I'm doing a bit of clean up, and it's going to be a little bit like that today. We won't be quite as full on with our talking, etc. There will be quiet times, but we will try and fill them as best we can. Anybody that's watching that's building along with us, give us an update in the chat and tell us what we're doing. And talking of which, I will just finish this little part that I've got to do, and I will head over to the chat and see who is there. Little bit of cleanup to be done on these last parts that I'm putting together. Nothing major. So yeah, that's what we're doing. So let's have a quick look. So first in the chat this morning, 14 people watching, by the way. Thanks for being with us. Scott Scowl Studios is saying morning, James, Ian, and all the others. And Gary Morris is there. He's saying that he's in the green room. Yeah, one of our admins. Thank you, Gary, for everything you've done. I know you hit a brick wall literally last night, but it's great to hear that the admin team are looking after each other as well as everyone else in there with all that. So that's fantastic. Anfield Road Layout in the Loft is there saying good morning, mate. How you doing? I'm just going through to see who else is there. Go for it. Painting is there saying hello again. Hi, how you doing? And the lovely John is there as well saying afternoon all. John is actually, I believe, in the Discord group. So he's one of the guys sat there. So that's wonderful. They're obviously watching as they're going along. So yeah, that's how we are right now. We've also been joined by the wonderful Craig. Let's see how he is this morning. Craig, how you doing?
I'm very well. Yourself?
Yeah, pretty good. How's the progress on the build going?
Well,
Dings are in the way. That's progressing.
Let me just highlight that. Sorry, I'm looking at 3 different things at the same time.
Oh, bloody hell, it's finished.
Is it done?
almost. I've still got to do some machine guns.
Uh-huh.
And
I'm going to mute my...
the figure.
Uh-huh.
And the decals.
Wow.
But, yep, I don't know whether you can actually see the...
Yep.
The rangefinder.
I can see the rangefinder, yeah. It looks brilliant.
Yeah, that's just SMS acid rain color shift.
Okay.
With a bit of infinite color to the top.
Excellent.
My dog's barking.
No, that's fine. Don't worry. Background noise is one of those things. It's not a problem.
Yeah,
but yeah,
so
well done,
I'm still going to do the tracks as well. That's the other thing. I haven't done the tracks. Look, I do paint underneath.
Wow.
Oh, controversial.
Oh, look. Hang on. I've got some light here. I'll be able to shine it on the...
That's fantastic. Great.
That
Obviously, you're so far in advance. I'm really looking forward to the diorama, the smoking effects, lights, and all that you're going to put on there. I'm joking, obviously. That worried panic look in his face.
While I'm here, I'm going to probably doing another figure as well for the M18 Hellcat, if I get time.
Oh, cool. That's fantastic. Well, you know, at the end of the day, it's great that you're with us. It's great to see the progress, obviously. But, yeah, that's fantastic.
Great to see the footy in the background there, the real footy.
Yep.
So every 5 minutes, if you could just put your head to the right, that'd be fantastic.
And who do you go for, John?
I don't know.
The Mighty Cats.
Right, okay.
John likes a bit of pussy, does he?
Oh,
Boom, boom.
Here we go.
Boom, boom.
Started
didn't see
already.
that coming.
Moving on swiftly. Wombat Models is saying good day all. Good day. How you doing? Nice
Well,
to see
be
you.
careful what that Mr. Marley might go for him.
Oh, you're not wrong.
He might have you in his headlights. Modelling Minutes is there saying at me, model officer, have you been awake all night? No, I haven't. I've been very good. We finished off our session last night about 12:30 UK time, so just after midnight. The American guys took over about 12 o'clock, so there were 2 streams running at the same time, so that was pretty interesting. I went in, popped hello and have a good night and all that, and then went to sleep. So I've been to sleep, a reasonable amount of sleep, I must say. But I am looking forward to a little granddad nap later. That's a definite because I want to join the other guys in the stream, because I do tend to try and burn the candle from too many ends and end up missing out with the guys. So I really would like to do that this year. That's my goal.
We can't have that happening.
No, definitely not. You need to make sure you take your breaks and all that and the other. And I have to be an ambassador for exactly what I'm saying, because otherwise that would make me very fake.
And Matt at Model Minutes.
All in
for
all.
joining us. It's good to see you.
Sorry, say that again.
Matt at Model Minutes.
Uh-huh.
Good channel, great channel. So thanks for joining us.
Yeah, I love Modelling Minutes. Thanks, Matt. So
Check that out.
That's everybody for now. 14 people watching so far. So obviously we are a quarter of an hour or thereabouts in front of ourselves before we go live. I must say, actually, I'm not a great person for looking at the analytics and stuff of videos, because as far as I'm concerned, once it's out, it's done. The amount of people that view it is not really something I keep an eye on. But just out of interest, I thought I'd have a quick look this morning. And I can safely say that across all of the streams right now, we've hit around the mid 30s to 40s on all streams throughout the time we've been streaming, which is phenomenal numbers. Thank you very much, everybody. Loads of likes, which helps the analytics, obviously. And we are running, would you believe it or not, with around about the 400 views per episode so far. So that's up a little bit in some ways from last year at this point. So it's obviously gained a little bit of traction and people are getting involved, and that's fantastic. So thank you for everybody that's getting involved. The Discord, which is an addition to this year, let me pop that. Oh no, I won't pop that up because the link, I need a new link for the Discord, because I think the one I've got is not right. I need to update the slide. But maybe our admin team on the Discord group will throw a comment in to tell you what that is in the comments on the video. That's been running all the way through the night. I know the admin team left around about 4 a.m. this morning or thereabouts, and it's carried on without any admin team there, and it's run perfectly fine. So that's a brilliant addition, and obviously a great place to sit and do your models as in a group, so you're not all alone. And obviously they're watching the stream as well and keeping up to date with stuff. So so that's a fantastic addition, and it's working really well. So so there we go. Callum will be with us shortly. He's running home from watching June 2 a film. He's going to grab something to eat and be with us shortly, so that'd be amazing. Yeah, cool. Okay, that's the Discord link just sent over on a personal message. If I could ask anybody to pop it into the YouTube chat, I would be grateful. I think Gary's on that as I speak, but I'm not sure. Just looking at him and he's looking concerned.
I'll do that.
Okay, thanks. No, he's got his thumbs up. I think he's on the case. So, yeah. What I'll do is I'll change the slide in a little bit. Yeah. I saw. Yeah, he's done it. Oh, there we go. So yeah, that'll be up and running. All the gremlins that we had early doors yesterday will be sorted. I think we had, was it up to about 14, 15, Gary? In the Discord group yesterday was sort of the top numbers. Obviously, there's a slight delay between me. 15 was the number. Right. Okay. So as far as Gary knows, up to 15 people in there, which is a phenomenal amount of people. The Discord group is there, run by Friends for Models for Heroes, and they run a session like a club meeting, if you like, every Saturday. And I would think that's around about the numbers you've had for that club meeting anyway. Generally speaking, I'm not sure, but so that's pretty good numbers. And there's obviously some new faces going in there. And Friends for Models for Heroes is an IPMS group in the UK. And the fact that people are getting involved through the Discord, hopefully they'll join as members. This weekend is free. There is a very minimal charge if you become a part of the IPMS group, and it is literally £1 a month. That's all it is. It's not a great deal of money, and all that does is allow them to go to model shows and display, generate a bit of money for the charity through the box that I have on the table. But it also gives the members a chance to show their models on the table too. So a fantastic opportunity for you to go and try it, see if you like it, and then there we go. Maybe you want to become a member. But yeah, so thanks to the guys there for everything they're doing. And yeah, it's all going amazingly well. I'm really, really pleased. 22 people watching right now. What I'm going to do is I'm going to play a little tip video. Nice long video. So we can get ourselves up and running. This is a bit of inspiration from the USA.
Hello everyone, my name is Rick Lawler and I'm a skill modeler from the United States, and I'm very pleased to be participating in this year's Models for Heroes. I will be joining the 48 and 48, that's where we'll be building in group builds, 48 scale kits over 48 hours, and that should be a lot of fun to do that. A lot of this is going to be aired online, so we'll be able to watch each other do what we do over the course of the weekend. I was also asked if I could perhaps put together a small video here kind of describing some tip for scale modeling or techniques or something like that. And so I thought about it for a day or two, and quite frankly, I don't know what the one tip would be except for to say, enjoy what you're doing. There are so many aspects of scale modeling. There's so many different avenues we can go down to, subjects to build, different methods and things like that. Just find what you like to do that really gets you motivated, and keep doing that, because it's the joy of scale modeling that has brought me back to it for, over 50 years, 55 years. So yeah, that's my number one tip. Just enjoy the hobby. It's a great hobby. There's a great community of scale modelers out there. If you can get to some of the shows, like I said, the community is great, very supportive. So that's my basic tip. Just get the most out of the hobby you can and enjoy what you're doing. For the next part of this little video, I put together, I guess it would be kind of a techniques kind of thing. So in my own personal work, I enjoy doing dioramas and vignettes. Almost all my models are on some sort of a base, scenic base. So I thought what I would do is take us through a small vignette. There's no model on this. It's just a country scene. So the idea here, it's a castle ruins, a wall, brick or stone wall, and do some landscape out front, some groundwork. I'll take you from the beginning to the end of this. So hopefully there'll be a few tips and tricks in there that you'll be able to take on to your own models and stuff, and so you'll be able to incorporate in your work, or at least be maybe hopefully inspired, if not at least entertained for the next 5 minutes or so. So without further ado, we'll start rolling the video, and I hope you enjoy it and get something out of it. And thank you all for having me be part of this wonderful event. Well, the subject of this little exercise is going to be making a basically a castle wall ruins, a stone wall with some landscape in the front of it. And so we'll be starting out with the carving foam. This is a low density carving foam, easy to carve the stones into. And when we complete this little episode, well, we'll have a little vignette looking just like this one pictured at the moment. As mentioned, the foam is very easy to scribe into and cut, just a few swipes with the blade, and we can start to cut out our pieces. And we'll also carve in a few doorways and windows along the way here. And now we can start to add our surface details. Well, no matter what type of a pattern you choose, whether that be the stone pattern we're doing here, or perhaps bricks, or any other type of surface pattern, it's always a good idea to give yourself just a little bit of a template to follow, just so everything stays nice and straight, and your pattern doesn't wander around. And now we can get started with our carving, and I've chosen to use a few different tools here, so I'll have some carving tools, basically dental tools. I can also use the tip of my X-Acto blade. That works great. Any sort of element that you can use to do some engraving, whatever you prefer, will work just fine. Now with that facade complete, I can attach it to a foam base. That will be our groundwork. That will be the basis for our groundwork. And we're ready to do some landscaping. When it comes time to do the groundwork, well, there's a number of different ways we could do this. You could simply just go outside to your garden, grab a handful of dirt, and glue it onto your base, and that's perfectly okay. In this instance, I'm going to be using this acrylic paste, basically brushing it over this surface, and I'll use the colors directly as they come from the can here, and just blend them together a bit just to get a very natural looking earth tone. Next step, just a light airbrush over the facade of the stonework just to start bringing the colors together. The airbrushing is followed with just a quick wash of inks. This happens to be a burnt umber color. Just a quick wash really brings out those details and shows those textures on the surface. And then continuing to work with those textures, I'll just spend a little bit of time just pointing out individual stones here and there, just adding a few colored pops just to really bring this facade to life. Next up, we'll add our greenery, and these are just very small tufts. These are the grass tufts, also available from a number of different companies. You could use static grass, your option, your choice, however you want to decorate your scenes and vignettes. Now finally, just a few finishing touches and we'll be complete. We have some wildflowers just to add a little touch of color here in the foreground. And then we'll have a few vines growing up the side of the building here just to really emphasize that aged aspect. And there we have it. We're finished with our small vignette. This really didn't take very long, and you can see very little effort involved. I hope you enjoyed this little tutorial, this little demonstration on a few techniques, and perhaps you can find something within this that you can use on your own modeling. To everybody out there, take care and happy modeling.
Wonderful. Thank you very much to Rick for that. A great little piece that he put together. Really gives you some inspiration. In relation to the Discord, that is the link just there. It's been updated now. And there was a question I saw as I was busy doing that slide. If we joined the Discord yesterday, do we need to use the new link to get in today? Yeah, if you could use the link It is the same as the link that was used later on in the day, but it did change. So try and use that. But if you're already on the server, you should be able to get straight in. No problem at all. There has been some answers in there in the chat, which I didn't notice because I'm obviously redoing that little thing there. So there we go. So yeah, please do head over and use that facility. Great bunch of guys, always having a laugh and a joke in there. Although they are incredibly quiet right this morning, but it is early, so not enough coffee probably. So yeah, that's not a problem. I am multitasking as I am talking, obviously. That is why I am sort of hesitating, etc. But if you want to make a donation, obviously this is the link in which you need for that. The Just Giving page is been up and running, and it's bobbing along quite nicely. I have got the account details there. Yes, I can tell you that it has risen a little bit throughout the evening while we were sleeping in the UK and the Aussies were getting up for their breakfast. I will share that with you in just 2 seconds. Bear with me. Just do that. Computer's on a go slow.
Computer says no.
Yeah, it's certainly looking that way. Bear with me. Let me take that off. Maybe it'll pop up. There we go. So we're at £846, 8% of the target that we set. So thank you very much for everyone that's donated. It's been amazing to see that climb. So well done, everybody. We're well on the way, and obviously the auction lots from the US are not part of that total. So there's another $1,600 to add on to that. So that's amazing.
Wow.
So there we go. Yeah, wow. Yeah, definitely. It's going very well. I'm very pleased to see. Can you, everybody in the chat, 16 people watching, can you give us an update on your builds? I haven't seen any progress comments there. We're going to go quiet a little bit because I've got to go and make myself a cup of coffee. Well, no, someone's at the door.
There's somebody at the door. Boom, boom.
Oh, no, it's okay. Just to remind me, it is Mother's Day tomorrow in the UK. Yep. Just remember that, guys. Bad planning. Never mind. Yeah, I'm going to pop off for a cup of coffee because my throat is getting a little bit sore. So, one thing I didn't do already this morning, let me quickly do that. So, obviously, a big shout out to all our sponsors that have given donations, etc. But one of them this year is StreamYard themselves. Have given us this platform to bring this all these live streams to you over the weekend. So, a massive shout out to Nadine from StreamYard. Thank you so much for supporting us. You're a bunch of stars.
Thank you.
Indeed. It's certainly the streaming platform of choice as far as I'm concerned, and quite a few people that have been involved in the event would use the same platform as well. So if you're thinking about streaming, StreamYard is a really good place to go. They do offer a free service to start with, so you can test it out to see whether it works for you or not. But I know for a fact that anybody that's thinking of doing it, drop me a message if you want me to try and talk you through it or need any help or assistance. And I'm pretty sure most people that use StreamYard would do exactly the same in the community. So, again, thank you, Nadine, and the guys at StreamYard. So, we have got Black Hat Scale Model saying evening all, and night number 2.
Evening.
Hello.
So yeah, we're doing well. We've just gone past the point where we would have gone live with what was advertised. So people are starting to shuffle in with their morning coffees and all that sort of stuff. Lovely to see. Right, I'm going to go and grab a coffee. And obviously, one thing in which we are very, very keen to promote throughout all this event is for you to get up and stretch and make some coffee, etc. So, is this?
Hey guys, sorry I was a bit late.
Oh,
Good
hey,
evening, Callum. How was Dune?
Really, really good. Definitely go see it.
Okay, I haven't seen the first one yet.
Really?
You mean the David Lynch one?
No, I've seen that. Oh, that's a classic.
I love it.
Yeah.
How does it stack up to the original?
Much better. It was really good. Actually, at the moment, the theatres around in Auckland, some of them are showing back to back, so they show June 1 and then June Part 2. You can buy tickets for both of them. So, although you'll end up sitting there for about 6 hours.
That's all right. We've all done that before.
Oh, looks like Callum's frozen. Either that or he's doing a very good impression of pointing at something on his model. He'll be back with us shortly, I'm sure.
He's doing his possum impression.
Oh, who turned the headlights on him? God's sake.
That'll be Mr. Marley then.
Okay. Yeah, well, when Callum gets back, we'll get a progress report from him. Let's have a quick jump over to. Do you know what? It's really funny, Mr. Marley. Obviously, you're getting stick on here, but you're also getting stick on Discord as well because I can hear what they're saying. So it's an even keel in that respect.
I expect nothing more or less.
Oh, wonderful. Dominic is there. He is saying good morning. And Mr. Childs himself is there. He's up and at 'em.
The grand fromage.
Just getting his Cheerios in order. Callum's back. Let's see if we can find out how he's got on.
Well, I had a little bit of a disaster today. Just doing all the priming and whatnot, and I don't know, I was just cursed. Kept getting little bubbles everywhere, or trying to be as careful as I could, and still managed to put fingerprints and having to sand off areas. And this thing is ghost seeming like there's no tomorrow. I think I've managed to work it out, but it got to the point where every panel line was gone, and I just had to face myself and just go, okay, I'm going to have to fully strip this and redo it. So spent about 20 minutes in the isopropyl alcohol, stripped it down, and refined some of the panel lines with my knife. But I've managed to get it to where I've pre-shaded it, and I can start working on the main colors.
Excellent. That's great progress, and great way of overcoming the problems. So you dipped it in alcohol, basically.
Yeah.
Oh. What were you using, just out of curiosity?
Pardon?
What primer were you using?
Just AK grey primer.
Okay, so an acrylic primer.
Yeah. So I usually prefer using an acrylic primer because I'm one of those weirdos that paint primarily in Tamiya enamels. So I need a primer that won't react with it, as well as a varnish.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, excellent. Okay, that's a nice tip to know. How to strip your model back if you need to. It's good that you've overcome it. Excellent. I'm looking forward to see how you progress with that.
Yeah, can't wait.
Cool. Mark at Edinburgh Modeling Man Cave says, good morning. Got a few things to do, but we'll catch up later. Enjoy, guys, and have fun. Indeed.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Mark. He's going to go and play on the green. That's pretty cool. So what I will do actually is I shall pop that up so you can see the Discord. Actually, what I can do is I will take that off and I will add in the link as well. So that's at the bottom of the screen. Bear with me. Multitasking is never a strong point in my household. So we've got some new people that have jumped in, I think, in Discord. I'm hearing voices, so that's all good. I might be going crazy, of course. Oh no, it's so there you go. That's at the bottom of the screen. There is the Discord link if you need it, and that will be running all the way through the streams. We'll leave that on that for a little bit and see how we're going. So bear with us. We're going to obviously go a little quiet because we're all building. That is part of the joy of the stream today. But your interaction in the comments will keep the conversation going. So ask some questions, tell us your progress. Yeah, the mic is yours.
Yeah.
Jeff Light's there. He's saying good morning, guys, and all in the chat. I've been popping in and out of the chat as a very busy day today for me. Oh, well, take it easy. Make sure you take some breaks and stuff in what you're doing. So, yeah, take it easy. It's good that you're with us. Thanks for popping in and making sure we're all still going. Your support is valued, obviously. Right. Like I said, we're going to go quiet for a little bit. If you've got any questions in the chat, just drop a question in and keep us going. That would be wonderful. Myself, Steph, and John, and well, anyone can jump in and read the chat because they're all got the same ability as I have for the hosting. And we'll share it through the whole of the stream. We may indeed have some other people join us a little bit later on. Mr. Charles, once he's had his music, he might pop in if we're lucky. Miranda and Stefan were talking about possibly joining us at some point. Obviously, they're an hour in front at the moment. They're at 10 o'clock in Europe. So we've got a few more spaces. If they want to jump in, please do. It's not a problem.
Actually, Ian.
Yeah, mate.
I've got something to show you. Actually,
Hey, it started.
Show and tell.
Show and tell.
Show
and tell. Because one of my next projects is going to be a Alan Moffat Mustang tribute.
Yep.
I don't know whether you'll be able to see that. I was able to get the STLs for a 302 Windsor.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
so
lovely.
it's printed in 1/25th scale.
Nice.
Is that resin or FDM?
Sorry?
Is that resin or FDM, Callum?
Resin.
Oh, nice.
Geez, that's really trick, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, and top loader.
Oh, yeah, you got to have a top loader.
Got to have a top loader. But, funnily enough, I did an experiment and printed one in 1/6.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Nice.
I've only done the block, but it came out pretty well. It's even got Ford Motor Company embossed on the back.
I'm impressed.
Put a lot of time into that.
I am
someone did very, very well. You can either get it with the block with the heads already on it or off. So I just printed it with it off.
Yep.
But
it's got all the galleries and everything. It's great.
Got the galleries, got all the Welsh plugs, even the cam plug.
Yep.
Even so, I don't know whether I'll be able to see that. This guy.
Is that pistons? No.
No, that's the only thing it doesn't have. But it's got the 4.8 IDA downdraft Webers that were on the car and the trumpets for the carbies. Manifold. Yeah. There's a fuel pump, distributor.
Wow.
So I'm looking forward to putting all that together. And then putting
it's amazing what you can do with 3D printing these days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not recently, a little while ago, picked up from Copper State Models.
Where is he? Right.
Camera here.
In up. There you go.
One of these.
Oh, wow.
Now
Very
this is amazing. It even has the brake lines.
Are you going to light it?
I will grab the main engine and chassis with their child-proof bags. There's white behind it.
Oh, gee. Look at that. That's
And,
amazing.
and then, like, even I'll go for the front. The spokes are just thinner than a hair.
Holy.
Holy moly.
Right.
I could never have a kit like that. I'd break it in a heartbeat.
Yeah. That was my first thought when I got one. I was like, ooh, am I going to destroy this while trying to build it? And they're also bringing out a First World War German motorcycle. I think a Wanderer or something like that it's called.
Okay.
So my plane's been my Okka's been repainted, and it's currently in the oven, which is what I'm calling my backyard at the moment because it is presently 36 degrees outside.
Oh.
Jesus Christ. Where are you?
In Melbourne.
It was about 31 degrees here today.
Yeah, 38 today and tomorrow 37.
Yeah, but
with
you know
an
the rules
overnight
with
temperature
Melbourne.
of 29.
You know the rules with Melbourne. Give it for like 5 minutes.
Yes, except for this weekend. So at the moment I'm working on the dolly. Oh,
Oh, nice.
Cool.
just got to weather it. And found myself a little 48 scale US Soldier, which I'm going to have just standing next to it. So, yeah, there's only 3 pieces of photo etch to go on the kit left, and that's it. Everything else is done on that.
Nice progress.
It's getting there. I'm determined to get it on a base. Speaking of bases, I should start on that too.
You're going to be fine.
So I'm going to need some tape.
Say, Ian, you might have to give Julian a bit of a talking to.
What about?
His little post on the Musaru Cup Facebook page.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. What can I say? He let the team down.
I think I missed that one.
I will say everything he listed down, he is absolutely correct on.
Yeah.
About that kit.
It's a shocker, is it?
It's I've got half a bottle of extra thin I can't use anymore for its general cement use because the black styrene.
Right.
I don't know, the way it melts super easy, but it just infects anything it touches. It just sticks onto everything, and yeah, a bit of it got into the extra cement, and it's just contaminated the whole bottle now.
Oh no.
Yeah, so now that bottle's been relegated to putty thinner.
Fair enough.
Callum,
Yo.
just make your own. That's what I do.
Would have. Unfortunately, my dad retired, and he's an industrial paint chemist. Hence why I've got a whole lot of free stuff and non-branded stuff.
Yep. And you can even make coloured stuff.
Oh.
It's 50% acetone, 50% butyl acetate. Job's a good one. And if you want to colour it, use Winsor & Newton inks. So you can colour it whatever colour you can get hold of. You can colour it black, red, green. I use it to kind of highlight where I'm gluing.
All right.
I'm going to pop outside and check to see how many paint's drying in this heat.
Should have dried 10 minutes ago.
I'd say so. You go outside, it's like stepping into a convection oven.
Yeah.
I see. It's a pity I'm not a natural acrylic paint user because, yeah, Dad managed to get a whole bunch. He made a whole bunch of paints for me at his in his lab, and I'll never run out of certain colors because, you know, that's the size of the pot.
Wow.
That needs thinning down. And let's have a look. That's them down there. That's how many I've got.
Wow.
Plus, let's have a look. See here? This is all pigment powder.
Bloody hell, Callum.
You know, I've even got blue pigment powder. He thought I could get creative with it, but these are all different pigment powders he's given me. As well as, let's have a look. Roofing chip seal for using in dioramas. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 colors of that. I've got enough primer to last me a lifetime. Yeah. That's what happens when your dad's an industrial paint chemist at a roofing company.
Yeah. Can you not get butyl acetate and acetone?
Yep, I'm pretty sure he can. Well, I've got all sorts of wonderful chemicals at home now. Like
get yourself some of that.
Good old MEK.
No. Methyl ethyl ketone.
Yep, fun stuff.
Yep. Use that. Used to use that for cleaning 27mm Mauser cannons and Aiden guns. Yeah. Evil stuff.
I use it as an airbrush cleaner, but also you can use it to thin AK real colors.
Cool.
Yeah. I'll tell you one thing, one spark in my house and this whole lot's going to go.
Don't say it. Don't put it out there.
My house is strictly no smoking. Right, that's good, that's good, that's good.
All right, let's see if we can rectify this cock up. If I show you.
What you done?
Right. This part here. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
It's back to front.
Oh no.
It should be 180. So let's get the old homebrew out. Give it a couple of minutes, a few seconds, just to allow it to seep in. And I should be able to ease it off and turn it around. And I bet you can't do that with Tamiya Extra Bloody Thin.
Depends on how much you use.
That is true.
So 28 people watching. We're going to be a bit quiet, a little bit quieter this morning due to the fact we're at the stages we are with our builds. At the moment, I'm putting some nuts on my wheels. So obviously, good time to talk. Now I've lost my nuts. My nuts are falling off.
That's never a good thing.
Yeah, it's never a good thing when your nuts are disappearing, I tell you. I wouldn't mind, but I've got special permission today to have my nuts with me. My wife has given them to me.
Did she take them out of the glass jar in a handbag?
Oh, I'm not allowed to know where she stores them, just in case I may be tempted to help myself. Yeah, so there we go. I mean, I'd like to thank Mini Art for allowing me to be able to position my nuts on the model just where I want them. I would have been pleased if you'd put them in the mould at the time of making it, but hey. There we go. That's nuts on one. 4 more to do. But before I do that, let me take this off. So I may have alluded to this earlier, but just so you're aware of what I'm actually doing. So part of this kit is some nut detail, and what they've done is they've very cleverly put them on the sprue here. So you have to take them off and then adhere them to where you need to adhere them. They are very, very small, but you know, what can you do? And would you believe it? My nuts are acting like fleas. They're jumping around all over the place, trying to catch them with my tweezers. clearly I need to do a little bit more work on my controls. Oh.
And off. It's a bit of a mess. Give me a sec. There we go. It's come off. Not necessarily in one piece.
Uh-oh.
2 pieces. But that will go back on there nicely.
Looking good, my friend. Looking good.
A little bit of filler, a bit of pressure, and it should be fine. It's amazing what you can do with sprue glue.
Oh, yeah. Sprue glue is your friend.
Oh, hell yes.
Okay, so we've learned the best approach for getting these nuts on these wheels is one at a time. Don't overhandle them, otherwise you end up losing them. That's okay, they're coming off nicely. Really? Ooh. Oh, for the love of God, really?
Rally Chef's Model Shed saying good morning.
Morning, Ian.
Good morning.
Ian is our Rally Chef. Model Shed is our resident scratch builder of trucks.
Oh,
nice.
He is fantastic at basically taking a kit, using 1 or 2 parts off the whole sprue and scratch building the rest.
Wow.
He does a lot of work for a haulage company, making kits and models for them of all their trucks going back in history as well. So check him out on the Facebook page because he's very, very sorry.
Trying to choke to death there, mate.
Yeah, he's very much in my throat. But I know that sounded wrong.
Oh, no, that's so wrong, James.
Sorry. Yeah, that's brought tears in my eyes. Anyway, yeah, he's really, really good at taking lots of pictures and showing how he's done stuff. So, and he's a very, very good modeler and a very good person to talk to if you want to do that sort of thing. So check out his Facebook page. I'm not sure if he's done videos or not, but I think he may have. But yeah, drop him a line if you've got some questions. He literally, one of the last builds he did, he did. I'm going to get the name of the lorry wrong, but let's say it's a Scania, for example. But the kit comes with the driver's, with the steering wheel on the wrong side, so he converted all of that, and then the front bumper wasn't quite right. The wing mirrors were incorrect, and the axles were incorrect. Needed to be a little bit longer, and the list goes on. So yeah, he must have a room full of spares of kits in which parts of the kits in which he hasn't used. So yeah, he's a phenomenal builder and a lovely chap. We love him. Richard Thomas is in the house as well. He's saying thumbs up to everybody. Thank you very much.
Richard?
He also said that's what she said. I'm not sure quite what that's about. Maybe that's in relation to my nuts. I don't know. Good morning for everyone from Harry. Hi Harry, how you doing? I did notice earlier. I didn't read this out. Good Morgan from Germany. Pitts Models.
Good Morgan.
Good Morgan.
That's the best translation I can do in German. So be aware.
Yeah. Good morning from Germany.
Oh, I snapped it off.
And Flocky Models, is that? This was about right.
Floki.
Floki Models. He says, morning everyone. Callum, how far along are you?
Getting there, mate. Getting there. So Floki's Models is Clint. Ian will know him because he's starting to become a regular podcast member for us now, and I think we've kind of strong-armed him into being a regular member now.
Excellent.
Nice.
So, yeah, he's just our latest episode he hosted about the BF-110, which is a really good episode.
Excellent.
Cool.
Well, welcome to the podcast world. I know you're going to have a blast.
One of us. One of us. One of us.
We shan't let you go.
Tricky thing about doing pre-shading is knowing when to exactly stop.
Mm-hmm.
When you get the effect, you sit there and say, one more layer. One more, too much.
Yeah. We've all been there without a doubt. And it's one of those things throughout the whole hobby, really, is knowing that point where it's best to stop.
I think I might have reached that. I've tried multiple times and each to do pre-shading, and it hasn't worked until I built my Newport 17 in 30-second scale, and I finally got it to work with AK Extreme Metals, and good feeling.
Newport
yeah.
17. Are we talking about Wingnut Wings kit or?
No, Academy 30-second scale. I got it for $30.
Oh, $30.
Nice.
That's a steal.
Honestly, if you just want like an easy build with you want a World War I biplane, but not wanting to spend the money on a Wignut or the amount of crazy time and detail, like honestly, there is nothing wrong with them. The two of my best models have been Academy 30-second scale. Actually, I'll go grab them because I'm waiting for this to dry before I manhandle it anymore.
time with the missus.
Oh, where are we? Yeah, he's just saying he's happy to be a part of the podcast. So well done, you. Enjoy the process. It's always fun. Harry's there. He says if it has a lot of wheels, Ruddy Chef will scratch build it. Yeah, absolutely. He's a phenomenal modeler.
Phenomenal.
It's a bit too early to be doing all that sort of stuff. Bit more coffee. So 26 people watching. We're an hour in. Please make sure you get up off the bench and have a wander around, all that sort of stuff. Let's talk about the link with Airfix with Dale, shall we?
Models for Heroes is a charity very close to our hearts here at Airfix. Modelling has always had something of a serious reputation for the time, dedication it takes to put together the perfect model. However, we believe that the journey is far important than the destination, regardless of how long it takes. Over the years, Airfix has proven we're more than just a business. Airfix is the foundation of a fantastic community which welcomes every modeller with open arms. We're proud that the modelling community is inclusive, accepting and endlessly helpful, and we vow to mirror these attributes in everything we do, especially our support for Models for Heroes.
So there you go. That's Dale from Airfix. He's the head of brand. A great supporter, as he says, of the charity and of the community as well. Certainly since I've been talking to Dale, he's always been there to interact with the community and find what the community wants, really. And the team at Airfix are incredibly helpful, and obviously they're more than happy to communicate with people in the community and all that sort of stuff. So a big thank you to them and what they do for the charity, and obviously for the donations in which they've made over this event. So I'm going to go quiet for a little while because I'm going to head into the booth. I'm going to mute my mic because I'm going to get into Primer, I'm glad to say.
Woohoo!
So
now I've got Discord happening in front of me, but I cannot mute the iPad. It'll always crank it up 1 or 2 clicks. Can you hear this? And is it annoying? And if so, do you want me to turn it off?
Can't hear a thing.
nah,
Okay.
there we are. If you want to build a 30-second scale biplane for like $30,
Give
the
us a sec,
Academy
Callum.
wants it.
Give us a sec, Callum. I'll just put you on full screen. There we are.
There we are. Academy 30-second scale are perfectly fine if you want to. So that's the,
That's awesome.
and then yeah, got the new port as well, where I finally got pre-shading down, sort of.
Oh, nice.
That's really nice.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So it's looking fantastic, Callum. I'm doing the Copper State Models Cordron at the moment.
Oh,
That
nice.
is absolutely lovely. Give us a sec.
It is very nice.
Oh, where is it? Oh, good
Oh,
Lord,
so-
it's over there. There you go. That's the stage I'm up to at the moment.
Ooh.
That's cool.
They've got the radio set in there. They've got the actual wiring diagram, so you can see which goes to which bit. And then they've got the layout diagram. It's mad. So, yeah, that's the stage I'm at the moment. I've got a videos going on my YouTube channel of this because it's an absolutely gorgeous kit. So want some more copper state models. Beautiful. Yeah.
How's yours going, John?
Yeah, it's all all right. So, let's zoom in on me because I can. Right. So, as you see it, well, let's go from the beginning. Airfix 48 scale BAE Hawk. Yeah. So it's pretty much looking Hawk-like. So it's all together. As you can see, there's not much filler involved. There's obviously seams here as well be, but it's actually going together rather well. I'm almost at the stage where I am at the stage where I'm about to paint everything. So I've got the nozzle ready to go, and then it'll be, I believe, well, I'll just do the canopy outlines black. I think, because I think about doing the whole thing black and then just doing the green and grey on top. But I haven't decided whether to do green and brown, or whether to, because I think the best thing to do is do the green and brown, mask them, and then do the rest black. Either way, I'm about to commit, so I'm about to put some paint in the brush, but black first, just so I could do the canopy frame and then move on from there. And I've got these doors in place, the inner doors, because there's going to be a big ultimate aim is to have a big skull and crossbones in the middle of there, and they go over the inner doors, so they need to be in place. So when I get the decal down, I can, just. In fact, I need to pop them out now so I can paint them black. Yeah, but it's going to. Yeah, it's soon. It's going to start looking more like that, hopefully. So,
awesome.
I didn't have much problems with it. It's been fun.
Looking really good, John.
Thank you, Steph. Yeah, and I'm not using primer because I'm using SMS lacquer paints. I find I don't necessarily need to. It won't rub off, and it does bed down very well. Nor have I washed it, so we'll see how we go. If I had more time, I'd probably do some more steps, but there we are. Fact is, if it doesn't go so well, I could always build another. Reckon, because I used up these the paints I've got are the forest green SMS, the dark earth SMS, the standard sort of Paul McMahon colours, and black. Now, what's interesting is I'd use camo black for the Lancaster I've just done. In fact, I've got, you could probably see the dregs just at the bottom. I've got just a sliver of paint left in that. Fact is, I don't know what the difference between camo black and black is. They've also got Carc black, C-A-R-C, but I don't know. They all look black to me. So I don't know. I'm just going to use black.
There is a difference as far as sheen-wise.
Yeah, it's a gloss, which is good. It'll help bed down the decals.
Black will be the gloss, and then I think Carc black is like a semi-gloss. And then the other one is like a flat.
Yeah, it is
There's
flat,
also chassis black, which is flat as well.
Well, yeah, there you go, the Oracle. Thanks for that.
No worries. No, I know I've had discussions of which one's which myself.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is, so I bought these for the, as I say, the Lancaster is a 48 scale one, so I used quite a bit. I had to buy new stocks of the green and, in fact, all colours. But I've used pretty much a full bottle of the black on it because there's a lot of black on it. Wisdom Design says, hello, everyone.
Hello.
I hope I'm saying that right. I hope I'm saying that right. If I'm not, you can correct me, please. And this kit, I'm not going to put any ordnance on it. Like, obviously, being Red Arrows, it comes with a tank in the center line for the paint dye. Not going to mount it. Not going to mount sidewinders on it because it's a commemorative scheme and an anniversary scheme. So there's no point in carrying, AIM 9s or anything else. So it's going to be a clean build in that, well, gear down, but no stores. And yeah, that's just that's the way I want to go.
Your model, your build, mate.
Exactly right. But there's a rationale, I can sort of go, well, I'm not going to do that because blah. All right. And Wisdom Design is asking what everyone is working on. So going around the room, I'll show you the box art. This one's mine. The Red Arrows Hawk, standard T1, the trainer from the original one that the RAF use. Because the nose is different on other Hawks, and different things. So that's what I've got on the go. James is probably away. Oh no, James is there. So what are you working on, James?
So I'm working on. Bear with me. It's okay. Luckily, I've got the space to do that. So yeah, I'm working on this particular kit here. This is the D8500 in 1/24 scale from Mini Art. We are at the stage where we are priming. I don't need to prime, but I'm going to prime just because I can. So yeah, we're almost done with the primer. All the wheels and bits are over here. I'm in primer, and I'm just doing the main body itself. And then the fun begins. So that's me.
Wonderful. Right. Steph?
Mm-hmm.
What are you working on?
I'm working on the D8506.
Which is much the same.
But mine's got a cab. I like getting wet. So I've just done the front wheels, or the front steering, so actually works. There we go. So just done that bit. This is what it's looking like so far.
Oh yeah. It does look, lots of little pieces. Any trouble removing them from the sprue, or is it's been a good build so far? Because I know you did it in advance.
Yeah, I haven't had anything break.
Great.
So they've all gone fine. There are bits that I'm leaving off because I'm doing certain things. So the wheel arches are staying off. So I can't put that bit on. This cover and this is staying off, so you get to see all the bits on the side, what's in there. Yeah, so I'm just slowly but surely getting it. I'm on stage 17 of 24. So yeah, I should be getting into primer hopefully this afternoon. So the missus will be back in a minute, so I'll have to cook breakfast. So I'm going to have a full English fry up. Nom nom. The only thing I'm going to be missing is black pudding. And yeah. So that's where I am.
Okay. Now, Steph, who would you like to go next?
Let's go to Callum. See how he's getting
Callum
on
it
with his
is.
errors.
So I am working on the Tamiya V1 Buzz Bomb in 48th, and I'm currently just been working on the pre-shading, and I've kind of finished all the bottom layers, so I'm about to varnish it just so I can protect it, and then going to start doing a little bit of mottling with a stencil before I do the top coat on this. One thing I've learned when using multiple enamel paint, every time you do a layer of a certain color, varnish. Golden rule. So, about to start varnishing.
Very nice.
Can I just ask a quick question of Callum?
Yo,
certainly.
Earlier on, you mentioned ghost scenes.
Yep.
What do you mean by that?
So ghost seam when you think you've filled a seam, between two parts, and you've sanded it, and then suddenly it just reappears.
Got ya.
Or you think that it's gone, and then you put down a few coats of paint, and suddenly it's visible, and you're not sure why. So, yeah, ghost seam never disappears. Well, it takes a long time to sort them out.
Nice.
It's worse when they show up like a couple of months later.
Yep.
It looks great. You put it in the cabinet, and you have another look in the cabinet, and bang. Where'd that come from?
Yeah. Got ya.
Okay. Now, Adi just asked a question on the Discord server. Why aren't I, as an Australian, doing an Australian hawk? The answer is the kit's. This one is 15 Australian dollars. The other one is about 90 odd. Simple as that. And I'll take my time and do it properly because they're based literally 10k south of me. That it'll finish it. It'll go on the cabinet at Fighter World, local museum where I volunteer. So I'd take my time with it. But really, fact is, this was cheap. This was available, and there's only 48 hours. Going across to Ian, and on the bench, he's obviously doing little things. What are you doing, Ian?
Putting basically like wooden frames that hold the ochre in place. I don't know if you can see that properly. It's not focusing for some reason. But it's Well, this kit does not have one locating pin.
No?
No, I've built some bad kits before, but this one I think is starting to take the cake.
Well, you've done pretty well. I mean, you've got the wheels are on the axle instead of the wings, so that's a start.
Yeah, true. I'm just trying to line them up correctly.
Very good. Obviously, yeah. So, Wisdom Hobbies asked what everyone's working on, and he's just like, yeah, you can't be bothered. Back to bed. Scotty, you Leuten? Again, I'm going to butcher that one. Greetings from the Netherlands, and good luck this weekend. Thanks for dropping in. Scotty's Scale Studio. He's working on an ICM 02A Skymaster in 148 scale.
Ooh.
Nice subject matter.
That's a big beast of a plane.
Yeah. Awesome. Cool kit, bad choice for deadline. Yeah. And he's laughing at Joshua. Yeah. Also, Ray Davis, a friend of a couple of our guys over here in Australia, will be joining us shortly. He's taking care of some domestic things.
Cool.
Yeah. Look forward to seeing him. And that's it. Oh, there we go. And from Gary Morris, Kylie's looking hot today. Thank you. Thank you, Gary. Here, look, I'll give you a facial shot because, oh God, that sounded wrong too, didn't it?
Yeah.
Phrasing.
At least you didn't say money shot.
Okay, so where is he? Takes a while to change camera over here. Bang! There you go. How's that? That's the best you're getting for now. And back to the down camera because you don't want to see my head.
Right. That was unfortunate. I was giving you a load of stick then and realised that I'd muted my mic. Never mind.
Ooh. And and Gary's just like, I don't know. Is that I don't know. It's either his stomach churning or I'm not even sure. But like, it's best if I consider that was a compliment. Let's go with that. The gorge rises at it. Dark Earth. Yeah. Look, I think I'm going to go the the brown and the green first because why not? Why not?
I know the guys in the Discord are watching. I haven't got my earpiece in at the moment, but I see that Adie's back in the house, and I think I saw John Mayfield a minute ago, but I think he may have left to do some chores. So there is now 8 people in the Discord group. The link for that is running across the bottom of your screen right now. So if you want to join in, have a bit of a laugh and a joke, mock John tirelessly, then that's the place to go, really.
Yeah. You could do that.
So I've primed everything, and then suddenly realised there's 3 pieces of the model in which I haven't taken off the sprue that I will need. So quickly doing that, and then we'll get those into primer as well.
We had Paul Marley, my twin brother, drop into the Discord server a couple of hours ago.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Paul.
Yeah, he was basically, he's got a beard as I do at the moment, so we do look fairly similar. In fact, probably more similar because of the cheeks are covered up. But he was chatting to the guys and all that sort of stuff, and the comment was, "God, they even sound the same."
What an amazing idea that is. Right.
Bugger. Yep. Bad choice of colour. Instead of doing the brown, I should have started with the black to do the canopy frame before I do the brown. Colour change after about 2 sprays.
Yeah, I can hear Dominic. Dominic's in there from Belgium in the Discord group. So he's up and at 'em. It's all good. Right.
Malcolm Childs comments, my brother is not called Paul, it's Danny. Oh, of course, my mistake. Yes. Sorry, clearing my throat. I don't know if I mentioned or whether you heard yesterday. I've never met Kylie or Danny, but my sister went to school with one of them. Yeah, didn't like her much. Thought she walked around with a bit of a entourage, and she would just say that girl over there beat her up, so they would and stuff like that. But she's probably a lot nicer now. As I say, I didn't go to that girls' school, but that's a story. Sorry.
Which one was that, Kylie or Danny, that did that?
Danny.
Yeah. That's not surprising.
Yeah. No. Kylie had other people to do things for her as well, but she should be so lucky. It's Calesta College in Springvale.
Right. End up there.
Jim from the Windy City, Chicago is in. Hello, Jim. Welcome back.
Hi, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
He's ready for day 2. And can I get your autograph, Kylie? Sure. Tell you what, I've got it handily written on the back of one of my credit cards, so I'll just pop that in the mail for you. It'll save me just filling in more paperwork. But yeah, that'll come to you. Oh, I think I've sent one. I've got 2. One's on its way to, I think, Africa as we speak. But I'll get that to you as soon as I can.
Is that to help the Nigerian prince?
It is, yeah, the one stuck in space.
You hero.
Yeah, I know, right? We try to help where we can. People less fortunate than us. But Phil Abraham is saying, morning all right, life sorted out, so on with the modelling. Good to hear it, Bill. You know what? I've got the power. I should change my name from Kylie. I've got the power. Oh, God. Back to... Yeah. I'll change it back. Just because I can. He says, hinting to everybody else that it's fair game and they could change whatever they like when they want.
I wasn't going to say a word.
Here we go.
It's a bit scary though, John, in fairness. I did go to sleep last night with a lot of Kylie songs running through my head. So it does sort of backfire in a way.
Are you sure it just didn't accidentally start playing your playlist?
Well, no, it wasn't my playlist, but it was especially for me.
Yeah. God. Well, it was wonderful. One of the highlights of my life is walking up the aisle with Angry Anderson playing that Suddenly You're Seeing Me Just the Way I Am song, and Jason pulling back the veil and going, holy crap. Jim is saying he slept well overnight, faded out during the American show. Yeah.
I'm not surprised with the amount of hours you put in watching the stream. Well done, you.
Absolutely. You did an all-nighter with us and then an all-day with, well done for sticking around with us in the stream as long as you have.
Yeah.
And although, with that said, I must say, Jim, please make sure you're eating plenty, drinking plenty, and getting up and about. It's lovely you're with us for all the time you are, and your support is tremendous. But please look after yourself. We don't want anyone being unwell after the event.
Yep.
Or during the event.
And I hope you actually do look like Groucho Marx in your little avatar. That'd be hilarious. I can picture you walking around Chicago just saying, I expect a woman that has dinner with me has to look at me. That's the price she has to pay and shit like that. I'm not sure what that is, who that is, but it says, morning everyone, the fun continues. Maybe that's the sound of I guess it's maybe if it's a P41 or something like that. Maybe that's a P36, whatever it is.
That sounds more like the noise you make when you get your nuts caught in a vice.
Ah.
Is that coming from like personal experience?
No, it's coming from watching Red Dwarf and the Cat.
Yes.
A good cultural
That's when
reference.
you're reading a book in the nude.
No oranges were harmed in the making of that. I'll have you know.
Yes.
And Jim says, "Copy under boil."
Do that again.
Well, no, it only has to boil once. Craft Station UK. Good morning, all, and James. Welcome.
Hello,
to
Lisa.
Practice What You Preach. Hello, Lisa. Practice what you preach. Is it what? The
Indeed.
nuts caught in the... Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to have you here with us, as always.
I'm just going to pop down to the local police station and ask them to put my nuts in the vice.
Mm. Well, you just walk in. Hello, James. Same as last week? Yeah, same as last week.
Oh, you're back again, are you, Skiffins?
You've done breakfast. Bugger off.
This is for the late train.
So Jim's just asking what the weather's like today. Actually, in the UK, it is nice and sunny and dry for a change. Yeah, it's a little bit chilly, I got to be honest, but it's England, so you can't expect much less than that. Up in Scotland, I think they may have broken over zero, and the snow has melted. So, yeah, but it'll be like summer for them, so it'll be all right. What's the weather like in Australia, guys?
Would you like the shipping forecast first?
Well, you could do.
No, we don't have that.
He's
But
going
so
dogging.
anyway, dogging.
Yeah, dog a bank.
Okay.
Dogging? We were talking about the weather, but you know.
Well, it's a delicious 23.3 degrees up in Newcastle at the moment. Feels like 24, so it's beautiful. I've got the garage. I'm in the garage. I've got the garage door open because I can, but probably don't need to. It's just a beautiful modelling sort of evening. And thank you so much for asking. I'd imagine it's the same in Sydney. Craig?
It's let me have a look. Mm. 22 feels like 23 degrees Celsius.
Delicious. And it was hot, I hear, in Melbourne today, Ian.
Melbourne, at the moment, it's still 36 degrees Celsius.
And when you say still, what time is it there?
What time is it? It is
10 past 9 in the evening.
Yeah, 11 past 9 in the evening.
Nice.
No, that's terrible. Nothing nice about today's weather and tomorrow's weather.
Jim is saying he used to have his nuts. Used to have my nuts in a vice, and then he got divorced. I can't look at it without, and then I got divorced. Doing the Groucho impersonation. The balls in the vice is saying, "Oh, it's Pitt's Kits." Pitt's Kits. That's what that is. And he's making a Pitt special, aerobatic aircraft. I did say that. It's the Rothmans sort of Pitt special. But he prefers the other suggestions. That does look like a nice kit, and we've already had some people saying, "Where'd you get it? How much?" So no, good choice. Pitt's Kits. I'll remember that next time. It's just easier to say than.
Yeah, just if you can't say the name, just call them Dave.
Dave.
Internationally recognised, unpronounceable name, Dave.
Yep.
I'm glad we're not using the international name Bob, because with the conversation as it has been, Bob probably is not the right phrase to use.
I was going to grab a refill and stretch my legs.
Okay, buddy, not a problem. That's a really good cue for a little video. Obviously, we are practicing what we preach. Talking of which, I'm going to do just that. Bear with me 2 seconds.
Ray Davis is saying, oh, and yes, I am in the house. And it was he who was one of them who asked where he got the pits. In the chat room it is. Yes. About there. It's a question for you, James.
Okay.
What are hobnobs?
What? Hobnobs. Now, hobnobs are the finest biscuit in the world.
Hear that, Australians? Oh, my God.
Penguins. That's all I'm going to say to you. Penguins. Leave it at that. So hobnobs are basically a delicious biscuit here in the UK, made by a biscuit company, obviously. They are the choice of the how can you put the choice of this I don't know how to describe it. Of the wise, I think would be the obvious way to go. They're an oat biscuit, and they coming in a plain or are covered in delicious chocolate and that sort of thing. So yeah, that's hobnobs. There's just a biscuit. They are available in the States and other places, but they are heinously expensive, I'm told. But over here, they are definitely something you should throw in your shopping trolley every time you go. Funny enough, I am out. The hobnob delivery has not arrived this weekend. That's a faux pas on my part. So I've had to stick to bananas, which is just not the same. I hope that answers your question.
And they come in several delicious flavors. You have caramel, you have plain, you have milk chocolate, and also you have dark chocolate.
See, James, when I was in England last, I got absolutely addicted to tea cakes. Those things are amazing.
Oh, what, the Tunnocks tea cakes?
Yep.
Oh, they're awesome.
I know. The day before I came back home, I brought back with me 3 boxes back to New Zealand. Managed to stuff them all into my carry-on, as well as a pack of Jaffa cakes as well.
Bit of product placement going on there.
Okay, I'm going to have to mute my mic a little bit. I'll be back in a bit.
So Ray Davis is saying everyone knows that Tim Tams are the cream of the crop. What say you, the other Australians here in Callum? Oh, not Callum so much. Oh, you got Tim Tams there, of course, don't you?
Yeah, of course we do. They're awesome. They're amazing.
They're awesome. Yeah, so Tim Tams shown here. Here's the thing. So I went over to Telford and I bought a couple of packs of Tim Tams. And so here you go, have these, and they put them out on, hand them around and all that sort of stuff. And as soon as I go to Malcolm and James, pretty much said, "Oh, they're just like penguins," and I was mortally offended. I was standing up for all Australians, having, Oh, here's the thing. Here's a photo of me in a dress, and I'm doing, "Hey, that's funny," and then they have a go at a company that I have no shares in, and I was defending them to the death. So how weird is that? But anyway, they're saying they're just like penguins. And anyway, later on the trip, decided to get a box of penguins, a packet of penguins, see what that's all about. Bit into the first one, and I thought, well, crap, they're just like Tim Tams. So they do have a point there. Jim is saying thank you, James. Now he wants some Dunkin' Donuts. Fair enough. Oh my God, duh. He's also saying it's currently 4 degrees in Chicago.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. That's all right. That's sort of donut weather, I guess it is. So, question for you, Craig. With a keyboard like that, why aren't you on the ground convulsing? Oh, no, Mike.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, got my mouth full of biscuit.
Tim Tam? No.
Gaiety.
Oh. Another good choice.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on. Jim,
Sorry, I missed the conversation.
I was saying with a keyboard like that, how come you're not on the floor convulsing?
That's, yeah. I like the colours.
Yeah, obviously. So, Hobnobs, Tim Tams, both sound like they go great with coffee. Yeah, they do. Let's face it, they're just a chocolate biscuit, so they're, what's not to like? They do have a thing in Australia. Some people tell you about the Tim Tam slam, and you bite off top and bottom opposite corner of the biscuit, and then you suck your tea or coffee through it. Personally, I think it's disgusting and un-Australian, and should not be talked about or promoted. I don't know anyone who's actually done it and enjoys it. I think it's one of those things like, we tell Americans this because it's funny when it's not actually funny. Would you disagree?
I've seen it done on TV shows, and
yeah, it doesn't really
I've
happen
never
in
tried
life,
it myself. No.
It's like, a bit weird. I just think, why would you destroy a perfectly good cup of tea? Mind you, it's Tim Tam's great, but have one then the other. Not at the same time. Not one through the other. I'm not a dunker anyway. Well, I'm a Dunkin' Donuts, but I'm not a biscuit dunker. I don't like soggy biscuit. Moving on. Jim is saying Tim Tam Slam sounds like a college drinking game. It probably was. Have you heard of what's it called? Was it a goon bag of fortune? Goon of fortune.
Oh god.
Oh, the old goon bag.
Yeah. So I don't know if you've heard of that, but basically you have. Well, look, I've got one here. So, swapping cameras. God, I'm not getting much modelling done. So, where's my image? There we are. So the humble wine cask. So what they do, of course, is rip the wine bag out of that. That's the goon bag. So you take it out of the box and you just clip it with a clothes peg on a rotary clothesline out in the backyard. And everybody brings a box of wine, or whether it be, red, white, whatever. And they spin the washing line, and everyone just goes up and goes to a random one and fills up their glass and drinks it and stuff like that. And it's, goon bag of fortune. I have been at sort of housewarmings and stuff where it has happened. It's pretty fun actually. But yeah, you do have a
Then you
headache
got
at
the
the
fun
end of it.
version of that game where you everyone stands around the clothesline, then you spin it, and whoever the goon bags land on, you nominate a set time that you got to chug it straight from the old goon bag from. It's a
We're
great hangover at the end of that.
Yeah.
Yep, I have a visitor. Come on in.
Better take Tim Tams back inside because they're not mine. They're my son's. Back in a moment.
Yep. This is my dearly beloved. Say hello.
Oh,
guys.
no.
Hi.
Right, she's back. So I have jobs to do. So yes, I've got to go and do the bottles and do breakfast. So I will see you in about a couple of hours, guys. Take care. Have fun. Behave.
You too, mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Jim says he loves the sound of an air compressor in the morning. Sounds like modelling.
It is.
Oh, I don't know why I bothered trying to pour it back into the bottle. Jim has a question for Ian.
Yes, Jim.
How's the Ocker coming along?
After I had to repaint it earlier today because I had a paint reaction by using two different lacquers, a lacquer and an acrylic. So yeah, I've had a bit of a setback, but the main colour's on. Hoping to get a have it clear coated by the end of tonight, so I can decal it tomorrow. Now I'm working on the base and the trolley, and a little figure to go with it. So yeah, hoping to have it all done. So far, it's looking positive.
Wonderful. James Palmer is saying he's never come across a modelling channel as retro techie. It's a nice difference from the norm. What do you create? Yeah, whatever we like, as it turns out.
Pretty
Just
much.
whatever floats your boat.
Whatever I feel like building at the time.
That's the fun of the hobby. You could just, I'll choose something random that I've never done before. Change
Very
the
true.
Down one.
Oh, that's nearly ready for a clear coat.
I'm going to try using a bit of tech here. Let's see how this goes. Yeah, remarkable. So I can use my phone as the stream thing. So it's not even connected or whatever. So what I could show you, it's that way. So that's obviously my view, what I'm looking at. But you can see I've got the Discord thing set up on the iPad in front of me there. So I get all waved. That's me on the Discord as well, waving to myself. This is modern technology. So that's one of the things. There's the ribbon going across the bottom of the screen is the Discord link. If you'd like to jump in, please. What it is, the Discord server is Whoa, retro techie. This isn't retro tech. This is ultra modern stuff. But yeah, the Discord server is new to us as well. Gary is one of the gentlemen there. Wow, the very handsome gentleman there. I wonder if he's listening.
Give us a wave.
Oh, moving on. Yeah, so it's been set up as a place to hang out. Yeah, for volunteers, beneficiaries, but not necessarily connected with the disconnect. Sorry, just trying to look at buttons. There we go. Yeah, not necessarily, say, a defence veteran or a volunteer. Anybody that has any passion in scale modelling can pay a joining fee, come on board, be a member of the IPMS club, and yeah. And we have the server is up and running. Then the initial sort of thing at the start was for maybe 2 nights a week, as Saturday and maybe a Wednesday, just hang out for a couple of hours and just sort of chew the fat while we're sitting at our individual benches and stuff like that. And the thing is, it's become so popular that we're on there. I'm on there half of every night. We've got a core group of people that just sort of hang out. And we've become, I think, very good friends, and we enjoy each other's company. We're just, basically paste crap all over each other, and a lot of fun. It's a nice place to be. So what they've done this weekend is open up to people that aren't members of the club, just to show you what we do. And in a way to meet some of the people to show you that any money raised by this weekend goes towards helping these people directly. And they'll tell you, they'll put it like a human face on what looks like just a money grab or whatever. Like, the money raised goes directly to helping out. In fact, during the American stream, say a book would go at an auction, and one of the guys on the server would say, well, that's enough for 3 parcels to be sent out for a veteran and stuff like that. So everything that happens is directly fed back into people who really need this. And I can tell you, it's an absolute worthwhile cause.
Sure is.
What's going on? How come you're not talking with people?
Rory is saying good morning, everyone, and good
Morning,
luck with your
Rory.
business. How are you, Rory? Okay. Trying to decide whether I want to use blue tack as a masking. No, I think I'll just do it freehand. No. James saying happy birthday, by the way. Yeah, for the group, Model Officers Mess. James, if you're listening, happy birthday to you, what you've started. Yes, modelling is a great way to relax. Never tried it, but one day I might. Have a great day and happy modelling. Well, thank you very much, James. Thanks for dropping in. And yes, anybody here is going to say, oh, just give it a go. We enjoy it, and we would like everyone else to try it. It's a wonderful hobby. It's, it can be relaxing, and frustrating and all that. It's wonderful in that if you choose any subject you like, say this plane, you can make it whatever color you like, or you can just leave it in plastic if you like, or you can spend 6 months on it. It's just you choose how deep you want to go, and nobody else will criticize you. So yeah, give it a go one day. Jim's saying, wait a minute, something's not right. Only one mini art tractor being built on screen? Yeah. Well, there is at the moment. Damien saying, good evening, folks. Finally made it back to the bench. 9:30 p.m. and it's still 35 degrees outside.
It is. It's shocking. It is bad out there.
Yeah.
Well, if I want something to dry, I'll just stick it out in the outside.
If it makes you feel a bit more balanced, Jim, I've got a second mini art tractor on the bench for you, just so you don't get a little bit upset. Always willing to help, etc.
There's a question. Hopefully, hopefully you can answer there, James. Does Models for Heroes sell the kits?
No. So let me. Not that you need to see my face, but I just it gives me a break from what I'm doing. So I'm got my tractor all done to everything I want to do. So I'll be onto the colour in a minute. So Models for Heroes. So basically, no, it's a charity. They don't sell kits. Any kits that are donated to the charity, they're very, very strict about how that works. So if, for example, a kit of great value is provided to the charity, they will ask the donor, this is obviously being donated as something to be sent away to a beneficiary, and it's put into stock. So it doesn't matter what the scale is, it doesn't matter what the size is, how valuable, rare, or anything like that. It goes into stock, and the stock value for insurance purposes is about £5. So you could have a £100 kit that's been donated, and it would go into stock as £5. So no, we don't sell stuff. The only time that may occur is if we have a donation of some stuff from people. We have had in the past where we have had a donation that's been left to us from someone that's passed away. They leave instructions within their will about what's to be donated and what can be done with that donation. So there has been the odd occasion where things that won't be used by the beneficiaries for one reason or another are sometimes put onto a site and auctioned, and that money is then put straight back into the charity, etc. So to give you an example of that, the little Humbrol pots of paints that is the enamels. We don't use those as we don't give those to beneficiaries, and those are quite often donated. So they go in a box, and eventually they'll go out on eBay or something to that effect. And the reason for that is because of the everything that we send out. We try and keep the toxicity down as much as possible for health and safety reasons, and we're governed by that a little bit. It doesn't generally come into play with model kits, but you do get the occasional radio controlled item that just wouldn't work for us as a charity. The purpose of the charity is that the beneficiaries build the donations that we give them, regardless of whether it is a remote control or a train set or figures or a kit or whatever. As long as there's an element of the hobby where you have to build something, then that is used as donation. Anything else is generally we don't accept, is the honest truth. But we have had the odd occasion where things have been left to us as the charity in which we've moved along on the eBay site. But that's quite rare, and that is always done with the permission of the donator, because we want to be very transparent about exactly what we do in a charity. Bear with me a second. So to give you an idea of what that actually equates to in the great big container of loveliness that there is for the beneficiaries, a new beneficiary coming to will be sent a box, and in that box will be several kits, paints, paint brushes, glue, all the peripherals in which you might need throughout that process of building the items that we send, even down to cutting mats, etc., etc. So we set them up with the ability to do it. If they get on with it, then obviously we send more kits. But we in that first parcel is quite a big parcel, and it's quite a selection of items in which gives them the ability to try and find their niche, if you like. Also, one of the other things we do before that parcel goes out actually is that we talk to them. Obviously, as a charity, we talk to the beneficiary and say, what are you interested in? Talk to them about the service. Maybe there's an element of their service that they are quite into armor, for example, or particular things like that. The joy of that is that part of the process that model making is used for the beneficiaries is that they may have, let's say, worked on a Bradley career. They've got very, what's the word I'm looking for? They've got a great interest in that because that's what they worked on all their life, etc. Excuse me. And the joy of that is they get the kit and they take the kit out and they go, oh, no, that's wrong. Oh, no, that wouldn't be like that. So we then help them to make that kit right for them. So that's happened quite often in many of the bits and pieces. And the volunteers and the beneficiaries and the charity all work together to try and guide that person to build their ultimate goal, which may be, like I say, a vehicle that reminds them of their service. So no, is the short answer. We don't sell the kits. We do sell some other bits that we might get through donations now and again through the eBay, but all the money does go to the charity. We're very, very stringent on that, and we don't do anything without anyone's permission when they're donating stuff. So that's very important as well. One of the rules for donating kits is that the kit mustn't be started. By that we mean no glue, no paint. That's not to say that every now and again we get the odd model that has been built and not painted. And sometimes we will send them out to beneficiaries that don't really enjoy the making but love the painting side of it. So that's quite beneficial as well. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. James Palmer's there. He said, I'll check back a little later after work. Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much. And Jim says, thank you very much. I guess that's in relation to the tractor, but I can remove the tractor because we are now joined by another tractor builder, and that'd be Carl. Morning, Carl. How you doing?
Oh.
He's doing okay, but I can't hear him, so I don't think he's talking. But if he is, I can't hear a word you're saying. But no, I think he's just busy building. Cool. We'll catch up with him in a minute or two and see how he's progressing.
Good morning, my internet froze up there.
Oh, that's okay, mate. No worries. How are you getting on with the build?
We're getting there. We're onto the wheels. The main body of the tractor is not quite complete. The front suspension needs to be done. So yeah, we are just working on the wheels, which are reasonably awkward, especially these parts. The cleanup is a little bit horrific.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've got seam lines smack bang between the cogs and smack bang between the nuts on the inside of the wheel as well. So it's, yeah, a little bit long-winded, shall we say.
Mud is a wonderful hider of stuff.
Exactly. Mud and paint.
Yeah. So cool. Well, that all stopped Jim from Twitch, and he was getting a bit worried at a point because there was only one tractor being built on the stream. So I had to put on another tractor.
Not really keep losing my internet.
Say again, sorry.
He said he keeps losing his internet.
That's right.
That's okay. No worries, Carl. Not a problem at all. So I'm down with the flu. Oh my God, no! Hope to recover fast and push on with the build. Listen, take it easy. Health comes first. If you don't finish the build, it's not a big deal. If it helps you to recover slowly, then that's cool. But feel better soon, mate. I've just got over quite a bad bout just recently. So yeah, I hope it's not that bad. I hope it's the nice, easy one that's clear within the face. But take care of yourself. Lots of warm water, warm drinks. If you've got, just out of throw it out there, if you've got some raspberry jam that's got seeds in it, pop a load of that in a cup with a bit of hot water, and that will help aid your recovery, helps the throat and the the seed to do something, some medical jargony rubbish, but it does work.
Oh. That's all right. I've just got over COVID.
Oh God, that damn thing's still there.
My first time with COVID. It wasn't nice, and I don't want it again.
No,
Right.
it's not great. I've just had well, they don't really know what to call it, but basically its nickname is 100-day flu. So it does last about 100 days.
Wow.
It's also linked with whooping cough. So it's a real mixture of bits and pieces all thrown into one. So I started, I've been off work for about 6 weeks or more.
Holy moly.
Nearly 9 weeks, actually, I think. So yeah, the middle of December is when I started going down with it, and I'm still recovering. So yeah, it's a real nasty one. So yeah, just be careful. He just says, noted we'll get some from the supermarket downstairs later. Yeah, no, it does work. A bit of lemon and honey and all that sort of stuff. The old remedies are always the best. Jim's saying he's not twitching so much now. He's feeling better. There's more than one tractor going on. Oh, thank goodness for that. Starting to get worried there. And Sal is saying that it seems like there's a global cough and flu season early this year. Yeah, well, I think part of the reason I don't really want to cause any debacle by this, but I think the problem is obviously with COVID and us all hiding and all that sort of stuff, all the bugs have got the arse ache basically because COVID has taken the limelight. So they all clubbed together and decided to come out fighting and teamed up, I reckon. So it's not nice out there. So take care, everybody. And that's one of the reasons why we definitely promote the fact that sorry, I'll come to that in 2 seconds. Promote the fact you should take lots of breaks, etc., etc. Missed my question. Which question did I miss? Bear with me.
It's probably selling the kits.
That was the question that I saw.
Yeah. So maybe you need the 10-minute explanation again, and go.
So you just saying there, thanks are the part of fundraising regulated. I assume that is a regulator. The charity is.
Yeah. That question. Sorry.
Yeah, the charity at the end of the day is governed by a whole stringent amount of rules, of which I'm not the one to tell you about. Malcolm is the one. But there's a governance in which they have to follow, and they follow it and adhere to it to the very, very maximum. Because obviously there is no underhand stuff going on. It's all above board, and following those rules is actually, while it's a lot of rules, it's not that complicated, and it makes things so much simpler when you're doing stuff. I hope that answers your question. Obviously, we talked about the donation of kits. Do we sell them, etc.? And the short answer to that is no, we don't. They go to the beneficiaries. Any odd items there might be that wouldn't go to a beneficiary are sometimes auctioned off, but homes are generally found. But realistically, because of the nature of the donations, especially when you get to the point of that simple rule of not started, not painted, I can tell you, because of the amount of kits that come in, they are gone through. Everything is looked at stringently in each kit to make sure they meet the criteria. If they don't, unfortunately, there is only one place they go, and that's into the bin. So we have had some donations I've certainly picked up some donations over the years where you just mind boggled. I mean, I picked up a carload of stuff from someone, and I think we ended up with 2 kits. Everything else was not usable for the charity, which is unfortunate. I mean, we did them a favour by emptying their house for them, but it was unfortunate that only a couple of kits were donated. The rest went into the recycling bin or wherever possible we can put it. But yeah, anything that potentially could cause a health and safety risk, we're quite stringent on that as well. We have got very clear guidelines on what we do and do not provide to the beneficiaries. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you for the questions. It's important that that's out there. So Jim says, had a nasty bout of what is RSV. Can't recall what the acronym is, but it makes cold symptoms feel 10 times worse. Plagued me for almost 6 weeks. Yeah.
Well,
I think
I just Googled it. Would you like to hear what it is?
Oh, go on.
Respiratory syncytial virus. Usually causes mild cold. Most people recover in a week or two, but it can be serious. Infants and older adults are more likely to develop severe RSV and need hospitalisation. So, are you better, Jim?
Yeah, that's the question. I mean, my doctors started with a cold and flu, then they went to a chest infection, then they went to lung disease, and then they went to something else. But it turned out that my left toe on my far side of my foot was the problem. So we just bandaged it up, and it's
I've got a bit of a story about, you're talking about, like, the regulatory side of the charity and how they take it seriously and everything else. So, case in point, a few months ago, when I was first talking about going over to Telford, Malcolm said, "Oh, when you come over, I'll give you a pen." And he's got it like these pens, the 1-to-1 scale pen, and you can get one of these, but you have to come to the UK first. Now that's £1, I believe. I think it's £1. So when I got there, I didn't get the pen. So I paid for that. So here's the thing, because I'm a volunteer, I sort of 3 times a week, generally helping with Steph and James and doing live streams because I enjoy it for Models for Heroes and all that stuff. I'm not a UK veteran. I'm still in the Commonwealth, of course, same king and all that sort of stuff like that. But I'm not entitled to anything in accordance with the rules of the charity, nor have I asked for anything. And so apart from paying for the pen, I had to look through the containers where all the model kits are. And before the door was opened, Malcolm would say to me and Paul, "Nothing is in here is a gift. Nothing in here is for sale. And you're not to pass on exactly what we have to people that aren't related to the charity and everything else." Like, they are absolutely serious, and there's no question from me that everything that this charity does is above board, and the right people are getting the right benefit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very important that we adhere to those regulations and rules, etc., that we're governed by. Because at the end of the day, if we don't, the charity could get into trouble. Obviously, there potentially are consequences of that. But more importantly, the opportunity to help the people that we help would be taken away, and that would be devastating for them. So, Malcolm and the team, the beneficiaries, volunteers, everything, they all take it very seriously. And another case in point as well is that a donation was made quite recently. I won't name it or anything like that because that isn't how it works. But a donation was made quite recently, a very, very generous donation. And it was offered out to the beneficiaries because it was a special item, etc. And they were all told, this is not for sale. This is not something you can sell on if you choose not to make it. You have to send it back. And anyone found to be doing so and breaking this rule will be removed from the beneficiary list completely. So, I mean, that's how serious they take it. They are very, very stringent on it. And luckily, the beneficiaries are so happy with what they get that there aren't ever any issues like that at all. But we keep reminding people, or Malcolm will remind people, because obviously the same would apply to me as a volunteer. I'm not a beneficiary, so I'm not entitled to anything from the charity, just the ability to give my time, and that involves all sorts of stuff. The only caveat to that, really, I guess, would be a hobnob. But I take packets of hobnobs with me if I go anywhere. So, yeah, that's just a light-hearted comment, obviously. But yeah, we go on.
Sorry, I was changing the subject. I'll wait till you're done.
Yeah, no, I'm done.
So back to hobnobs, Jim. As James explained earlier, they are like an oat biscuit by a certain brand and all that sort of stuff. They are delicious, by the way. But it's become a thing with the charity. In fact, I guess Carl or James or anyone over there would be better at explaining this. But if I get any points wrong, please jump in. The online, not online sessions, the face-to-face sessions was what is at the core of the group is getting people out of the house. The only contact some people might get in a like a week, a month, or whatever, the only time they leave the house might be seeing the guys, the volunteers, sort of turning up at a hall with kids, and they all sit down and spend 2 hours talking together and all that sort of stuff, and just basically what we're doing here online. But the deal is, if everything they did was online, there's a benefit that is lost. So by getting people out and about is a big incentive. From what I understand, it's become a tradition that a lot of the time people would bring along, say, a packet of biscuits or a bit of cake or something like that. But a lot of the Steph would probably have to explain better, but a lot of the beneficiaries tend to take a packet of hobnobs and place it in the middle of the table. So it's become a tradition in a way. And there's a bit of a bit of an Aussie. They don't even know this, so I'll sort of go through it, and James will probably go, "Oh." So oat biscuits in Australia, we tend to call them Anzac biscuits. New Zealand as well, of course. So Anzac, Australian New Zealand Army Corps. So all the mothers and families back home were asked to, in World War I, hey, bake these cookies. They'll last a fair bit, and we'll send them over to the troops and all that sort of stuff like that. So Anzac biscuits are still a tradition when it comes to, say, Anzac Day, Remembrance Day, and that sort of thing. And they're associated with armed, service and veterans and stuff like that. And I don't know whether Models for Heroes recognise the link those biscuits have to Australia, and how hobnobs are carrying the tradition of something that's happening on the other side of the world.
The short answer is no. I certainly haven't made that link. But that's quite interesting. If I'm honest, I think the main reason it is a tradition is because it is the biscuit of choice from Malcolm. And Malcolm and I tease each other about hobnobs all the time. Certainly Telford this year, hobnobs were a big feature, crazily enough, on the table itself. So yeah, it's interesting, actually. I will ask Malcolm whether that is the case, because
he wouldn't. I don't think he'd be aware.
No, he might be.
Popped into my head a few months ago.
No, he might well be. I certainly hadn't made that connection. But
they do remind me of a biscuit that used to be in the ration packs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is pictures taken at Telford. So this is a picture of a lot of the volunteers and the beneficiaries that were there at the table on the day. This is taken on the November the 12th last year. So with aid of a pointing stick. That's me up the front there, sitting next to James and all that sort of stuff. We got Malcolm. I'd have to look here. There's Mick and a couple other people. All these beneficiaries and there you go. So I didn't think of that. Focus. There we are. So yeah, we got the head of brand, Dale Luckhurst, head of brand of Airfix there. I believe this is probably wrong. Mark Ewing. Is that correct, James?
Yes, I think it is.
Yeah, and other people that probably don't want to be named. So during that event, the Friends of Models for Heroes table, Malcolm came along. I think certainly the boys from probably James's table gave them a box, sort of packet of hobnobs, and said, "Here, have this," like basically to eat. But instead of eating it, the guys put it on a turntable in the middle of their table. And of course, the sign is there for all the models. The model is not fixed to base. Now, it's just a standard pack of hobnobs that was on a turntable. But funnily enough, that was the most photographed thing on that table over the weekend, because everyone was going, "Well, look at that! How weird! A packet of hobnobs," and they would just click, 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 without asking what's the relevance and everything else. So I remember explaining the Anzac thing to John, And he was just like, "Oh, I didn't know that. No, that's a sort of weird thing." But yeah, just looking at this. So look, this is just a standard random sort of thing from my head. This is one of the models that was in the competition at Telford last year. Now it's a Kettenkrad. It's 1:16 scale, I believe. Now it's obviously plastic and everything else, but if I zoom in, you see all that sort of detritus and crap, like all of that. None of that looks plastic at all, does it? It's literally looks like it's rusted and metal and everything else. This is the quality of work that was over there. It's just amazing. Incredible stuff. Best of show at Telford was this one. Focus. Focus. Oh, come on. So this is a what if, really, based on, there we go, based on F-35 technology in World War I Germany. And you can see there's a number of certificates around it. That's the number of categories that it won. And it was clearly the best of show and, judged by, the best judges in England that didn't send people to Australia. And there was a little bit of argy-bargy that came later on because some people were saying, well, that's not real. Therefore, it shouldn't be counted and shouldn't be in the competition. And I was just looking at it going, yeah, that's one of the best in shows for me. It's just incredible. There we go. It's a show and tell.
James, I got a silly question.
Yep.
How do the beneficiaries find like models for heroes, or models for heroes find them?
That isn't a silly question at all. It's a good question. So a lot of the beneficiaries are, if not all of them, are actually pointed in that direction by other charities. We have a few in the UK, but we also a lot of the professionals, the doctors and psychiatrists and that sort of thing, they also point beneficiaries into the direction of Models for Heroes. So it's a multitude of avenues. As far as I'm aware, and Carl will correct me if he knows any different, they all must have be referred in some form, as far as I'm aware.
Yes.
It's basically it can be a GP, for example. So a general practice doctor can say, "Oh, you could try this. They might be able to help you." So there's lots of ways in which that can happen, but they are referred. So. And then also the other thing as well with that is the referral from the beneficiaries themselves. So obviously the community of ex-servicemen, as those that have served will know, that they generally will talk to one another about bits and pieces, about benefits and things to help each other, especially in the male side of it all. We are generally speaking quite stubborn to take help, and we generally will wait until it's we should have acted previously, put it that way. That goes on, and the guys are really good at communicating that ability as well. So again, that would be a conversation between a beneficiary and someone they know that served or having issues, etc. And then they'll poddle off to the doctor and say, "Look, I've been thinking about this," and hopefully the people that need the help are already in the system. The problem is getting people into the system to start with. Obviously, service people, as I alluded to yesterday, when you come out of the service, you feel quite alone. Everything that you're used to has suddenly gone away from you, and that can create quite a lot of desperation. So hopefully we catch them at the right moment. But I will tell a story about a beneficiary that started that I'm aware of. I wasn't there, so hopefully I'm going to tell the story correctly. So beneficiary was introduced to the charity. They went to a session along with their therapist because they didn't know very much about the charity and wanted to have a look and see what happened. The person said that he wasn't. Yeah, it's not really his thing, but he was there. He was doing because he had to, and all that sort of thing, I guess. But within a very short period of time, he selected something and was bending a bit of plastic, having a laugh and a joke, and the banter between the forces guys is one of the biggest things they miss: the camaraderie and the banter. So once he started getting into that with the people that were at that session, it enabled him to feel comfortable enough to open up. So he started opening up about his issues and how he was feeling and that sort of stuff. And I'm told that the therapist was there and writing notes because this was the first time that therapist had heard the issues.
Okay.
Every session that he'd attended, there wasn't really an awful lot coming forward that they could deal with, and they were a bit in the dark. So that's the power of what this does. It seems really weird. It's a bit of plastic. It's quite unimportant, but the ramifications for someone dealing with mental health issues and being able to talk in a comfortable environment and share experiences and all that sort of stuff, it is just phenomenal. And I've seen it firsthand myself. I was fortunate enough to do some sessions at the Chelsea Pension Hospital in London. Now, these are old veterans and they're all still within that sort of community themselves. But even then, sitting there chatting with them and making a bit of plastic and stuff, it's quite amazing to see someone open up about stuff which they're dealing with internally, effectively. So yeah, it's a very powerful thing. The charity has an amazing ability to make so much difference to so many people, and that's how those people get involved with the charity and the charity aids them. I hope that answers the question.
It certainly does. Thank you very much.
No worries. I'm going to go back in the booth. I'll be back in a minute.
A question before you do. For James, do you do a face-to-face?
So I haven't done face-to-face personally for several years. My work is the kind of work. It's not like a really super exciting job, but the way my roster works, I never quite know what I'm doing. So I find it really difficult to calendar in time to do the beneficiary, to be the volunteer that I want to be. And I'm quite, I get very frustrated myself. So, yes, I did do face-to-face, but I haven't done some for a long time. The most I do now is a few online sessions where I join in. I do every other week, in theory, a session with another gentleman called Clive, which we set it up to talk about dioramas and how we make dioramas and stuff. And it was to try and help the beneficiaries tackle a subject in which they maybe feel uncomfortable about in the modeling world. So I do that again because of my work pattern. Sometimes I don't manage to get there, but that's the most I do, and a few online sessions with the show that we do during the week and Sundays, etc. But it doesn't take very much time, and it's very, very rewarding. But obviously it's just calendaring it in to make sure I can give the time I want. I don't want to not do it, and I don't want to do it half-assed. So there's your answer. Yeah.
My thing seems to be slowing down. I'll just try to take it slow and see how we go. Zal is saying that modelling helps one to be very involved in the process and helps forget the depression and anxiety, for me especially. I think absolutely correct. That's obviously, I think all of us here understand the power of this hobby, and the joy it brings us, and it can only, I think, help people. So most of the people I believe the charity would like to support are ones who've never modelled in their lives and either gave it a thought or maybe did it when they were 7 or so, but haven't done it for a very long time, and it's something for them to do, because it's better than sitting at home watching The Bachelorette or some appalling crap on TV. Certainly those Australian shows that we give to the UK as a reverse charity. But yeah, like for me, I mean, yeah. So James was saying that leaving defence can be really, you're in a, yeah, but it's weird. All I can say is, like, I didn't want to leave at the time I wanted to leave because, for me, I loved the job and it was going to be a career and I was going to retire. And I had about 5 years left and all that sort of stuff, that I just couldn't make it to the finish line. And when I was looking at that thinking, oh God, will I leave? Or, because people are saying, I was saying, I don't need this crap. I was getting a lot of crap from, why haven't you done this? Oh, because I'm on half days, actually, no, 3 days a week. Initially, it was 2 half days a week and then it grew from there. Oh, you're behind with your work. Yeah, you're right. And I was getting all that sort of stuff. And I just said to one of my mates, I don't need this. I should just, maybe if I left and just, what am I going to do? Just sit down and model all day? And he looked at me and said, why don't you do that? Why don't you just go and do what you want? Oh, God, yeah, maybe. But the fact is, I'd missed the job too much. I didn't want to leave. When I left, I have a lot of friends in defence, but one thing I found is the conversation stops. Like, no one talks to you. Nobody rings you to see how you're going anymore. The silence is deafening and quite confronting in a lot of ways if they're going on deployments around the world and all that sort of stuff. There used to be, everybody, this is happening, I'm here and doing this and all that sort of stuff. And suddenly, you're out of the loop and you don't have need to know and all that stuff, and nor do you pry. So nobody rings me. I've got some very close mates that we see each other, like every Friday we have a veteran sort of breakfast thing that we pay for, and we just sort of keep in touch that way. But there's some people I just don't want to see again. Just the way it ended for me was just terrible. Jim is saying, I've been building models since age 11, 1976. It's always offered me a creative outlet that I appreciate more and more as I age. Absolutely. Oh, sorry, I'm just getting a bit emotional. Just said yesterday, stirring up negative thoughts about things that weren't fun. But
take a moment, no problem.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Yeah, I'll go quiet for a moment. Hang on, I'll mute myself.
Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons I got involved with this charity was, so I suffer from mental health issues, depression, anxiety, and all that sort of stuff. I dealt with it, as it turns out, I've dealt with it for many, many years. A period of my life, I didn't really realise that's what I was dealing with. And when the penny dropped, so to speak, I suddenly realised I've been model making since I was a child. Coming back to the hobby after having family and all that sort of stuff, and I hadn't quite twigged the effect that the mental health was having on me. It certainly has shaped a great part of my life, fortunately and unfortunately in some ways. But when I got to grips with it and started to understand what was going on, the making models was my way of blocking out the rest of the world and taking time out for myself. Now, obviously, as a kid making models for a long period of time, it was quite an unsociable thing. You'd sit in a room by yourself, you'd make some models, etc., etc. And you didn't really there wasn't really, to me or my knowledge, there wasn't really a community in which you could share and deal with all these bits and pieces. So the revelation to me was the internet. I got involved with some forums it started with, which were really great until issues happened on the forums where the forum would disappear and then come back a little bit later. I got quite frustrated with that, turned to Facebook, and found a whole raft of groups and people that were modeling and sharing the hobby that I loved. And then around about the time that the charity was set up by Malcolm, I came to know Malcolm, become very good friends, and we'll do anything for the charity, in fairness, that I can do, purely because I understand the power of what we do and what effects it has on people that are dealing with those sort of issues. So I'm very, very fortunate in which I found a method in which I can help myself, be supported by others. I'm not ex-service, never been in the service at all in my life. I am a civvy. But mental health, I mean, like breaking news, mental health does not just tackle certain people. You know, it can be anybody at any time of their life. And like I said, there are people, certainly people I know, who are very similar to me in the fact that they've dealt with this thing called mental health for years and years and years without actually putting that tag on it. And tags is a really awful thing. Sometimes a tag is put on someone for not the right reason. But the difference is when you embrace the fact that you're dealing with an issue in which you might need some help with, it's worth putting that tag on, because then the support comes, and then you can take ownership is the words I'm looking for. You take ownership of what's going on, and can deal with the situation a lot better. Don't get me wrong, I still suffer from the elements in which I suffer from time to time. It's really bad. Sometimes it's manageable. Sometimes I don't even realize I've got it. But it's a little bit like a disability to me. That's how I view it. It's one of those things that I've got, and I'll have for life. But it's how I manage to deal with it throughout the rest of my life. That's the important bit. And by doing the work with the charity, it gives me the ability to use my experience of dealing with an issue to help others. And realistically, do you know what? The easiest thing to do, which is often the hardest actually, to help someone with mental health, is just to listen and be there. You don't need to tell them the remedies. You don't need to tell them any of that sort of thing. And the charity, realistically, all us volunteers, yes, we are trained mental health first aiders, but all that really means is we've got the knowledge to signpost someone to get the help that they may require. We're not doctors, we're not physicians, we're not someone that's going to come up with a magic answer. And you know what? Model making might not be the way forward for a person, but it's a start to look at what things work. And model making is so vast in its scales and materials that are used, that there really is something for everybody if they want to look and be involved. So I mean, you will hear throughout all the streams that we've done where we've spoken to beneficiaries and people that have served, it can get quite emotional because it's a big effect. And let's face it, there are far too many people in the world with mental health issues that unfortunately feel the only way out is to take their life and leave loved ones behind. And that's devastating, because for the loved ones, they may see you struggling and not know the answers and how to help. They may try and help and not help by trying to help, which doesn't seem logical, but that is sometimes how it works. And then there's a case of where people just don't know, and it happens. So we can help a proportion of those people from the section in which we've chosen to help. Every model basically saves a life. Now, if you can equate that to the charity and what we do, then clearly a couple of pounds donated is potentially saving a life. And that's not, I'm not over dramatizing it. I really am not. There are certainly people that have been in that situation and feel that this charity and the community around it has literally saved them from doing something which they don't want to do. So dig deep. I'm going to go run over to the chat because we have got very, very deep very, very quickly. And see where you go. Jim's just saying hang in to John. You're amongst friends. Absolutely. That's what we're here for.
Thank you, Jim.
We are here to catch him. That's not a problem. Zal is just saying, no, John, we are behind you. I have a similar story to tell, the betrayal. Yeah, it does feel like that.
It does.
Ray Davis says, John, no apologies are needed. Sorry that you're going through that. Ray is also saying, well said, James. Thanks, no worries. This is going to be interesting. I'm great at reading.
I'll do this if you like.
If you're okay, yeah, fine.
Okay, Damien Rigby says he started building kits with his dad in about 1975, and it was a great bonding thing for us. Dad died 6 years ago and was still building his truck kits right to the end. I have the last few kits he worked on with me now, and will finish them off for him. Also doing a pair of nostalgia builds of the first 2 kits I ever built with Dad. And it's weird how much it hits me every time I pick them up and work on them. Yeah, this is the power of all that. Yeah. Gary, one of the I'm not sure. So James, is Gary a beneficiary or is he a volunteer?
So Gary is a great example of what happens in the charity. So he started as a beneficiary. I'm looking at him now, looking like CP30, and thinking he'll nod his head at some point on my screen. But he has now come away from being a beneficiary and now is involved with a charity and helping Malcolm move the charity forward. He is somebody that volunteers and helps out and all that sort of stuff. So, and Steph is another great example. He started as a beneficiary, has become a volunteer, and does an awful lot of work for the charity. And all of the beneficiaries, all of them, whether they're new or not, are all heading that direction, always willing to help, always volunteering to do bits and pieces where they can. So Gary is a star, obviously. I think he's asleep behind his visors. I got to be honest. He's nodding.
He's nodding his head.
Yeah. So that is correct what I just said. So he is the secretary for Friends for Models for Heroes, and that is a group that's set up by people that are involved with the charity that want to help, basically. And the idea behind it was literally friends that can't volunteer but want to help in some form wanted to do something. So that's why that group was set up. So he's a volunteer, I guess would be the right phrase now. He does an awful lot of work, and obviously we don't charge for our time. It's all voluntary. But he loves giving back. So there you go.
Thanks for explaining that. Edward Millship is in. Morning, evening, all.
Morning.
And Ray Davis is saying g'day to Damien Rigby. Now, just back to me for a moment. Here's a quick video. This is when I had spinal fusion. This is the device I put in my back. So a couple of screws and rods and all that sort of stuff like that. Basically cut out the disc material and stuff so you can understand. For that to happen, I was in a fair bit of pain. Like there was no, there's nothing that could fix the pain I was in except for the spinal fusion. And having that happen, I've lost, I can't touch my toes anymore, and it's changed my life that I can walk less distances and stuff like that. I am a lot better now. It's just over 3 years since the operation, but I've never been depressed. I've never had what I would consider mental health issues in my life. Suddenly get to 53, 52 when it all went south, and basically the chronic pain I was in dropped my mood significantly. So I was diagnosed with chronic depression and referred to the right people and all that sort of stuff. And everybody saw it. I didn't know. Yep. Back again. I didn't know what I was dealing with. I didn't know why I was feeling that way, but I didn't think I was depressed. I was fine, but everyone was just looking at me just saying, what's wrong with him? What's going on? And you'd think, an organization that prides itself as look after your mates would actually recognize the signs, because they're the idiots out the front telling the group of people, look out for these signs and look after your mates and all that stuff. And it's all just bloody lies, because they're a pack of arseholes, the people standing at the front, that is. I should actually fix that a bit. all the commanders and squadron leaders and all the top executive of every squadron I've been to, remarkable people. Most of the bosses are great, but there's some that, they say all the correct things, but as soon as their bosses are out of the room, they just turn into an arsehole and do everything to, throw you under a bus to make them look good. And you get that. You don't have to be in the military to understand how some people operate. But as I said yesterday, if one of your workers is diagnosed with chronic depression, you don't try to get him to top himself. That's, because then I won't have a problem anymore. That's not how you manage people. And that's not management of people. Gary is saying 4 years ago, I would not step outside the house. He had no interest in life. Models for Heroes saved me. I've gone from being a beneficiary to running my own face-to-face session. So that's it. This is, actual stories, actual people. I know Gary. Gary's my friend. Yeah. So yeah, all the money goes directly into assisting people with these stories. Gary's also, he says, is a volunteer coordinator with Models for Heroes and the secretary for the Friends of Models for Heroes, the Discord group. We have the IPMS group. In fact, Discord is just a facet of it. He has 2 families, my wife and kids, etc., and my Models for Heroes family. Yeah, they're a tight-knit bunch of guys, and they don't do anything for the mates, and that's what I'm finding so comforting. Is they'll take the time. You can understand. Like I've sort of been in tears, like on the Discord thing, sort of just talking about stuff, and none of them hang up. Oh, got to go. They all just hang around and listen because they all understand exactly what you've done and what you're going through. As I say, you don't have to be an ex-serviceman to think that it's not a sort of what would you call it? It's not a competition. None of us are out trying to get anything for free or whatever. But a lot of us have been thrown into uncomfortable situations that you're thinking, oh, I might not come back from this, and then you've got to make peace with that in your family. How are they going to react and all that? Yep. Zal is saying the fact is this: people who've never had depression will not understand and think that people with depression are faking or slow the team down. Yeah, you're right. I didn't understand. I didn't understand. I never thought people diagnosed with depression were faking it because I could see the pain they were in, But I do have I'd consider a great deal of empathy. But, I want to help people. I've always wanted to help people. Moving on. Edward, as a beneficiary, what Models for Heroes does on a personal level is fantastic. I've met Edward too. He was at Telford. Wonderful guy. The support is unconditional. Started in 2019 at a group in Preston after being referred by a H4H coordinator. What would it be, an M4H coordinator? Help for Heroes? Help for Heroes coordinator. Would that be correct? Not quite sure. Dean Trower.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'd be helpful.
Nothing but admiration for all involved with Models for Heroes. Bless you all. Much love. Thank you, Dean. Yeah. And Jim, these are all very encouraging stories. The triumph of the human spirit over adversity can be very emotional to witness. Yeah, I've seen some people do some amazing things. In a lot of the cases, like they do something that we asked them to do, and in a lot of cases, I'm leaving. They choose to leave. Unlike me, just I'm going to do this. I'm going to go now. And later on, you sort of ask them, why now? Like, you're going to, you're on, you'll be on the promotion list next year, that sort of thing. Well, why would you leave now? And people are saying things like, if I stick around, I won't be here, and you just don't realise how much they're being affected by what we've asked them to do. Yeah. Oof.
Right. Okay. Let's take a little break here. I think that the thing we're going to do. No. Thank you for sharing. It's emotional. It's one of those things in which helps us translate what we do and why we do it. The bravery needs to be pointed out as well. The bravery for someone to be able to talk about the situation they've come from and to share in this manner is, I have nothing but admiration for anyone that can do that, because I know
the hardest part.
It is the hardest part indeed, and more than that,
especially for ex-military, because roughy toughy boys, we don't talk about things like that.
No, absolutely. And realistically, we often will stand at a ceremony and reflect on the sacrifices that are made by our serving forces to secure our safety and all that sort of thing that the government asked them to do. And we often forget, it's not just the sacrifice of the people that have lost their lives. There often is a sacrifice for the living as well. And we spend far too much time pushing that under the carpet, and we need to embrace it and celebrate it. So to lighten things a little bit in some form, let's do a tip. And I'm going to take you over to this young chap here.
Hey everybody, this is John from the Scale Model Medic YouTube channel with a quick reminder that you need to step away from the bench for a few minutes and have a break. I hope you're all having a fantastic time, and I wish you all the very best of luck for the event. James asked me to put a video together showing a modelling tip, and I couldn't decide on just the one, so here's a bit of random modelling for you to watch while you enjoy your break. Sponge chipping is a very popular technique, and for good reason. It's a quick way to add a really nice effect to your models and start building up some weathering. One of the most common mistakes that you see when beginning with this technique is to simply tap the sponge in a linear motion, creating a repetitive pattern on the surface of the model, which is easily identified and dispels the illusion that these are random chips in the paint. Instead, make sure that you turn the sponge backwards and forwards as you move along, and this will remove any repetitive patterns and give you a much more realistic effect with a simple twist of the wrist. If your model has obvious breaks in the surface, such as these panel lines, you can use masking tape to cover up one side of the divide before applying the chipping process, and then removing the tape, switching sides and doing it again. This prevents the same chipping pattern from flowing over that break in the surface and keeps everything looking nice and random. If you're new to weathering, you might be wondering what else you can do using sponge chipping as a starting point. So I'm going to boost these chips that I've just applied and turn them into a bit of a rust effect. This test piece has been painted with a matte finish, and that's important as it allows tap water to soak onto the surface of the model without beading up, and that's what I'm doing here. I've then taken some of the rust colour that I used for the chips and diluted it heavily, and then I'm just flowing it around those chips, using them as a starting point. You'll note that the paint flows around the surface easily because it's been wet with water, and if I clean the brush on tissue, I can actually soak it back up into the bristles and remove the rusty coloured paint. After getting familiar with this control process on putting paint on and taking paint off, you can use the sponge applied chips as a starting point to represent the area which has gone rusty, and then use that diluted rust coloured paint to give the impression of the rust seeping out onto the top coat of the vehicle. When you get familiar and comfortable with using the paint in that fashion, you can start experimenting with some vertical streaking, pulling the paint down, cleaning the brush, and then feathering this out to give it a nice natural blend. This has taken about 2 or 3 minutes in total to achieve, and it's really added something a little bit more interesting than a few isolated chips of rust coloured paint out there on their own in the open. It's a bit important to remember though, this is acrylic paint, so once it's dry, it's on there permanently. And if you need something that you can reactivate, you may want to consider using enamel effects. If you're interested in adding more detail to your models, a great way to do it is by representing all of the missing cabling and pipe work that just isn't included in the base kit. But to do that, you're going to need some very fine wire to work in scale. I've recently found that computer peripherals with the cables cut off once they're broken gives access to some really thin wire, such as this piece of the gaming headset cable, which I cut off after it was broken, and that's given me meters of 0.09mm wire, which is perfect for a cable about as thick as this one in 1/35 scale. Another quick tip is when you're working with wire for your models, after you've cut it free, you can roll it under something flat like a steel ruler and it'll straighten it out, giving you the perfect starting point to bend it into the shape for your details. Please don't forget to donate to the Just Giving page to help raise money for Models for Heroes.
So there you go. A nice little bit of tips there for your chipping, etc. As I said yesterday, the videos of which we've used this year are some repeats of previous years. So all the tips that were done last year will be released in a video form on the Model Officers the Model Officers YouTube channel in the coming days and weeks, with everyone's permission, obviously, because they've given their time. So it's another facet of the event is to throw some extra things in there for you, a little bit of knowledge, etc. We've been joined by Gary T in the chat. Hello again, hope you're all well. Thank you, Gary. Yeah,
Gary.
36 people watching. I am very pleased with the amount of people watching throughout the streams. It's been around the mid-30s to 40s all streams. A lot of people hitting the button to watch, so that's fantastic. Can I just ask you, just for the analytics, no other reason, is to like the videos, and that will help promote the videos and the streams, going forward. Obviously they'll be on the channel for you to watch or catch up with if you wish to. I know the stream last night from the US was busy with the auctions and busy with the sniping, and a very good humored event in itself. They'll be doing that again tonight. We will be we've been going through it for 3 hours now. We will be carrying on for a little bit longer now. We will later be joined by the European team. They'll come and take over from us. We'll be about still, but they'll be mainly in charge of that. Obviously, the UK will be part of that as well. We're all muddling up together throughout the day. All of the hosts are welcome to join into any of the streams whatsoever. But what we've asked them all is to make sure we practice what we preach and take a break, etc. So so they've been asked to only stream for so long, although we've sort of broken that rule a little bit over the last couple of streams. But these things happen, it's fine. We're all taking care of ourselves and each other, so that's all that matters. The Discord group is busy. Welcome to Bearded Veteran. He's got back up after finishing up last night at 4 a.m. UK time. Thank you, Mike, for all your help with the Discord. I know you're a bit of a night owl anyway, so I know you'll be taking your breaks and practicing what we preach, etc. But please take care. And like I said to you last night before I went to bed, several hours before you did, don't stay on there too long. The Discord ran through all through the night. While the admin slept, it all was well behaved, and the atmosphere in which we want within that hangout. So as I said, if you want to join the hangout and go and bend some plastic, we have had a couple of people pop in that aren't taking part in the event, but just wanted to have a chat and see what things were going on and all that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, I haven't got the bandwidth in my internet to be able to share and show you exactly what's going on. But they're on the screen just here, as you can see in the corner, listening avidly to what I'm saying, just in case they get thrown under the bus. We got Gary from Gary's Stuff there. He's busy building away. The two admins, Gary and Mike, myself is in there just so I can see what's going on. I haven't got the earpiece in, guys, so just be aware of that. It's not because I don't trust you, honest. Yeah, right. And we've got Dominic in there as well, I believe, and a couple of others that are going to kill me for forgetting their name. I think that's Peter Lowe. He's in there, and Julian. There we go. So they're all in there, busy chatting away and having a bit of a laugh and a giggle. No doubt they'll be swapping stories about the things that happened last night that they weren't aware of. So, yeah, great to see. Working really well. So, obviously, got a little bit of emotional there with our oh, hello, bearded veteran says try 5 o'clock. Oh, okay. I'm gonna wag my finger at you, Mr. Veteran. Anyway, I shall catch up with him later and bend his ear. Yeah, we got a bit emotional, but you know, that's part of the course when we are exchanging our experiences. And John's popped off to go and grab a cup of coffee and take a break. He's been told to. I told him to go and take a break. But he's cool. He's fine. You know, in the streams we've done with him, he's always opened up, and we're very, very grateful for that because it helps you understand exactly what we, as a charity, Models for Heroes, do. So thank you for that. I no doubt there'll be a few more of those along the way in the streams. Different people will share their experiences when they feel comfortable to do so, or yeah, these things happen. So that's great. And thank you for your massive support in all the comments you've made towards John while he was sharing his experiences. I know for a fact that's very supportive to him, and he will be very touched by those comments. So thank you for that. It just shows what a great community we're part of, doesn't it?
Yep.
So
Sure.
what I'm going to do next is I'm going to run around the room and see how everyone's doing. Who would like to go first? I think I'm going to pick on Callum first because he's got his paintbrush poised. Seems like a good time to disturb him. How you getting on, Callum?
Very well. I got to say, hate to blow my own trumpet, but I am really, really fucking pleased with myself. This is how it's looking so far. Managed to get the modeling effect I wanted, the pre-shading, and yeah.
It's going to look great when you've got some paint on there, Callum.
Pardon?
It's going to look great when you've got some paint on there. No, it's looking cracking.
All I got to do now is just a few touch-ups here and there, and then pin wash, and that's pretty much it. Yeah.
Wow. Well done, you.
Yeah. I'm pleased with it.
So you should be. Some great work, and you rescued the issues in which you had as well. So well done, you.
Cheers.
Who should we go to next, Callum? You make a choice.
Ian.
Oh, there we go. We're going to throw Ian straight under the bus. I like that. Hi, Ian. How are we getting on? I want to unmute your mic, although it does sound better with it muted, if I'm honest.
I made the right pick.
Sorry, I had it off because I've been airbrushing.
No worries, no worries.
So repainted the ochre.
Mm-hmm.
So now got its clear coat. That's not going to be touched for the rest of the night. I've got to let that dry.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, in this heat, it's just taking. You'd think with a hot day it'd dry quick, but no, it doesn't.
Nope.
Take twice as long to dry.
Mm-hmm.
Trolley's clear coated as well and all painted up. So now I'm working on the figure, and I've got the base sitting outside because at least the acrylic base is going to dry quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So I think tonight's episode will be getting this figure painted.
Cool.
And that's me.
That's wonderful. And who should we go to next, Ian?
Let's give Craig a go.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Now we're in trouble. Hi, Craig.
Yep.
How you getting on?
I'm going well. I have the figure almost finished.
Mm-hmm.
And
Oh,
let's see if we can
Would
do
you
this.
look at that? Nice. Really, really nice. Well done.
Painted, as I said, I painted the underside, but I haven't painted all the tracks because that's just going to be on the base anyway. But I've got the rust on the tracks, if you can see that.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So yeah, probably finish up the figure in a few minutes, and then hit the tank with the decals and let them dry overnight and give a good flat coat tomorrow.
Excellent. Excellent. Well done you. We'll go over to Carl next because he is the last one apart from myself. So hi Carl, how are we doing?
Oh, we're getting there. We're just building the front suspension
Mm-hmm.
on the tank. So the first few bits have gone in.
Mm-hmm.
We're just cleaning up the stuff that we can use to track it left and right. So that's where we're at. Wheels are done, ready for paint.
Wonderful.
So yeah, not long now, I don't think, and we'll get it into primer.
That's excellent. Just a little bit of advice for you when you're putting that suspension bits together. When you so on that bar that you've got two, or steering rack actually, isn't it? You've got two little bits that go into that. They do slot into there nice and easily. However, it is a bit fiddly. Do not use tweezers. Because you'll end up pinging it across the room like I did this morning. But I managed to save it, funnily enough. Yeah, but assemble that
with
bit
these sausage fingers.
assemble that bit together separately before you put it on, which is probably what you're going to do anyway. But yeah. Cool, wonderful. Thank you very much. Over to myself. So I've got a whole myriad of primed items there. We're starting to put a few colours on here and there. I think you can probably guess where I'm going to go with this. But yeah, we're just getting the base colours on. I've done a little bit of drilling, basically. So I've made some damage on some of the fenders here and side, etc., and on the other side. Yeah, we're going to go for a rusty wreck as such. So we're 3/5 through the paint that I'm going to put in for the rust, and then we're going to seal all that, and then we're going to put a coat of a colour over the top, and then obviously chip away at it to get all this seeping through. We then will hit it with some pigments and bits and pieces, and yeah, we should be well on the way to getting there. Handling it is a bit of a problem because there are some bits here that are easily broken. Of which so easily I have broken. So yeah, bits may drop off, so be careful for anyone building this particular kit. Once you're at this stage, it is quite easy to knock things about. So yeah, we're doing pretty well. I'm quite pleased with it so far. There's a few things in which I wish we could be a little bit better, but I think that's just purely because I'm handling it an awful lot to get to this point. So that's our progress. I can see over in the Discord group, they're doing really, really well. Lots of chatting. The builds are progressing nicely. I can't give you any particular updates. It looks like Gary is playing with wings. Dominic is doing the base of the underframe of the vehicle he's doing. Gary seems to be chugging along pretty well. It looks like Pete is doing a bit of detail work. So, yeah, everything's going pretty well over there as well. So, yeah, that's our update for now. Jim is saying there, I think this was to Callum. Yeah, it's to Callum. RMP, wow, my compliments, sir.
Why, thank you, Jim. Thank you very much. And Ari Bus says, thanks for answering so much. Thanks for answering so much goes to veterans and how much on wages.
Yeah, that's fine. The questions that you ask are important, so don't feel shy to ask a question. If we haven't got the answer, we'll tell you we haven't got the answer. That's what we're here for. So, what I'm going to do is just to annoy you more than anything else. Not really. I'm just going to put a little bit of music on, so there's a background.
Cheers, James.
That's my pleasure. I won't be on. It won't be on for long. I got to go and grab myself a cup of coffee. If you are modelling along with us, please make sure you take the breaks, take the coffee break, etc. I'm just going to make the coffee.
Sounds like a good idea to go and get a coffee.
Yeah, my dear lady's just woke me up and told me off for not taking my tablet. So, leave you now. There we go. That was our musical interlude. If that's not in your head by now, it never will be. I'm sorry, but you will be humming that to yourself for several weeks after the event.
It's taken me 12 months to get over that.
37 people watching. Thank you for being with us. Keep us going with some questions and all that sort of thing. I would be grateful. It keeps us going. Your support is really, really welcome.
Would you like a little update for the Just Giving?
Oh, go on then.
Okay, so let us get this up. If I can find my cursor, we will share screen, the entire screen, and this one, share. Okay, so there we go. We are currently at 30% of our target of 3,000. So we're currently sitting at £916. Well done, everybody.
Well done. That's brilliant.
That is fantastic. Shall we take a look at a few of the people that have donated?
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
Let's have a look. We'll just change seats. Okay, so I'll just read a few of these out. So we've got Kieran Pitts with £20 with a £5 gift aid. Thank you very much, Kieran. We got Model Minutes, £50 with a £12.50 gift aid, saying good luck on your goal. Thank you very much, Model Minutes.
Thank you very much.
Obviously, I'm only going to read a few of these out, not everybody. Robert Judson saying, I'm happy to support and just getting started with my 48 build. This was 9 hours ago, so hopefully well into it now. And he has donated a US of $50. That's amazing.
Brilliant.
And then we have Nick Wolf. Awesome cause. I've got to get more people involved. He's having fun, and he has donated $100 US. That is fantastic.
Wow.
Thank you very much. And Plastic Posse, a Deputy Marshal. He says, I hope this helps. And he's donated $10 US. That is fantastic. And it will help greatly. Thank you very much. Let's have a quick scroll down to get to some of the earlier stuff. Okay, so we've got Rudiger Adams. Best of luck this year with a donation of $130 US.
Wow.
Yes. Black Hat Scale Models. This is such an important cause. That's Australian dollars 20. Amazing. And there's the crazy local himself again. Fellowship Models and the best disco you could ask for.
No wrong.
Superb. David Fowle, let's break the bank with a $20 donation. Thank you very much. World War II scale model Dave, £50. You know, these donations are amazing, people. From £1 to whatever it is you can afford, and we don't want you to donate more than you can afford. We don't want you breaking the bank. We've got Phil Abram there. Looking forward to the weekend. Never let the therapeutic effect of a project to focus on be forgotten. The project and the banter of the group build are non-pharmaceutical uplift. Good build to all. Thank you very much, Phil. That is much appreciated. So there we go. These are all the people that have donated, and we thank you very, very much. And I'll say again, if you do donate, only donate what you can afford. And of course, you are all awesome for doing so. So there we go. That is where we are with the Just Giving at the moment. Back in my seat. So yeah, I will stop sharing that screen and we'll carry on.
Yeah, it's awesome. Thank you very much, everybody that's donating. Donating your time, remember,
Yes.
is also something that's very special because obviously you're getting involved. Donating your time to be in the chat and asking questions and enjoying the banter.
Yes,
is all it takes. Just being involved and being part of the community is everything to us. Yeah, it's phenomenal. And remember that total, we've got another $1,600 to put on top of that from the auction yesterday from the US.
Oh, very nice. Okay,
that'll all be put on later on. Hopefully, we'll be able to cuddle together a figure at the end of the streams that we do, the 48-hour challenge, for a running total. They do change a little bit at the end from experience, where the odd bits come in or haven't quite cleared yet and all that sort of stuff. But again, thank you so much for all the support in which you give us in every single way. It's so phenomenal. And it just brings me so much joy to see an event like this and all the rest of it. Anyway, I'm not going to get all teary-eyed. It is what it is. So a quick look at the chat. Jim's saying that. Oh, right. I'll leave you get on with it then.
How are you? I'm back.
Welcome back.
Cheers. Tea, honest.
Tea.
Suppose I better put my non-alcoholic drink in a.
I thought you were putting it in a sippy cup then.
No.
Honestly, not a bad idea for like working
No.
on a bench where I'm like constantly knocking things over.
Yeah.
And you're guaranteed to never drink your paint water then.
We'll find a way.
We will find a way.
Oh, the other modelling twin is Paul Marley dropping in to say good day. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Paul.
Nice, Paul.
Hey,
He's from down in Melbourne way. Sorry.
Big hugs, Paul.
So apologies from the rest of Australia for living in Victoria, but yeah, no, there are reasons I left.
I am from Victoria.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, we don't hold that against you. It's okay. Paul, I just wanted to give you a big shout out and say, I scared the bejesus out of you last year at the show, but it's okay. We've got a picture of you both together, so that's cool.
Oh, I don't think he's seen that one. I don't think I've forwarded that to him. He's seen it now. Oh God. Oh, I can't remember if I showed him that or not. As I say, he's seen it now. So yeah, well done. Thanks, James. It was great.
That's right, buddy. Always there to help me.
Mm.
What are friends for, huh?
That's right.
Tell you what, I'm going to mute myself for a moment because I'm going to be spraying a bit. Paul goes on to say, I heard you recount that story in your podcast, James. Brilliant. Thanks. I remember the cuddle. Yeah.
It was my pleasure.
Yeah, like before, as Paul would say, before going to Telford, he hadn't heard James say. I played him a couple of bits and pieces, a number of years ago, but he hadn't listened to it. But he's a listener now because he knows you guys, and he himself has mentioned the production values and how much work James and Malcolm put into that. I think it's hilarious, sounds wonderful, and really good stories and content. So that's a plug for Just Making Conversation.
I got to be honest with you. I just rock up. I don't do anything. Malcolm does it all.
I was trying to be polite.
I see a bus on my way. No, that's cool. Thank you very much for the shout out, and thank you very much, Paul, for being a listener. And also one other thing is, of course, clarifying the theory that if I run up to total strangers and give them a big hug, they become a listener. So I'll be doing that more.
You're chasing random people in the street. Do you model? I don't care. Yeah. Come here.
I look forward to seeing you on a news broadcast near you. So let me just jump back on that chat. See where we're at. Right. So Kevin is there. He's popped in to say, morning all, my build is progressing, but grandkids have turned up, so taking the break. No, that's great. Get a model out for them. Oh, I'm joking. Have a nice time with that. That's great. Gary T's question. I've just cracked open the box. A Tamiya 135th scale Churchill tank. Any tips before I begin? Oh, there we go. Let's put it out there. Anyone done the Tamiya 135th Churchill and any tips?
I have.
Yep.
One of the best Tamiya kits in existence. So you don't need to work it too much because it kind of just falls together really well. Even the rubber band tracks are really good.
Is it the one with the figures and the peasant with the cart?
Yep. Those are really good as well.
Lays its rails really well to a diorama.
Yeah. I would say the only thing you might want to do is if you're into making your own cast texture just for the turret, just because it's a little bit too subtle. Maybe if you want to make it a bit more pronounced or a bit more whatever, it's pretty good for that. Otherwise, though, a very solid kit and a joy to put together.
Excellent. Any other tips there at all?
Nope.
No. Yeah, just
enjoy
it. Sounds like you will definitely enjoy it. Bear with me a second. Yeah. So we'll go back to the chat very quickly. So Simon is just saying, yeah, good luck with that, Gary. Sorry. Simon's just saying, thanks for the modelling, guys. Time for bed. Yeah, you get some rest, buddy. Take care. And obviously, Paul Marley's there and saying good day. Robert's there as well. He's popping in saying good morning, everyone. Morning, all. And Jim is just saying that the building the Tamiya Achilles TD, it too comes together really well. Quite enjoyable kit process for him. So yeah, no, that's cool. 34 people watching. We're going to go quiet for a little bit while we're all building. I just want to get into the spray booth and finish this last little bit that I want to do. And then we'll come back and see what everybody's doing. And maybe head over to the Facebook page to see everyone else's progress, because we haven't done that properly yet. So bear with me a second while I do this.
Why the heck does something like a bug bomb have so many decals on it? Who would put the time in to paint all of this on a real one?
Only the Germans would.
The Bronco one was the same. When I did the Bronco one, there was that many decals. It wasn't funny.
Yeah, and these ones are very fragile.
What scale is that one?
48.
Okay. Yeah, mine was. I think the Bronco one's 1/35.
Oh yeah, I was tempted because I saw this, and then there was also the 32nd Revell one. It was only like $10 more expensive, but I'm not sure how much bigger that would be compared to this one.
Have you seen the Tacom version with the launcher?
Oh, I really want that one. Also, the one that's got the internals in it, so you can see like the mechanical gyroscope and stuff. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I love that kind of stuff.
Definitely the one with the launcher is a good would be a good diorama one.
Yeah, because they only use like a third of the launching rail, and it still equals being what, just over a foot long or something.
Yeah, it's about 90 centimeters or 90. I think it's close to a meter.
God damn.
That's huge.
It's a little bit excessive. You could probably half that. Yeah. Got to up the
That's
price
what she
somehow.
Hey, Ian,
Yep.
has there been any more word of the Edward P40s?
Yeah, not far off. Once the B's been released, they're doing it
good.
first because they started pre-orders on the Royal Pack for the P51Bs.
Yep.
Which are all D-Day variants.
Okay.
But what I'm really looking forward to is when they start releasing them in the Pacific camp schemes.
Yeah.
Oh, it's there right in front of me, you idiot.
Yeah, I want to get myself a P40.
That just means I've got to sell all my P40 so I can start collecting them.
That's always the way.
I've only got a few. About 16, I think.
Oh, gee. I want to get one, so I can do my uncle's.
All right. Which squadron did he fly with?
He flew with the RAF, RAAF.
Yep.
In North Africa with 3 Squadron.
Oh, cool. He was flying E's or?
I believe so.
Cool. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. All in all, I've got his service record, and I was looking at it the other day, and he's got as a main pilot, he nearly had 1,000 hours up.
That's impressive.
Yeah. And he was shot down in one patrol, and then was picked up 3 days later after being in the middle of a tank battle.
Lucky man.
He is, yeah, he was definitely. He was stationed with Bobby Gibbs.
Oh yeah.
And he actually got to fly Bobby Gibbs's plane a couple of times on patrol.
Yeah, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
There's a couple of things hanging on the walls at 3 Squadron with Bobby Gibbs' actual signature and stuff. It's cool stuff to see.
Yeah. The P40 up at Scone has his signature on it.
Yeah,
but it's not his plane, but it's a replica of his plane.
Yeah. I was in the 2SU hangar a couple of years ago. I had a couple of good photos of it.
Okay. But yeah, I've even got. He actually flew. I got the number of times he actually flew, like on what planes he actually flew.
All right.
Yeah, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, well, it's totally different breed to to us, weren't we?
Oh yeah.
Back when men were men and women were men too.
Isn't that today?
Yeah, I guess it is. Yeah.
I was gonna say, what's the difference?
April. There we go. So, as an example, took some close-up pictures of that plane.
Oh wow!
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So you know, cool.
They're a cool plane.
They are. What's interesting is that there's what they call a Kitty Hawk trophy. So all the squadrons in World War II that flew Kitty Hawk aircraft, or Warhawk, or whatever, basically whichever country you call them, whatever they were, them.
Yeah.
There's a trophy, a Kitty Hawk trophy that RAF has. So yeah, the squadrons that were there are eligible for it. And the year that I was at 2SU, who had never flown Kitty Hawks because they weren't around, they were formed after the war, won the trophy because we bloody kicked ass with giving up the ending the Classic Hornet. We did it so well. And look, here's a picture of Bobby Gibbs. So VCC. So he flew that, but you can sort of guess that's not a Kitty Hawk.
That's the Messerschmitt.
That's the Messerschmitt.
Yeah. So that's the one
Which ended
that
up
three squadron.
Was it Black 6, which became Brown 9?
Yeah, Black 6. It's in.
It became Brown 9 because they flipped it on its roof.
Well, it wasn't upside down, I don't think. But either way, it'll never fly again. But it's sitting in Duxford. Yeah, the 3 squadron, the RAF 3 squadron, found that in the Middle East. He slept under the wing with his, well, the story goes, his revolver loaded to stop people flogging bits off it. But basically, he would have had his revolver loaded all the time, anyways, in a war zone. He wanted to fly it back to Australia as a trophy sort of thing, and British intelligence is going, no, you're bloody not. We need to have a look at this. So reluctantly, he flew it. He took off, and he really wanted to fly across to Australia, but flew it to the UK instead. And it's still there. It was great history. And it's one of the best preserved, well, certainly maintained BF-109s on the planet because of one of our people that we consider an actual hero.
Yes.
It's a good story. There's again lots of photos of him turning up at squadron days and giving awards and stuff. Like he never sort of stopped helping 3 squadron out.
No.
Oh my God! I just realised the mug.
3 squadron mug.
So I don't know if you know why the crest looks like that.
No, why is that?
No.
Okay, so the blue rudder with the Southern Cross on it is the middle there. So since they're in the desert, all the 3 squadron aircraft, the Mustangs and everything else since, have always had the Southern Cross on the tails. Even the F-35s do that. You've got the Eagle dropping a bomb, which is a current sort of logo and everything else. But that's over the British 8th Army cross. So basically, RAF 3 Squadron had the job of doing air defence for all of the units of the British, I think it's the 8th Army, but certainly all the units that were deployed to the Middle East. And there's a certificate signed, of that original design, but it's got each of the units from the British Army as a thank you, and it's all signed by each of their COs, and it's in the squadron. It's very, very cool.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Nice.
So happy to be. I was only there for a year. What I did was I finished up with. Hang on. Where are we? I'll just take me off the screen. So you're holding exit solo. That button there. No. That button there.
Yep.
Oh, yep.
That's my uncle.
Yep.
And another flight officer at Macintosh. 2 weeks after that photo was taken, they were shot down, both of them.
Yeah, right.
Oh wow!
Macintosh was MIA, KIA, and my uncle was 3 days. They picked him up, and he had severe shell shock.
That's all right. Yeah.
So then he
why.
was put out of. He was caught in a 3-day tank battle. In the middle of it, apparently.
On shell shock.
Yeah. He was shipped out to, from memory, to OCU, and then he started flying C-47s for, trying to think, it was either 34 Squadron or 33, I can't remember. But yeah, he flew the rest of the war with C-47s.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, and was temporary squadron leader for one of them as well.
Pretty impressive.
Started off in Tiger Moths, ferry battles. Actually, I'm going to try and get a copy of a plane of everyone that he flew. That's my goal.
That's a good goal.
Yep, and do one of each. Maybe not the exact numbers, but I'll try and get at least the flew in for Australia. That's my goal, anyway. And then I've got my grandfather who was a mechanic on the Catalinas during the war.
Black Cats.
I've got 11 squadrons, so not the Black Cats, but I've got the Academy 172nd scale Catalina with all the bells and whistles. That's going to be done in 11 Squadron as a tribute to him.
Yeah, that was funny. 11 Squadron used to have I still do, a Catalina aileron there, just because it was left over and they just sort of have it there in the hangar. And I walked past the skip one day and it was sitting in the bin.
So
I went back into the warrant officer and said, the Catalina thing's in the bin. And he goes, oh, who did that? And anyway, we did the walk around, found out who did it, and he said, it's just taking up room. I want my bloody space back. So I said, well, if you don't want it, 10 Squadron will take it. Well, you never flew Catalinas. Yeah, I know. You just don't throw out artifacts like that,
No.
So it's been restored now. It's all good.
Awesome.
So I was at 2ICU for only 2 years. The last 2 years of the F-18 and 3 Squadron for 1 year. It was that was a launch squadron for the F-35 that did the training in the States and brought it home. So I went across to there for just 1 year, and then, as I say, I never actually worked on the jet because I broke as soon as COVID happened, which is about really it was the start of 2020. So they moved me to 77, and that was the last 2 years at 77 Squadron. Okay. So I was only at 3 for a year, and good bunch of guys.
Yeah, actually, the first time I went up to Fighter World, they were flying the 35s out of there, and I never got to see one until I was driving out, and it flew over the top of me.
Oh, they're loud, eh?
Oh, and then got to see the very first air show aerobatics of one down at Wings Over Illawarra with Ray Davis, and the last of the classic Hornet. That was a really good buzz.
Yeah, well, yeah, they do. They're very different aircraft, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
They fly very differently. So here's a story. I'll just tell you a story. It won't go into. There's no real detail in this that nobody would care. There's nothing I'm about to reveal. But when the F-35, we were, of course, 3 Squadron was still in the States doing all the training over there. But they flew 2 F-35s down to Avalon, I believe, it was 2019. For the Australian International Air Show, and to basically say, hey, look, we've got the F-35 and stuff like that. So 2ICU that year flew all of the Hornet flights that were at that air show. So we went down and we were busy. Our guys were busy because, they were breaking because they were at the end of their life. Anyway, we had 2 of our Hornets were going up, doing their display, and then leading in an F-35. But they were doing a bit of a fly together, so F-35 in the middle, and the 2 Hornets sort of basically making a sort of like, they're wingtip to wingtip behind him. You'd understand, making a sort of like triangle. And they're flying around. So was what the pilot said in the F-35 is, when they came back, he said, he said, like, what I'll do, I'll throttle right back to make sure, he said, because he's the next Hornet pilot as well. He said, I'll throttle it right back because, I could get away from you, very quickly and all that. Oh, no, we'll be right. We'll be able to keep up. No worries at all because, our guys were very good at flying their Hornets. And they did the display and it looked wonderful and everything else. And they came back in and, the pilot said, as he was sort of like, they're doing the wrap up, the maintenance and everything else, nothing broke on the aircraft for that flight. So, it was an easy handover for me. But I remember him saying to the pilots, I throttled right back to make sure. He said I was nearly stalling to make sure you guys could keep up with me. How did I go? Or how did you go? Oh, no problems at all, sir. And just no worries, and it's all good. Thanks very much. See you guys next time. So he then left. The F-35 pilot left. And my 2 guys, the F-18 pilots, cracked up laughing. I said, what did I miss? And he said, I was nearly at Afterburner to try to keep up with them at that point. And the other pilot said, yeah, so was I. And they're just laughing, going, my God, that thing's got a lot of power. So that's the thing. They are very different aircraft.
Yeah. They're very impressive.
Now I'll go back in the chat. Now I'm not sure where we left off, but I'll go here. I might be doubling up, maybe not. But Robert Judson says, good morning, everyone. Hello,
morning, Robert.
Morning.
Jim from Chicago, he's building a Tamiya Achilles TD. It too comes together very well. Quite enjoyable build process for me. Yeah, they are. These Tamiya kits. I'm doing one now. It's a 48 scale Matilda. Beautiful kit. Rudiger Adams is joining from the States. Hello, everyone. Hello from the States.
Evening.
Very welcome.
Evening.
Ray, our friend Ray, is please tell me those bubble sounds were from airbrush and not accidental sounds from the loo. Lol. Yeah.
Your guess, Ray.
Robert Judson is asking, is there a Facebook page posting progress? Yes, there is. The Model Officer on Facebook.
Sorry to interrupt you. Model Officer's Mess on Facebook. We will be going over there in a minute, actually.
Oh, yes, very good.
Once you finish with the chat, I will jump in and do that.
Wonderful. Thank you. Ray, again, update on my build so far. The ATST is all completed and primed. Just need to add weaponry and then move on to the main paint job. That's looking
Awesome.
really good, Ray. That little sneaky sort of show you gave us earlier. Yeah, I gobsmacked. Given that our daughter has an early soccer or footy game against her old club from last year, I'm pulling up stumps and we'll catch you all tomorrow. Take care, everyone, and be kind to each other. Thank you, Ray. We'll see you tomorrow, mate.
See you,
Cheers, Ray. Be good.
Good luck. Tell her good luck from us.
Yes, all that.
Yeah, keep us updated.
Fred Foot is saying, afternoon, chaps. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Fred.
Afternoon, Fred.
Hi, Fred. And just for those that might not know, Fred is actually the owner of Modelers United, one of our sponsors. Thank you very much for your donation again this year, Fred. You're a star as always. And it's great that you've managed to tune in as well. Thank you very much for your support as always.
Ray's acknowledging our farewell. Have a good sleep, mate. Boyd Brown the Thoid. Good morning, all from Connecticut, USA. I'm building the Tamiya 48 scale T55. Major construction done, ready to shoot some paint soon. Awesome.
Nice.
Congrats.
Very good to hear that. Yeah, very good. And that's all the chat for now.
Wonderful. Well, I'm pleased to tell you that I've had a special message sent to us. There seems to be a little bit of tit for tat going on here. So, didn't want it to be outdone. We've got the Gary Taylor has sent us a message. sending his love to us. And I'm just looking at Discord to see the reaction.
I don't know if you've seen the screen yet.
No reaction yet.
No, he's just discovered Gary from Gary's Stuff is regiment. So there's a different conversation going on. He's too busy laughing.
Well, anyway, Gary Taylor is obviously in competition with Kylie. She's on tour at the moment, but wanted to send her love to us and hoping that we'll all. His stream is obviously a little bit belated.
Wait for it. Wait for it.
It's coming.
Yeah.
The scary thing is he's got his optimizers on, so he's going to have a real big shock when he actually does tune in properly.
Yes.
There we go.
Right.
Yeah, it's arrived. So yes. Anyway, thank you very much for Gary Taylor for your love and support. Obviously, a big shout out to you. Good luck with the tour, and maybe we'll have some hits later on. Oh, look at that! There he is. I've had a PM from Malcolm saying yet another challenging month. So yeah, that's fine. We can broadcast that, Malcolm. Thank you very much. Well, we aim to please. Oh dear. So last year, obviously, we did Guess the Thing, and we've done Guess the Sprue and all that sort of thing throughout stream and bits and pieces. And Malcolm has come up with a new potential, which would be a feature for the stream, which would be challenging wanks. So.
And good morning, everybody.
Good morning, everybody. I did need to pre-warn you that this is an adult program, and we will have adult subjects throughout. But yeah, there we go. So do you know what? You make the wish. Give us your votes in the chat. This one or this one? Which one do you think is better? It's a difficult challenge to rise up to. Anyway, let's move on.
Well, having tried number one, yeah, I'd go with number two.
So apparently next year, Taylor and Kylie will be coming together for a release of a duet for next year's next year's stream. I've got that officially from the mouth of Gary Taylor. So yeah, that's cool. I'm looking forward to that. Oh dear.
You're loving this.
Titles coming into my head. I'm going to leave it there, I think, for now. Gary, would that be especially for us? They are a little bit lagging. Even though I was turning the volume off.
The stream itself is quite a bit behind on YouTube at the moment.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. No worries. So, anyway, let's move on. Please don't anyone send me any messages for now. Just in case it pops up, I'm going to head over to the Facebook page. I should have said that.
Now you should not have said that.
So let's zoom over very quickly before everyone catches up in the stream. But yeah, yeah, in the chat, if you've got any requests for the duet next year, let us know. That could be quite interesting. We'll come to that after this little bit. So yeah, what we've been basically saying to you is We are celebrating the birthday of my Facebook group, which is the Model Officers Mess. The idea is to have lots of different people with different abilities in model making to share their work, etc. So this event, we've asked you pop up some pictures, make an album if you feel you wish to, or pop some posts up to show us your progress. So first off, out the bat, it's in no particular order. This is Ian, the Rally Chef. He has... Thank you, Malcolm. He just asked if the hemorrhoid cream arrived okay. Yes, it did. It's hit the spot. There's always somebody. So yeah, I'm not going to highlight the pictures because my internet's quite slow this morning. So we're just literally going to look at the page. So if you want to go over and check it out, I really recommend you do. Ian is our resident scratch builder extraordinaire, and his passion is trucks. So he's building the Kenworth truck in 148, and I'm well aware of the fact that he is making great progress, and he's going to be constantly doing bits and pieces. Yes, I will hydrate. Thank you, Ray. Oh God, what have I started? So yeah, so check out the album. He's made an album. That's lovely. Our stream is in there as well. We will be streaming to both Facebook and to YouTube as we go. Obviously, there are comments and bits and pieces. This is William Thomas. This is a 148 Fokker D1R. This is his build, and he's made an album as well. That's great to see. It's really great to see the progress shots. Sorry.
That's what we did first year.
Yeah, that was our first birthday challenge. Was any Fokker will do, which we thoroughly enjoyed. We come away from Pacific builds because we wanted to open up to as many people as possible. But I have an idea. Funnily enough, I will need to remind me, Carl, to tell you about it. I was talking to one of the chaps in the Discord today, and he posed a really interesting idea. So. Remind me to tell you. I won't tell anyone else about it right now. But there you go. Anyway, Paul Gallagher's up next. This is his Dora Wings MS230. Look at that woodwork. Oh, that looks sublime.
Wow, that's nice.
Yeah, nothing like looking through an album and seeing someone's wood.
Wow.
Next up is Damien. This is the Atelieri 126. Now I remember looking at this last night. He's actually going to do this in a captured scheme, which is really interesting. Not seen that before, so looking forward to catching up with that. Making good progress, obviously. Greg is there. This is the Airfix 148 BAE Warrior. Lovely kit, I'm told. So I don't know what's going on in Discord. Okay, Discord, because there's lots of hurrahing going on. So I don't know what that's about. Stefan is building something a little bit different this year. He's actually building two kits. He's building the 135th VT5113A tractor and a T80. I can imagine you might understand where he's going with that idea. But that's a bit of a challenge for him. It's looking forward to seeing how he does with that. Decker's in there. He's got an Edward Spitfire 135 Mark IIA. That's a nice kit, like that. He's making some good progress on there. Malcolm Childs has made an album as well with his tractor. Obviously, the D85 that you might see quite a bit. He's really enjoying it. Says there's no issues whatsoever with the kit, and most of it's in the Carpet Monster, so he's most happy. Again, like I said, you can post your pictures up in an album or separately, and Deco's done that as well. Miranda is gone with a project which is the resin figure of a librarian or something along those lines. She reckons she's not going to get it done in the 48 hours, but certainly the progress she made yesterday was quite phenomenal.
Yes,
which is up in the album there. Really, really nice figure. Mike Howard is there. He started at 7 o'clock PST. This is the 148th monogram F5E. making good progress. It's looking good. Dieter. Now, Dieter was going along a similar lines to Stefan in that he's making the same tractor, but instead of the T60, he's gone for the Batmobile, which is going to be quite interesting to see what he does with that. Nice little twist. Martin Drayton. Martin, first of all, get well soon. Martin was involved in a skiing incident and has been injured quite badly, so it's great to see him modeling. I know he's giving a little bit of time each time that he's doing stuff because he can't sit still in one place for too long. So thank you for the efforts you're putting in and being a part of it. And he's obviously putting up an album as well, so that's going to be brilliant. A phenomenal builder, Martin is, and lots of love and get well soon. Scott Shurey is there with his Cessna. This was a kit in which Carl and I were looking at in relation to 48-hour build. So we're really interested to see how that goes together. It looks like a really nice kit.
It did. Looks a lot bigger than you actually think it is as well. Yeah,
I bet. John McMullen is there. He's doing the A7 Corsa Sec 2. Lovely little jet. Really just a very unusual look to it, but a very nice build, I'm sure. He's done an album as well. There's lots of albums this year. This is fantastic. Thank you, guys. So yeah, that's cool. He's just saying he's starting. That's before he started. That's before he started, and then obviously we've got our streams and bits and pieces on there. That's all there. So I think we're sort of caught up. Oh no, there's another one. So there's another album here. This is built from Salt Lake City in Utah. This is the 148 Panzer Camp Wagon 3. Easy for me to say. With Tamiya. Going to be a nice little build. Looking forward to see what you do with that. Kit is there. He's in the spray booth. Wonderful to see. Great progress. And then obviously what we are doing is putting up one of these posts, which is show us your progress, a bench update in which we will, in theory, highlight on the show. Well, that's the aim anyway. The problem I have is highlighting the pictures. So, but yeah, there's 9 comments in there. Lots of people popping up what they've been building and how they're getting on. Those posts will go up periodically through the whole of the weekend, as well as our normal posts that we put up, because I didn't want to exclude everybody on the group. Just check to make sure there's no other albums that I've missed. Dave Farrell is there. He's working on that. I can't remember what it is. Yeah, no, I can't remember what it is. I'm not even going to try and remember.
Looks like an M10 Achilles or that's what it looks like to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking M10, but yeah. Yeah, when you post your pictures up, tell us what you're building, because that's it's good to know. Thanks for posting that. Dave Farrell is also doing the D8 500 German agricultural tractor, and he's making good progress there as well.
Nice.
Justin Ryan is there. End of the day for him. This is the Airfix P40B in 148, I would guess by the look of it. Yeah, nice progress. Cockpit all done, almost buttoned up completely with the wings on, etc. Ray Davis is wiring the cockpit now, threading through the neck, lower part of the body, into the leg. This is the ATST.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's looking exciting. I'm really excited to see what he does with that. So he's yeah, that's all those pictures are going up. Jay's there as well. He's made an album. This is the British 7-ton armored car from Tamiya in 148. Loads of pictures in there as well. Well done, everyone, for all the albums. Honestly, Grant's there as well. He's building this Mitsubishi A6M2 Zero Fighter from Tamiya. I think that's a 148. Might be. Yeah, I think that's 148. John Mayfield. Now, John Mayfield's doing quite an interesting build. He's got 2 kits in which he's smashing together. So yeah, he's got the Panzer Wagon 4 and the Panther USD in 148 from Tamiya. So that's going to be quite interesting to see what they do with that. Boop, 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 boop. Oh yeah. Nat is doing the Lunar Porn 2024. I do hope that's a model. Mike is posting up some stuff there that he's got for the weekend. That would be an F5E Tiger. Karen is there with his Pitts S2A. He's obviously been in the chat later. He's done an album as well, and this is in 172nd. Thank you for that. That's brilliant. Martin Hust is there. He's doing the Millennium Falcon in 148th. Cool. Is that 148th? It can't be 148th. Not that size.
No, if you look at the title, it says nearly 148th.
Oh, almost, yeah. Almost 148.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But those Bandai kits, those small kits like that, the detail on them is amazing.
It is, yeah.
They are pretty cool.
Yeah, I thought it was quite funny, that album, the way he's titled it. Very clever.
Yeah, it's very good. I didn't read it properly. And this is the sort of post that we put up on a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, which is just basically keep us update what's going on with your bench. Obviously, it's special for this event. But anyone can post in that. That's not specifically aimed at anyone taking part in this particular event. So that's for the group generally. Scott's just saying there he had a little warm up before the starting time tonight. He snuck in a PBY. And with some extra, nice. That's all going well. Phil's there with a pair of Humvees for the 148th. Cool. It's a lot of people are challenging themselves this year. It's really cool. And obviously, if you come and join us in the Model Officers Mess, the first thing we do is post up a post to say welcome you to the group. Mark Ewing there with his progress. He's obviously done an album as well. He's doing the D8 500 tractor. He's made very good progress, although he's out playing with the lawns today. Simon is there. Simon is doing the Batmobile. That's there. That's quite an interesting build. I've not seen that one before. Yeah. It's 135th from Bandai.
That's from the new film, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
The Batman film.
The Batman film. Obviously, the stream again. Dieter with the start of his build. I think I'm going to stop at that point because I think we're sort of pretty much there. Oh, no, there's another one. Kevin, he's doing the O2A from Revell. That's pretty cool kit as well. Look at it. I do like that. They just look odd. That is similar to the Cessna, isn't it? The O2A. Fairly certain that is. You will see. Joe Middleton is there. He is just telling us about the Dora Wings kit that he did of the Delta 2.
Love it. That's a fast looking plane. I love it. Beautiful.
Teresa is there. She's doing a 172nd Bandai Thai Interceptor.
Very nice. Very nice. I want that kit.
Yeah. Mike Connolly, he's one of the admins of the Discord group. This is what he's building, the 148 Challenger, making good progress. And I think we're at the point where, oh no, we're not. Lisa's there as well. She's doing the Carnival TV, which is a wooden kit with electric. That's pretty interesting. Joey's there. He's starting with the 148 German's motorcycle and sidecar. A good kit is, and a good choice as well. That was my choice last year, which I don't think I finished actually. Strangely.
Oh, you got crook.
I was ill, yeah, but I don't know where the reason I said it like that because I don't actually know where it is. Anyway, I did the little barn it was going in. That much I did though. So yeah, Christian's doing 148 F6F with a carrier base there for the display. Oh, that looks nice. Miranda we've seen, William we've seen. I think that's it, guys. Yeah, so there you go. That's what everybody's been up to so far. thank you for sharing your work. It's lovely to look through. And if you have the chance and want to have a quick look through your coffee break, check out the albums that everybody's taken the time and trouble to make. That would be much appreciated. Make sure you leave a comment as well, or if you've got any questions, ask some questions. Interaction is key. So let's go over to the comments. Let's catch up with where we are, and then we'll do a very quick catch update between us all. We're 4.5 hours in. I'm going to have to pop off in a minute because my dearly beloved wife is going to go to work soon. So make sure I say goodbye to her. Excuse me. Broad says, good morning all from Connecticut in USA. He's building the Tamiya T55. Major construction done, ready to shoot some paint soon. Way to go. Ray is going to keep us up to date with the scores of the football. That's handy. Fred from the Modelers United has said, you're welcome, mate, anytime. Obviously, he is a star. He really is. Gary Morris is replying for Taylor Morris. He's saying that next year, me and Kylie Marley are going to do a duet. And it's called Shake It Off.
Shake It Off. Oh, God. Obviously, he's referring to the silver paint incident.
Potentially. Yes.
So all those who are... oh, no, I mentioned yesterday, but all those who weren't with us, I was shaking a bottle of this AK Extreme Metal stuff a couple of months ago, and the metal ball in it didn't want to be there, and I haven't found it. I think it's in the next suburb, but certainly I wore it it tasted like regret, and it had with it a great deal of embarrassment and shame, and it hurt like all hell. So let me pull up a picture if I can. Just bear with. I think I'm going the wrong way in the photos. Oh no, there we are. This won't take long to find. Library albums. When was it? It was before Telford.
Yes.
Oh, crikey. You know what? It's taken. Oh, look, this is me tasting the penguin earlier, and discovering it was exactly like a Tim Tam. Oh, that was a sad day.
I'm glad I looked to the screen then. I wondered whether you've been thrown out of a zoo again. But
for loitering.
Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? Oh, the Airfix factory. This is God, can't wait. Paul and I were talking to Dale Luckhurst, the head of branded Airfix, and we mentioned, blah blah blah, because he recognised that I stream with Models for Heroes occasionally. He recognised me from that, and we mentioned that we went to the Airfix Visitor Centre. And he said, oh, if you told Malcolm you were coming, we would have given you the full tour at the back. And Paul and I just looked at each other and went, fuck. So now we're going to have to go back. So this is RoboCop or the Terminator, because you could see the red eye. So that's me wearing the shirt with silver paint everywhere and the back of the head, because I think I was holding a bottle, so I had paint all over my hand. And then I was... I don't know, obviously over the sink, sort of counting my blessings and stuff. So, yeah, silver paint everywhere. God, it tasted awful. How's that? And the workbench at the time. So, literally went everywhere. God. The model was able to be saved, but there's dots of paint all over it. Yeah, that sort of fixed it up, and that's a bottle, as you can see, but I still haven't found the metal ball from it yet. But it just literally went everywhere. Hey, that wasn't my book. I borrowed that off a friend. And there's other photos, but yay. But yeah, don't occupational health and safety. Don't try tasting AK Extreme Metal. It tastes extremely bad. Dominique is saying he forgot to post his photos. He's posted them now. So we can look at those a little bit later, James.
Yeah, no worries.
And Jim is saying the Wallaby Whacker. Would that be a football nickname to inspire respect and fear in your opponents? No, probably not. It's only a wallaby. Like, they're nowhere near as fearful and respect inspiring as, say, a big red kangaroo or some other sort of thing. But no, not really. The Wallaby Whacker, it sounds like I'm doing something I shouldn't with them.
Well, New Zealanders are called one thing, so Aussies might as well have something similar.
Yeah. Claim it, you reckon? Okay.
Well, we just like our sheep. You guys like your wallabies.
I'm going to go grab some coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
Sure.
In fact, actually, that's a good segue. Why didn't I think of that?
I think I'll
just remind everybody: get up, shake it, shake it, whatever.
Oh, yes. Jim is saying he didn't know exactly what a wallaby is. I'll Google it. I'd send you some photos. It's basically, think of a small kangaroo, or a big rat, one of the two, somewhere in between the two. Wallabies are actually gorgeous. They're cute kangaroos.
Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, just a small kangaroo, really. So it was about he could look over the front of the bonnet of a standard car, but certain kangaroos can, they're big.
Reds get 6 foot tall, or 7 when they stand up on their hind legs.
Yeah, they can be scary, hey. But I haven't been in that position. I mean, most of the time you go to the zoo, they're just like, I am so lazy. I know I'm going to be fed.
Yeah.
Beautiful animals. I do love them. They're tasty.
I haven't had the privilege yet.
Captain Chaos was amazed to watch Models for Heroes on his TV. It was on Discovery Channel on the Woodland Workshop. It's really good. So that's the thing with Malcolm. He did it. He was talking about it in, I think, the last Just Making Conversation thing. He was invited by, I believe, I haven't seen it myself, hasn't been here, but I believe he was invited by James May to be a part of a thing. Carl, is that correct?
No, that's actually not the same thing. So what Captain Chaos is relating to is there is a program on Discovery Channel, which is effectively they make one-off pieces, one-off things for people to say thank you or something along those lines. And he was nominated by somebody to receive a gift from the program. I'm just gonna. Oh no, okay. He was nominated by somebody for his work for the charity, basically. And in the program, what the guys did there, he made him a work desk, a new bench, basically, which was designed by the guy, made by hand by the guy, and I forget the program's name, but it was very impressive. It was very impressive, and that was all done quietly behind Malcolm's back. And basically, what it was, that the production company contacted people to say, he's been nominated. What would you think we could make for him? Any ideas, etc., etc. So I was quietly involved in that suggestion in relation to it, and amongst a bundle of people. Or a few people, we come up with the desk would be the best thing. But this desk is, I say, it's handmade, but it also has the ability, because of Malcolm's height, it has the ability to go up and down as well. So perfect for Malcolm. A huge desk, it has to be said. The shed headquarters had to be completely rearranged to fit it in. But it was a wonderful surprise for Malcolm, and he appeared very briefly to find the revealed item and say a little bit about the charity. They didn't say very much about it, unfortunately, but it was nice that he was honoured. It really was. So it's on the Discovery Channel. Captain Chaos may remember the name of it. I can't off the top of my head. And I'm being disturbed by pictures that Malcolm's sending me. So
Woodland Workshop. James?
Say again?
Woodland Workshop, I've been told on Discord.
Yes. Yeah, Woodland Workshop, indeed. They're quite interesting, I've got to be honest. They have all sorts of people in from people for charities, people, unsung heroes that are carers and that sort of thing, and all sorts of things. And they make something specific for them, a one-off. So, yeah, pretty cool. He's a lucky chap. But I think I'd be right in saying us volunteers and beneficiaries really couldn't praise or jump up and down and celebrate what Malcolm does any more than we can. And I'm getting in my ear roll from the Discord crew that they feel that certain awards that are issued out in England should be heading his way for what he does, and I got to say I back that. So anyway, talking about the Discord group, I will give him a quick shout out. It's quite busy in there this morning. We've got Gary, i.e. Taylor Morris, strutting his stuff. We've got Gary from Gary Stuff. He's in there building away. We've got Ian Douthwaite, the rally chef who we were talking about earlier. He's in there building away as well. I'm in there, obviously, so I can keep an eye on what's going on. Julian is there. He's busy building, or he seems to be looking out the window at the moment, or maybe he's just trying to make sure that I haven't got an ugly face. I don't know. Mick is there as well. Mick's busy building away. He stayed up quite late last night with one of the admins, Mickey. They stayed up to the wee hours of the morning, enjoying the company of some Americans and other chaps, having a little drink and a chat and banking some models and having a bit of a laugh. We also got Pete there. Pete's busy building away. He seems to be doing pretty well. And of course, we've got Teresa is there as well. She is making sure all the boys control themselves and behave. Although, to be honest, I can't take a screenshot of it, she does have a little bit of an outfit going on right now because she's in the spray booth, which is terrifying, got to be honest. I saw your shoulders giggle. That's fine. But I'll try and get a screenshot at some point. No, I won't, Teresa. I'm joking. She's sitting there with a can of something or other. She's busy spraying away, so good for her. It's just been relayed by Mikey to her what I've just said. So yeah, well, I'm sure one of us will get a screenshot of her at some point. Get up. Pretty amazing. Taking all the precautions are completely right when you're in the spray booth. You know where I'm coming from. Anyways, I do need to. I've got to do this. I'm so sorry. The reason for it is because I'm getting a bit of grief that I haven't shared what the person has taken their their time to put together. And just so you're aware, this is Malcolm. Malcolm is sending me some dick pics. Which, yeah.
Oh,
it's
wow.
one of those things. If you know who it is, you know it is. Obviously, it's not quite what you thought when I said dick pics, but there you go. Yeah, he sent me several of those as I was talking and showing you the YouTube channel to try and put me off. Bless him. But yeah, no more dick pics, please, Malcolm. I'm very busy. Bless your heart. In fact, get your ass in here. Yeah, so there we go. Jogging along, we've just come up to the 5-hour mark, and we're all going well. I'll give you a quick update of what's on my bench, and then we'll have a quick run around everybody. There you go. So I did press the button right. So yeah, I'm doing the D8 500 tractor, and I've got now is primed. I didn't need to prime it, but I did because I wanted to. And what I've done is I put a load of different colours onto the tractor, in which we will now hide with a paint and then take it back to reveal them. It's still a little bit sticky. Why do I say things like this? Anyway, it's a little bit sticky because I've sealed it with a coat, a nice flat coat. I want to leave that for a little while. I will go and get the hairdryer. Not mine. It'll be my neighbour's because I don't own hair. So yeah, that will be rushed on a little bit so I can get some colour and stuff on there. And we're getting very close to that point. The wheels, however, are still in primer. I need to get on to do a similar effect on there in some way. And the other little bits and pieces that I've got going on, they need to be painted up. So we're getting very close to the point where we're going to put the finishing colour on, of which we're going to take back to reveal some of those colours, and then start getting into the detail of the model itself. So yeah, we're doing really well, considering we are chugging along in the time. So yeah, that's pretty cool. Let me jump onto Callum. How are we doing, Callum?
Good. I have literally just finished all the decals. I wouldn't have thought a V1 would have so many goddamn decals, and the decals in this kit are weird. They have an extraordinary amount of carrier film on them. Like the decal sheet is just literally getting stuck to my workbench, to everything. The decals were a bit of a pain in the butt to slide on because they wouldn't let go of anything. So, but that's the horrible bit over and done with. So that's all decals done, and that's the all I've got to do now is the pin washers, and that's the V1 done, and then I've got the cradle to do. But yeah, I might actually get something finished this year.
Smashing it. Absolutely wonderful. Well done. We'll pop over to Craig. How are you getting on, Craig?
Going well. I've just started decaling.
Lovely.
That's the best one. There. And I've got the figure in place. So yeah, coming along. Not many more decals to do, so hopefully I'll have that all finished before I go to bed, and then let them dry overnight, and hopefully get a flat coat over them tomorrow.
Excellent. Well done. Let's head over to Carly Marley himself. How are you getting on?
Oh, starting to get there. So yeah, the 48 Airfix T1 Hawk. So starting to look a bit lanky, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's the scheme I'm shooting for, is that one. So yeah, laid that one. So it's starting to get there. Basically, I don't like the brown. I think it's a bit too faded at the edges there, so I'm just going to go over the brown again, I think. But give it one more shot and get the airbrush out another time. But you know, it's all I can report on, really. But yeah, I'm
nice.
happy with the progress.
Coming along.
Yeah, I don't really like the sheen on it, so I'll give it a clear coat, let it dry overnight, and attack the decals in the morning, I think. But I don't know whether it's weather or whatever. It's just, it's just not looking really. I guess it's drying before hitting the plastic, so it could be nicer. But it's beautiful paint. I'm not complaining. It's just this is pretty much what happens with me with SMS. There's a lot of pigment in it, and it does tend to dry, I think, before I hit it. And then before I usually sort of like do it, I just get a kerchief or whatever and just sort of like rub off the, I guess, grit, just bits of dry pigment and stuff like that. And once you rub it down, I find the decals then go on usually pretty well. But no, happy with that.
Excellent. Well, great progress. Really interesting scheme, actually. I'm actually tempted. A hawk isn't one of the things in which I have a great interest in, but that scheme does appeal greatly. So cool. We'll quickly head over to Carl, see how Carl's doing. How you doing, buddy?
We're all right. We are. Exhausts are now done. I think one's actually an air intake and one's the exhaust. The front suspension is complete, and how very fiddly it was too.
Yep.
But not as bad as I was expecting it to be. So it moves still a tiny little bit, but not a lot. We have most of the flywheel completed and in place. That will be painted as it is in there, and then the covers will be added.
Yeah.
After this cover might end up just lying on the floor next to it, so we can see all this internals.
Yep.
And we are, I believe, almost done with the build, so we'll be into primer in the next hour probably, because I think all you have left to do is steering wheel and the other side of the flywheel. So this section. Yeah.
Excellent.
Almost into paint.
Oh, that's brilliant. Well done. So there you go. That's us all up to date with what our progress is. 32 people watching. Thank you for being with us. If you would like to pop in there what you're up to and where you're up to if you're building, please do so. Any questions, etc., by all means do. We're up to date with the chat as well, so that's pretty cool. As I said, the Discord is open. The link is running along the bottom of the screen there. There is currently 10 people in the house, all building away, although Gary does seem to be stuffing his face with something. I don't think that's a model, but that's fine. And that's a very good segue to remind you to make sure you eat properly and drink properly, get up, walk around, shake your stuff about and all that and the other. We're coming up to 5 hours, 33 people watching. Thank you for being with us.
Hello everybody, my name's Carl. My name's Jermaine. My name's Wayne. We're here at the Warminster Model for Heroes Club. We meet every Wednesday at around 2 o'clock to build models and stuff. We want to thank everybody that supported Model for Heroes. You do a wonderful job. We're the three of us beneficiaries and we thank you from the bottom of our hearts, don't we?
Yes, thank you very much. It's much appreciated. Thank you very much.
So from us at Factorum in Warminster, thank you. Big smile. Wayne? Wayne? Wayne?
So yeah, if you want to make a donation, the Just Giving page is open. All the links, etc., for everything is on the Model Officers Mess page. Let me quickly refresh that. Actually, make sure there's no new people that want to join to post up their stuff and all that sort of this other. It's like operating a mail service with a pigeon. My internet today. No, we're all up to date. That's all looking good. Wonderful. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and keeping up with us. We're up to date with all the chat, I think. So that's cool. Oh, no. Fred's just popped in and left a message. He said that me and my helper's just watching between customers. Excellent. Oh, I hope you're enjoying it. And I hope the customers are hearing all about it as well. He also says that he will be doing a little bit to his Airfix 124th Harrier. Not to be done in 48 hours, though. No, definitely not. That's wonderful. Cool. Good to see you doing a bit of modelling. I've noticed you've been doing your live streams as well lately. Whether you've been doing it for a while and I've not noticed this, I don't know. So I apologise if that's the case. But nice to see you back doing a bit of live streaming too. Building along, having a chat with people. Fred's a very, very great character and very, very helpful. Always there to help the community and his customers, of course. Supporting your local shops is really, really important. Where so we can all buy online, but you know, if you've got a bricks and mortar shop near you, pop in there and have a chat and buy a kit. So there we go. I'm going to go quiet for a little bit because I'm going to put my head back in the spray booth. We are going to be running this stream for another few hours yet, so stick with us and you know, watch how we do things.
Bum, 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 bum.
So Fred was just saying there that yeah, he's back on doing a bit of YouTubing. Been so long, so he forced a time slot for him to get to the bench. Yeah, it's the only way to do it, Fred. With the life being busy as it is for you.
Remind me what his channel is.
So Modelers United is the company in which he has the shop, and I believe the Facebook page is Modelers United. And I think the YouTube channel is Model United, but Fred can by all means throw a link in there if you wish. Give you a shout out. More than happy to do that. But yeah, he's a lovely guy. Very, very, very humorous, and I get along really well with him. So hopefully see him soon.
Let's say he spent last Telford walking around because he wasn't trading. Walking around with a bottle of whiskey.
Yeah.
Having little sips with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I got to go back.
Yeah. He's just confirming there that all social media is Modelers United indeed. So the YouTube, Facebook, etc., it's all there. A great group as well, actually, funny enough. Jim says, sadly, most of all the bricks and mortar hobby shops of my youth are no longer long gone. I miss that part of enjoying the hobby. Yeah, absolutely. In the UK, we're very similar. Few and far between now, bricks and mortar businesses. And I can tell you from experience that it's a hard trade to do. So if you've got the ability to support the one local to you, support them because they will go. Otherwise, don't use them, you will lose them. And Freddie's just confirming there, yeah, Telford is drinking time.
Very good.
I would have partaken, but I was a designated driver.
Yeah. Well, the good news is this year we'll be going, and I'm not sure we'll be driving at all.
Oh yeah, because we're quite close this time, aren't we?
We are, yeah. We're in staggering distance, so
yes.
We last year, Carl and Lisa and Mark and Steve all helped me with a trading stall at Telford. Absolute blast. Really great to see people and do a bit of business. This year, I'm not doing that. This year, I'm going purely for pleasure. So I want to hang out with people. I want to go and spend some time with people. Yeah, we're not going to do that. We're going to just be fun. So we're there for the weekend. And yes, it probably end up being quite messy, I guess. But yeah.
If we're in staggering distance of the venue, like we think we are, I think I shall take a leaf out of Fred's book and stagger around with a bottle of whiskey.
Yes, I think
with people.
I think we will do that because it's the one thing. Although I mean, I must say it was hard work. Don't get me wrong, but it was also great to be able to spend time and talk to people and pieces. And that is
the amount of people we met.
Yeah, and part and parcel of Telford is talking to one another and catching up with each other and stuff. Meeting people the first time, running across rooms and giving hugs to people you never met. All that sort of stuff. That's all part of it. So yeah. Maybe a bottle of whiskey would not be a good move for me because I'll be hugging anyone and everybody at that point.
You do that anyway.
Well, that's true. But yeah, so we're looking forward to this year's Telford. It's going to be a blast. And hang out with Fred as well. Scott's coming over, as far as I'm aware. Well, that's the plan anyway. Scott Gentry will be over, so that'd be cool. It'd be nice to hang out with him.
Yeah.
Have a chat and a meal or whatever, or, a baguette, pasty, a penguin, any of those do. Just even a hot dog,
a Wetherspoons pizza.
Oh, actually,
steady.
I'm a fan of them. Never heard of them until I went over there. I rate them. I know they get a lot of stick, but bloody good for the price.
In fairness, their food is not the same as their beer, without a doubt. The way Wetherspoons work is they buy beer in with a very short life and sell it out cheap. That's not to say the beer's no good, because that's definitely not what I'm saying. The beer is fine, but the food is for the value for money. You can't really knock it.
And also, any system where I don't have to physically talk to someone is the best thing in the world as well.
That's very true. You can sit at the table and literally, I want this, and my table number is, and it appears. It's brilliant.
I literally, when I was traveling through UK by myself, I was in Manchester and ended up with some accommodation issues. Purely, went to Manchester to meet a girl and stay with her, and things didn't pan out. So next thing I know, it's Friday night and I'm out on my ass in the middle of Manchester. I literally spent from about 9 a.m. to about 6 p.m. sitting in a Spoons in Manchester. Didn't leave it once until I found accommodation, because it just happened to be a weekend where there was an EDM concert going on as well.
Oh, brilliant!
Oh, wow,
good timing. Excellent. Right, I'm just going to pop out for 5 minutes and get my wife away to work. I'll be back in a bit.
Certainly. Back to the comments. Fred is saying, see you this year. Looking forward to it. Obviously, he's talking to our friend James, and maybe if you yell at Fred, he's got more chance of hearing it. Phil Abraham is saying, building a pair of Humvees, I guess. The beautiful Tamiya kit, having sprayed most of the collection of sprues with Tamiya sand, now going around and brushing the small details in. All very zen.
Nice.
Yeah, it is cool. Yeah. Oh, there's a picture of me sitting in a Humvee in the Middle East, trying to look warlike. It is the most unwarlike looking photo of a guy.
Show me your war face.
I'll tell you, if I look for the photo, I don't mind taking the piss out of myself. If I can find it, I'll show you. Brush, not brew. Brush not brew. Anyone would think I was South African. Well, you can be South African in one easy lesson. Here, I'll teach it at you. This is a community service announcement, how to speak South African in one easy lesson. You could say heart transplant, or you could say heart transplant. But if you pick one of the other and then say either transplant or transplant, you're immediately South African. Thank you. You're welcome. My back's starting to get a bit sore. I'm going to have to get up and walk around for a bit. I'll be back in a mo. I'll leave the camera on. I'll just go mute.
Hello.
Steph.
Afternoon, Steph.
Hello. How the devil are we all doing?
Doing well.
Yeah.
We all fed and watered and exercised and
Indeed.
hydrated.
Yep.
Good, good. How's the models going? When was the last time I had a look around?
Going well.
Yeah, we're getting there.
Cool.
Won't be long, we'll be into paint.
Yay. Have a quick sketch around then. You there, Mr. Marley?
He isn't. He's having a walk around at the moment.
Cool. Right. Craig, how's yours going?
Very well. I've started decaling. Tracks are done.
Nice.
And figure is in the turret. Guns are on. I'm just doing the final part of the decals on the turret.
Oh, excellent, mate. You enjoying it?
Loving it. Loving it. Good kit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. Looking really good, mate. Really good.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Callum, how you doing? Oh, that's looking a lot different from when I left.
I'm just doing the pin washes and stuff like that, but yeah, last few steps before I get onto the cradle.
Oh, looking forward to seeing it when it's got some paint on.
Wah, wah, wah.
I think someone's used that joke before.
Yep, the old ones are the good ones, and I'm an old one. Nice, looking really good there. Carl, how you doing?
Not bad yourself.
Good, good. How's the tracker coming on?
All the bits and bobs. This side bit which sits on the here. You got two options. You can put the steering wheel either on the tractor for steering the tractor, or you can put it on the side here as though they are cranking the tractor to get it going. So I am going to be a little bit different, and I'm going to put it on the side of the tractor.
Oh, nice.
As though they're cranking it and getting it ready to go, because we're also going to be leaving the cover off of this side as well for the main flywheel.
Yep.
So we'll see that detail as well, hopefully.
Yeah.
Now, I'm just looking through the sprue. There's a set of headlights on this tractor.
Yes.
There's a set of headlights on the sprue, but there's nowhere to put them on the tractor, unfortunately. So there'd be no way to mount it on the front of the tractor because it just wouldn't look. I don't think it'd look right if you put them on.
Do you have the mud guards for the front? In
No.
section 21.
No, we go up to section 18. That's it, and then it
So you
finishes.
don't have mud guards?
No, not on the front.
All right.
We have sort of mud guards on the back, like so.
Yep.
But there's nothing on the front wheels.
Okay.
If I show you on the box art, there. So
Yeah,
no
there's
front.
Yeah.
No front mud
I think
covers.
that's probably a generic sprue.
Correct, yes, because it's duplicated the exhaust, this one, on this sprue as well.
Yeah.
And this is on the A sprue for me. So this is probably goes between all of their tractor kits. It's got parts for a bit of everything.
Yeah, more than likely.
We'll save them. The kit, bash them onto something.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you can find something to stick them on.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where we're at. So literally got to finish off the steering wheel and I am done.
Excellent. It's looking very much like a tractor, Carl.
Thank you.
Right.
What about yourself? Let's have a look.
This one, I'm up to this stage.
Okie doke.
There's lots of pieces I'm leaving off because I want to do things to them before I put them on. So things like the disc brakes, not disc brakes, drum brakes, exhaust, air intake, flywheel cover, which is staying off. You got a choice of 2 covers on that. You can either have that one,
yes,
or
or the
you can have an
extended one.
enclosed one. Yeah, so I'm just going to break my little arm that sticks out there.
Uh-huh.
Right on, pillock. So that's the first bit I've broke on this. So yeah, let's dab a super glue on there just to fix it. And
I broke the fan belt on the flywheel.
oh no, mate.
Yeah, it's fixed. You can't really
Cool.
see it. So
Yeah. So that's where I am on there. And I'm just doing the headlights.
Fishing rod. Oh.
Yeah. So there's
Well, you've
a
added
little
wires
hole.
as well.
Yeah. There's a little knob in at the back that you can drill out, chuck your wire through. So I've done that, connected it up to the bulb, and then I'm just going to send these back and going through probably in there through those 2 little plates. Oh, you can't see it because it's come on through those 2 little plates in the front. Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's where they're going to go.
Nice.
So yeah, that's where I'm at. Thank you. Where were we up to in the comments?
Phil Abram, trucking biker would be the first. Yes.
Cool. Hydrospec family stuff done. Fred Foot says, afternoon, Steph, mate. How's tricks? They are very good, thank you, Fred. How's you? Quano Man, hi all. Hello, Quano.
Uh-oh, there goes the
Yeah.
there goes chat. Hi Dan. Hope you're well.
Gary T, nice to know it's not just me who breaks things. Oh, we all break things. It's part and parcel of the modelling. If you don't break anything, there's something wrong with you.
Yes. Either you're telling porky pies or there's something wrong with you.
All right, guys, I'm gonna have to leave you at this point. I gotta hit the sack because I got some stuff I got to get done tomorrow. So
no
I'll
worries.
definitely be catching you guys later because I've already organised a day off work on Monday.
Nice.
Brilliant. Take care, Callum.
Right, guys.
Cheers,
See
Callum.
you, Callum.
See you later.
See you, Callum.
I mentioned earlier a photo of me sitting in a Humvee trying to look warlike
Yes.
and looking everything but. Yeah.
Have you found it? Oh, stand by.
Yeah.
Oh dear Lord.
Let's take a look.
Pretty atrocious, eh?
You look like what's that film with thingy where he's a newsreader with that tash?
Isn't that awful?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a silver fox with a black slug.
Hey, that's John Popper from Blues Traveller, one of my favourite bands. I'm probably the only Australian, apart from everyone else in my family, has heard of him.
Ooh, thank you.
What else we got? Oh God, you don't. Yeah. Oh, there you go. The T-shirt. Real planes have props. Hercs, LUD, guitar. Oh no. Oh look, this is it. Signing a bomb in a B1 Bombay. I did not want to sign it myself because I don't.
No.
I don't.
Fairy.
I was signing. I didn't load it, but I didn't. I guess I'm a pacifist. These things were going to be dropped in Afghanistan. I didn't like the idea of them being dropped at all, if you know what I mean. I had a job to do, so I found I couldn't sign it myself. So I put my brother's nickname there, Hoss. Hoss says hi, and I just sent him the photo, and he's displaying it proudly because I just couldn't put my name on it, if that makes sense. You know, to each their own, I guess.
Yep,
yeah, but
that's
yeah, that's why that picture's not up on a wall. Because, you know, yeah.
Reasons.
To be cheerful. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, and another photo. Me trying to be more like Steph. Oh God, there's some terrible photos here. I didn't always have grey hair, but I sort of did. That was back 2001. That's my daughter Leah, who's now 25. Well, 24. So I had a lot of grey hair there. Trying to think how old I was. Yeah, I was 30. 31. Here endeth the lesson. Come on. Ooh. Quinoman says, "Hi, Carl, you sexy beastie, you." Emoji. Zal, I screw up my glass. Oh no, he's got a cement smudge.
Oh, bugger.
Well, Fred Foot quite rightly says Borat, because, you know, a photo of me, I guess. Gary Morris, 70s porn star. I don't know if he's referring to him or me. Maybe it's him.
Yeah, well,
Zal
he is old.
There's those stash the stash needed weathering. Those stash needed weathering. Oh, moustache. Yeah, I
Yes.
guess because they were because that's what's odd about me. Like everything with dark hair is within about like that much of my head. It's like my eyebrows don't look like mine; they look like somebody else's. So I actually keep my eyebrows beside my bed, and every morning I get up and peel
Here's
them
a pair I
off.
borrowed earlier.
Yeah, and I put them back on and just think, today I'll be surprised. So I'll put them a little bit higher than usual, that sort of thing. Robert Worth he's watching from a hotel room while researching the AEC 4x4 armoured car.
Nice.
Yeah. Very good. Which country are you in the hotel, Robert? I do not know. Oh, there you go. Robert's in Scotland, in Glasgow.
Okay. Not too far away then.
Speak for yourself. I've been to Glasgow once. Spent no time there really. Into the hotel room, then out and driving south. But a lot of it was because we did Scotland as a big circle, and I was very tired, and it was drizzly, and I just, hey, let's keep heading south. This is one of those awful sort of drizzle days. It was not uncharacteristic of Glasgow, and I'm not disappointed. But I was more, I guess, tired than anything else. But I want to go back and have a look around because I haven't had a look there.
So you got to see the real Glasgow then?
I did. Had a lot of trouble finding the road out of there, if that makes sense. But no disparaging. Anything bad to say about Glasgow? I'm sure Robert could probably say it himself. But I'd like to go back and have a look.
Robert's from Glasgow.
He's
staying in a hotel in Glasgow.
Oh, very good. Yes.
It's presumptive.
So he's definitely got bad things to say about Glasgow. Always rains in Glasgow, as I say, I wasn't surprised. But yeah. Okay. Joe Porche's popped in.
Hey,
Good
Joe.
morning, folks,
Hello.
from Las Vegas, Nevada.
Joe.
Joe, I believe, is the boss of the club that ran the Vegas Nationals a couple of years ago and did a wonderful job from what I understand. So you're very welcome, Joe. I could try to sound like Scott to make you feel at home, but I won't.
Right, let's get some spraying done.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rick Lawler, and I'm a skill modeler from the United States, and I'm very pleased to be participating in this year's Models for Heroes. I will be joining the 48 and 48. That's where we'll be building in group builds, 48 scale kits over 48 hours, and that should be a lot of fun to do that. A lot of this is going to be aired online, so we'll be able to watch each other do what we do over the course of the weekend. I was also asked if I could perhaps put together a small video here kind of describing some tip for scale modeling or techniques or something like that. And so I thought about it for a day or two, and quite frankly, I don't know what the one tip would be except for to say, enjoy what you're doing. There are so many aspects of scale modeling. There's so many different avenues we can go down to, subjects to build, different methods and things like that. Just find what you like to do that really gets you motivated, and keep doing that, because it's the joy of scale modeling that has brought me back to it for, over 50 years, 55 years. So, yeah, that's my number one tip. Just enjoy the hobby. It's a great hobby. There's a great community of scale modelers out there. If you can get to some of the shows, like I said, the community is great, very supportive. So that's my basic tip. Just get the most out of the hobby you can and enjoy what you're doing. For the next part of this little video, I put together, I guess it would be kind of a techniques kind of thing. So in my own personal work, I enjoy doing dioramas and vignettes. Almost all my models are on some sort of a base, scenic base. So I thought what I would do is take us through a small vignette. There's no model on this. It's just a country scene. So the idea here, it's a castle ruins, a wall, brick or stone wall, and do some landscape out front, some groundwork. I'll take you from the beginning to the end of this. So hopefully there'll be a few tips and tricks in there that you'll be able to take on to your own models and stuff, and so you'll be able to incorporate in your work, or at least be maybe hopefully inspired, if not at least entertained for the next 5 minutes or so. So without further ado, we'll start rolling the video, and I hope you enjoy it and get something out of it. And thank you all for having me be part of this wonderful event. Well, the subject of this little exercise is going to be making basically a castle wall ruins, a stone wall with some landscape in the front of it. And so we'll be starting out with the carving foam. This is a low density carving foam, easy to carve the stones into. And when we complete this little episode, well, we'll have a little vignette looking just like this one pictured at the moment. As mentioned, the foam is very easy to scribe into and cut, just a few swipes with the blade, and we can start to cut out our pieces. And we'll also carve in a few doorways and windows along the way here. And now we can start to add our surface details. Well, no matter what type of a pattern you choose, whether that be the stone pattern we're doing here, or perhaps bricks, or any other type of surface pattern, it's always a good idea to give yourself just a little bit of a template to follow, just so everything stays nice and straight, and your pattern doesn't wander around. And now we can get started with our carving, and I've chosen to use a few different tools here, so I'll have some carving tools, basically dental tools. I can also use the tip of my X-Acto blade. That works great. Any sort of element that you can use to do some engraving, whatever you prefer, will work just fine. Now with that facade complete, I can attach it to a foam base. That will be our groundwork. That will be the basis for our groundwork. And we're ready to do some landscaping. When it comes time to do the groundwork, well, there's a number of different ways we could do this. You could simply just go outside to your garden, grab a handful of dirt, and glue it onto your base, and that's perfectly okay. In this instance, I'm going to be using this acrylic paste, basically brushing it over the surface, and I'll use the colors directly as they come from the can here, and just blend them together a bit just to get a very natural looking earth tone. Next step, just a light airbrush over the facade of the stonework just to start bringing the colors together. The airbrushing is followed with just a quick wash of inks. This happens to be a burnt umber color. Just a quick wash really brings out those details and shows those textures on the surface. And then continuing to work with those textures, I'll just spend a little bit of time just pointing out individual stones here and there, just adding a few colored pops, just to really bring this facade to life. Next up, we'll add our greenery, and these are just very small tufts. These are the grass tufts, also available from a number of different companies. You could use static grass, your option, your choice, however you want to decorate your scenes and vignettes. Now finally, just a few finishing touches and we'll be complete. We have some wildflowers just to add a little touch of color here in the foreground. And then we'll have a few vines growing up the side of the building here just to really emphasize that aged aspect. And there we have it. We're finished with our small vignette. This really didn't take very long, and you can see very little effort involved. I hope you enjoyed this little tutorial, this little demonstration on a few techniques, and perhaps you can find something within this that you can use on your own modeling. To everybody out there, take care and happy modeling.
There you go, pretty hot tip there. How to do a very simple little diorama base. So the wife is away at work. I've just had my scram for the day. That's very nice. Let's have a quick look at the chat. Gary Morris is explaining that he used to be a 1970s porn star, I think.
Yeah, we've gone through.
We are.
Where are we up to?
Up to here.
There you go.
So I introduced Joe Portia to anybody in the watching who didn't know who he was, and he's just basically acknowledging the fact that there was a lot of people that helped him and the committee put on the Nationals in Vegas a couple of years ago. Robert Worth, sitting in his hotel up in Glasgow, saying he's just seen the video and the vignettes by Rick Lawler. Great technique. Wondering whether to try something similar. I've done a basic muddy base, so some wall work may be my next step. Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah. James will tell you I'm not the diorama expert of this stream.
Yeah, I'm not sure any of us would class ourselves as experts. But yeah, I mean, it's what Rick has gone through there is a very simple and very easy to put together little base for a background to something else, or just to practice the skills involved to do it. Because once you master them or feel confident with them, then you can obviously apply them to bigger dioramas, bigger things, bigger ventures. So it's a great idea actually to do a very small little something, because it gives you the opportunity to have a play and try different techniques, etc. So a big fan of that, and he is very, very good at putting the dioramas together without a doubt. 36 people watching. We're 5.5 hours through. I am going to say to everybody that's here, if you've not taken a break, please do take a break. Because you know it's really important you get up, have a drink of coffee or fluid of some description, bite to eat, whatever. I'm busy watching the Discord here in front of me, and we are up to 12 people in there now. Gary's lying back, catching up with his 1970s something or other. John Mayfield's in there. He's obviously eating and building at the same time. Please don't eat any of the small parts, John.
Too late.
Yeah, no mind. Mickey's there concentrating. Mickey is admin. Ian is busy playing with his truck. I can see. Looks like the flatbed is all but done. He's moved some stuff around. And Julian is transfixed. I think would be the right phrase. Mr. Lowe is still working away, beavering away with some PE. I think by the look of it. Right, okay. Bear with me a second. I'm just going to shoot off for a second. I've just had an email that I need to address quickly.
Quick. While the cat's away.
Squeak.
Eek, eek.
Robert Worth is saying to James, that was my thought. The first base I did, cardboard and a photo frame, had a Vespa with 2 crew and a German infantry pushing his bike, thinking the wall could go with the Firefly I'm working on. Well, that sounds great. The plastic model Mojo Dojo in Mike Basket. G'day, how are you? Welcome to the stream and good morning. Zalhath is retiring to bed. No more Mojo with the flu, so he's struggling. So Zal from Singapore, I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully. But look after yourself, get better, mate.
Yes.
Yeah, keep yourself sorted, Zal.
And Robert is asking James what he's building. Sorry, he was away. If he had said earlier.
What's James building? This.
Yeah. So let's go. So there's a couple of people building the same thing, and I'll zoom in on Carl here. So this is well, you talk about it, Carl, please.
So this is a German World War II tractor. I will show you the box art, which is there. It's a mini art kit, and it is called the D8500. So modified 1938 German agricultural tractor, and it's made by Mini Art, and it's 1/24 scale. We were sitting in a hangout, a few of us, deciding what we were going to do for the 48-hour build a little while ago, and there's actually 5 of us building this kit. There's James who's building it. He's a little bit further ahead than I am. Mr. Malcolm Charles himself is building this kit as well. We have Mark Ewing from Edinburgh Models Man Cave. He's building it as well. Steve from Totally Scale Models, and of course myself. So that's what we are all building. You're not building this. You're not building this kit, Steph. You said I'm not joining in because I want to be on my own.
No, I didn't.
So Steph's going to show us which. It's very similar, but it is actually a different tractor. Do you want to show us, Steph?
Yes, of course. This is down there.
So yeah, Steph was going to build this, but he wanted one with a little bit more detail and a bit more complicated.
Yes,
all over.
I decided I don't want to get wet. So D8506. So that's the one I is building, and it's not bad. It's if I was just going to glue it all together, it'd be ready. But there's a few things I want to do to it. So I've got the old Mr. Surface 500 out, the glue out, plain silly sods. So I just need, before I do any of that, that was like,
don't knock that over.
I just need to get the heat gun out.
You got filler. Are you filling things in?
No. That's the exhaust. So what I've done is I've painted it with extra thin. Got a stiffy brush and then just gone.
Gotcha. Yes.
Gives it a load of texture.
Yes.
And so then, because that's all rusty.
Yes. So what is it you dabbed onto it?
Mr. Surface of 500.
Mr. Surfacer. Yeah.
So that's all dry now. and that gives it a nice bit of rough texture.
Yes,
So
the rust.
there's a few other bits and pieces that I want to do like that.
Mm-hmm.
So the heat gun will be coming out in a minute. So,
Yes,
yeah.
I'm tempted to do the same, but I've got some. I think it's some putty, so liquid putty. So.
Oh, what squad and stuff?
Mr. Hobbies, dissolvable,
yes.
dissolved putty.
That stuff.
Yes.
Yes, I got some too. Oh, look at James showing off.
So in answer to your question, yes, I am building the same tractor. We're at the stage now where I've got some base colours on where I want them. It's all now been sealed as well.
Wow, that's
I'm just giving it a little bit of time to set. It's been sealed with a nice flat coat. But then what we'll do is we'll go over that with some other bits and pieces. We've done a bit of damage for aging, etc. On this, which is obviously not the norm as such. So you can sort of see where I'm heading towards with it. But we've got a lot more to do yet. There's a few bits behind me that are in primer, but not got color on them, or the base things I want on them. And what we're going to do is we're going to have a play with that in a minute once I've answered this email. And then we'll be back with you guys. But yeah, that's what I'm building. It's a nice kit. It's quite interesting actually that everyone else is joining in building it as well. So yeah, it's gonna be fun. So I'll be back in a minute.
Bye.
Comes in, takes over, leaves himself full screen.
Can't get the staff stuff. Can't get the staff.
MP Model Plastic is saying good afternoon for everyone. So yeah,
Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you, and welcome. Robert says, I thought it was. I do like mini art kits. They have a 1/35th scale of the same, I think, and do think texture like that on rusty exhaust looks great. So you get the thumbs up, Steph.
Somebody mute me, please.
Oh, will do.
Sorry.
And Zal, we'll be watching you guys until the yellow pill kicks in. Oh, you poor bugger.
That's never good.
So, Craig, do you want to quickly talk about what you're building for S's and G's?
So, I have this is what I'm building, the M1A2 Abrams 148 scale from Tamiya. And I have just finished all the decaling. I don't know if you can see this one, it's still setting. Figure is in, all the guns are on. I don't know whether you'll be able to see the rangefinder and that. I did that in an SMS color shift. Something a bit different.
Nice.
Is it the first time you used that technique for that application?
Yeah. Just something I was going to try. I've got another couple of ideas because I've got a Academy AH1W, which has the targeting infrared sight, which has the same sort of glass on it. So I was going to try and do that as well at some stage.
Yeah, right. Very good. That's looking very nice indeed.
Thank
Craig?
you. Thank you.
And I'll show you what I'm doing, because again, this is the Airfix 48 scale Hawk T1. as you can see, it's a World War II Bomber Command commemorative scheme for 100 Squadron, their 90th anniversary. 95th, it says. Yeah, Pirate 1. So, yeah, that's what I'm going for. And, yeah, not much to show at the moment. It's basically just black and, green and brown.
Still
But
looking very good.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying the kit. It's not that I thought I'd fight it. Being an older Airfix kit, I thought there'd be some fit issues, but I'm thinking, yeah, this is still good. I mean, I did use slivers of filler here and there, but a lot less than I thought I would, and I'd be happy to use filler all day, every day. I am an Airfix fanboy. I'm the Jim Bates, I guess, of Newcastle, Australia, and Mike Bascat. If there's a couple of people here, if you listen to a couple of US podcasts, you'll know who I'm talking about there. But I guess he referred to himself as an Airfix apologist. That is, he'll always make excuses for Airfix. But I agree with him that I'd much rather than be around than everyone complains they go out of business, because they make, I think, some of the best kits and subject matter on the planet. I do love a bit of British aviation, me.
Yep. Actually, I want to get the new 1/72nd scale Chinook that Airfix have just released.
Yeah, that does look particularly nice.
It does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And because I'm doing I've got a Falklands War theme going with some kits. One of the markings is there's a surviving Chinook from the Atlantic conveyor sinking in that kit. So, and it's the oldest Chinook that was still flying up until a couple of years ago, because it did it Afghanistan and Iraq, I think, as well. That same chopper.
Yeah, right.
So that's going to hopefully that'll go into the Falklands War. I have a Harrier already, and I'd love to get the Vulcan Black Buck kit as well.
Oh, the Black Buck. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day.
Yeah. Because that's good. That kit does Black Buck 1 and Black Buck 6.
Yeah. The legend that is Stuart Clark is joining us from Canada. I was about to say Canada, but obviously I'm taking the piss. But
hi, Stuart.
Being Canadian, he might not take a joke, but he's just like, grown, another Australian. MP Model Plastic is saying he's working on a biplane, World War I, the Albatross D3, 32nd scale from Roden. Oh, you've got a couple of fanboys here then, because Steph has given you the thumbs up. I'll unmute him for a moment. Unmuted.
Yes, I'm doing an online build on my YouTube channel with Bearded Veteran Creates, Mikey, and we're both doing the D3 from Rodent. So yeah, lovely build so far. Really enjoying it, but I've been stupid and I've hyper detailed the engine like a muppet.
Just let me know when you're happy to go mute again if you want me to, Steph.
No, I'm fine. I've just done my testing. I've had my heat gun out and tested on the.
Okay, so you want to stay on?
On the plastic. So I can bend. I can do what I need to do.
Jay Burgeon is saying good morning from Las Vegas, Nevada. Ready to get
morning, Jay.
The day going. So let's point out one of those sort of quirks with Americans, and I'm sure some other people would agree. You don't need to say Nevada. We know where Las Vegas is. And if you say New York, we know where New York is. You don't have to say New York, New York, unless you're singing that song. Just saying. Mind you, if I said, hey, from Newcastle, if I said Newcastle, New South Wales, you wouldn't even know where New South Wales was. Speaking of which, lol says Stuart. Robert is saying spooky. He lives in the colder UK, Newcastle upon Tyne. So I'm in the newer castle, and I think Well, they love referring to themselves as Novocastrians. Do the Newcastle residents in the UK call themselves Novocastrians, or is that simply just a local thing here?
They're
I think that
Geordies.
might- Yeah, I was going to say that'd be a local Australian thing.
Anybody from the Newcastle area is called a Geordie.
Unless, of course, they're from the Newcastle and the Midlands.
Yeah. Or they're
And
from
then they're just-
Sunderland.
They're
They're
just
Lancashire.
potters.
Not to confuse anybody.
Thank you, Zal. Nice job, he says. Airfix can be hit and miss, it seems. Yes, we know. Stuart is saying, very good for humour. Thanks all. We are very good for humour. Oh, you're the Canadians. Yes, you are. Yes, I know. Yeah, you have
And
to
they're
be
very
living that
polite
close to
as
the
well.
Americans. Sorry, Steph?
They're
Bless
very
you.
polite as well.
They are. We love them. Especially the bacon. No, I haven't been to Canada. Oh, I need to get there. MP Model Plastic is painting the fuselage, creating a wood effect on the Albatross. So yeah, look forward to seeing that. Oh, was that? No, was that on the Facebook page? We were looking at a wood effect. If that was yours, let us know. Yeah, Robert is saying Geordies. And he's making the effect of canvas tissue in the wings.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Robert goes on to say Newcastle under Lyme is closer to my home, which is in the West Midlands, but moved up 28 years ago. So, yeah. Well, there you go.
Yes. I used to live very close to Newcastle under Lyme as well.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, me. No, I got out. I was lucky.
You found the station? Nate
Sorry?
Bott is saying good morning from Michigan. Yeah, we know where Michigan is. Well done. Robert Worth, oh, how do you do wood, MP? Yeah. Feel free to answer, MP, unless, Steph, you wanted to talk about how you do your wood effects.
I can do.
Are you happy to do that?
Yes.
I can either make you full screen or not, your choice.
Yeah, stickers on full screen.
Why not?
So what I do is I get my bit, I prime it, and I use either dark yellow, desert yellow, buff, or wooden deck tan, depending on what sort of wood I'm doing. Then once I've sprayed that as a base color, I'll get a thinner, darker version of the color for things like plywood and stuff like that, and then use a stiff brush like this. Don't ignore what's on it. So, there you go. Oh, come here. Stiff brush. Oh, come on. Like this. And then just drag it along and give it the occasional wiggle just to emulate knots in the wood and bits like that. Then go back with a thin brush on the same color and just put dots in where the wiggles are to make it look like a knot. Or if I'm using, I want to do a dark wood, I go to my favorite, which is this model color 70.828. This is wood grain transparent. And then I do exactly the same. Get a stiff brush, give it a wiggle as I go along, and then go back with a paintbrush and put dots in for knots. There's that, or you can do the oil paint version. But I find that the oil paint version takes a hell of a long time to dry, even once you have drawn out all the oils and everything from it. So yeah, I tend to use the acrylic way. That's my preferred way. And but as you know, out there are so many different ways to do so many different things. It's what suits you and what you find the easiest for you to do. Try everything there is out there. Give everything a go. I've tried the oil paint method. I just can't get on with it. I personally don't like doing it because it really annoys me because it takes too bloody long. It's a good way of doing it. There are lots of people who swear by it. But as I said, it's about finding what suits you. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
MP is saying, Robert Worth, he starts with a light color yellow tan, then used a brown and red brown, very light layer, only with dry brush pushing the paint in to create the veins of wood, paint brushing.
Yeah.
So much the same technique. Ooh.
Yep. Sorry, I've just remembered something. I have mixed my own colour up. It's not X24. This is just a spare jar I had. This is my wood varnish. This is what I use to do a wood varnish. It is 50% XF24 clear yellow, 50% X24 and X26, which is the clear orange. So if you mix those up 50-50, it gives you really nice varnish colour. And have I got a prop that's been varnished? No, that's not varnished. I believe my albatross.
Albatross.
Oh no, it's my CSM, but I've put that away. Yeah, I can't get to that at the moment, but yeah, I use that 50-50 mix, clear yellow, clear orange, and it gives you a great varnish colour. Just adds that bit more to it. Yeah, that's what I do.
Very good. Sorry, just had a coughing fit then. Robert's perfect. Thanks both. I used a load of different tones of brown wash over a light tan. Yeah, lots of different. Yeah, it's much the same technique, slightly different. I think.
It's just a different medium you use.
Yeah, there's a guy that I watch on YouTube, Jason at Model Kit Stuff, and he has built the Gotha, the Wingnut Wings Gotha, and
nice.
in that one he's taken a lot of time to get all the different wood effects and colors and stuff like that. So if you, well, he's got a lot of good tips here. Now he will be the first guy to tell you this is what you do. He likes the idea of everyone finding what they're happy with and all that stuff like that. But yeah, I learned a lot watching his videos there. He wanted to do a good job of it, and yeah, he said it was taxing, but he loved it.
Yeah. Another good one to watch is Flying Circus Models.
Yeah,
if you've not seen him, go and watch him. He does a lot of World War I stuff. He's very good.
Yes, he is. Stuart is saying he's had some success with army painters' speed paints for wood effects in larger pieces with texture. The paint will flow into recesses.
Oh, nice.
Getting a hello from Dominique, saying hi MP. William Thomas, afternoon all. I'll be back at the bench soon, just having lunch. Welcome back, William. MP, and with a fine streaking traces of black to do some knots in wood, I'd imagine. MP is saying hi, Dominic. Dominique, he's correcting himself. Isn't it cool? This is a big community here. A lot of people know each other by name, reputation, and I think we're all a fan of each other's work in a way. Well, certainly I'm a fan of a lot of people that are here right now and in Discord, and yeah, I love this weekend. I look forward to it every year.
That's because you get to fanboy.
Oh, I do. I'm absolutely. That's why I've got Discord on. So I could look at Gary Evans and just swoon the whole time.
Now, what you want to do is quickly switch on to Discord and watch Gary go bright red.
Well, yeah, not like me yesterday, but yeah, he knows I love him.
Do you stalk him like you stalk me?
No. he doesn't play D&D.
Right, so it's just me.
You were stalking me. I had been there forever. You turned up after a very long absence, so you found me.
I haven't been there for about 6 weeks.
Yeah. Edward Millership, hello. Construction is complete. Time for a break. Had you been there the whole time, Edward? Well done, you. Elliot Spicer is saying good afternoon, all. I'm interested in what's your picture there? The colours. Is that an army regiment or something or other? Yep. Colours of a particular. Which one?
I believe it'll probably.
Oh, Elliot will tell me.
It's probably a sapper or an engineer or something like that, or Remy.
Right. Yeah, excuse my ignorance. Obviously, I'm one of those sort of like, you know, what you call it, Antipodean fools, whatever you want to call us. Legends. I call us legends. Isn't that right, Craig?
Legends.
Tossers. There's lots of words for us.
You said it.
We thought it. You said it.
Okay, so I am starting to run out of things to do for now. So what I'll do pretty much now, although this is a gloss coat for the black, I want to give it a... All right, so here we are. Talking about gloss coats, being black, I want to avoid silvering of the decals. I'm paranoid about silvering decals on black, particularly. Oh, there we go. Mikey, the bearded veteran, is saying it's the right colours in the wrong order for Remy.
Ah.
Okay. Thank you, Mikey. MP is saying the other project I'm working on is the Barayev 6 Madja, maybe? In 1/72 scale, a Russian hydroplane, World War II from Revel. Barayev Madj. I'm going to have to Google that. That sounds interesting. Just bear with me.
Bear with, caller.
Bear with. Bear with. Your call is important to us. I'll get it wrong and look up Madge from Neighbours. BR. Oh, them. Oh, good choice. That's very cool. Yeah, and Mikey is saying there's no yellow in the Royal Engineers. Elliot is saying he's not sure if I've offended for not being called a sapper, or not being. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm offended or not being called a sapper. I'm an ex-gunner, and the pictures of the stable belt colours for the Royal Artillery. Thank you very much for educating us, me particularly. But no, that is interesting. Yeah, because we don't have Remy here. We've got Ramy, and of course they sound more bogan, and they're probably a bit more bogan, but they're our version. 40 people on the stream. Awesome, says Al. Thank you very much. Those yellow tablets haven't kicked in yet, clearly. But yeah, he'll be asleep soon, I hope, because yeah. Okay, so I was talking about gloss coat, clear coat. So I've been trying all sorts of different sort of things. So this is an intermediate gauzy agent, a shine enhancer. But what I'm finding with that, and particularly this Vallejo brand, is it goes down nice. You get a nice sort of sheen and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, if you then put tape over it, I'll zoom in on me just for a moment. If you put tape over it and remove that tape, no matter how much you detack it or whatever, it'll peel off. Like peeling off the top layer of skin after a good day at the beach. So knowing that I'm not going to put any more tape on this, I'm quite comfortable using one of these sort of gloss varnishes to prevent silvering. I know there's a good chance if I do put the decals on, they may not silver anyway, using the proper, as you do microset, microsol. But as I pointed out before, I'm not particularly happy, and you could see the grainy texture on the wings there. It hasn't gone down well, and I think maybe I was holding the airbrush close to the wing, but I don't think close enough, because it looks like the pigment has dried before hitting the surface. So it feels what it looks like, quite frankly. So I want to try to. I haven't got Tamiya clear. So I've got that. I've got a couple of other things that I've tried and I don't like. So that's where I'm going to go. Give it a clear coat. Let this stuff dry overnight, because I'll need to. Unlike the SMS enamel, not enamel, sorry, lacquer. Go for it. Painting is saying hello, and MP is saying hi. Go for it. Yes. Welcome back. So I'm just go for it painting. This is, oh yeah, no, that I'm looking at your little meme there. That's one of those sort of, yeah, I've seen that on, yeah, little sort of figurine. That's awesome. So, oh look, does anybody watching have any like how? Dear Dolly Doctor, John, not his real name, is having trouble sort of choosing in clear coat. What would the forum recommend to save my butt from chafing every time I do it next time? Cumulus Yacht? Checking in on what you're doing this year. Couldn't fit in a build myself, but enjoying what you're doing. Tell us where you are. Cumulus Yacht, I'd imagine. Jacked? It wouldn't be jacked, it'd be yacht. Are you Netherlands or somewhere in Europe? Let us know. And go for it. Painting is returning the greeting to Hi MP. Oh, you know what? Ah, there we go. Good tip. Winsor & Newton Galleria gloss. Yes, I would get some, but we have a local. The our supplier here doesn't have any in stock, and I could order it in, but then I could be waiting a while. So I haven't got that one. I hear it's good stuff. But yes, I do have. I had bought some other product from there, and they were saying it's the same stuff, but it did not work. Oh, it was this sort of stuff. It was a matte varnish, but they were saying try Joe Sonia's, and no, that's bad. Well, certainly for our application, or certainly I didn't like it. Oh, okay. Cumulus Yacht is located in Sweden. Realizing I'm using the wrong YouTube handle, also known as Building My Model. Oh, hello, Victor. And welcome to the chat. There's a bird, obviously, maybe it's you, Steph, a bird in the background that, we don't have here.
Sounds like a canary.
Might be. Don't know. So I believe we've got half an hour to go on this stream.
I think so, yes. Robert is saying, yeah, sorry, but loving the bird song. Yeah, I didn't want it shot, don't get me wrong. Don't hate all animals.
Joe McCaslin has dropped in to say he's wishing us all the best and he's following along when he can. Welcome, Joe.
Thanks very much.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Cheers, Ez.
Oops. Actually, I'll mute myself for a moment.
Cool.
No problem. So slight change to the program, unfortunately. Stefan has been taken ill.
Oh, bless him.
Nothing major. It just a flu or something to that effect. So Stefan and Miranda won't be doing the next section. So what we probably will do is we'll probably have a break for a little while, and then we'll come back and take over the section for them. It's not a problem. Luckily, we've got a built-in redundancy plan for people to get in.
Mm-hmm.
So we can just get on with that as well. Get well soon, Stefan. All the very best to the team, of course. He hopes to be back tomorrow, but don't worry about it too much. I'd much prefer you to feel better and being looking after yourself rather than anything else.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So I've been off air because a little panic from the Mooseroo team. My pictures I sent didn't seem to be downloading properly, but that's all resolved. And then obviously I've been in the booth finishing off my painting. So everything's got a base coat on it now, apart from the piece that I'm just playing with right now. And all I'm actually doing is I'm just trying to create some texture.
Cool.
Yes, I'm just about to go and prime myself. I should be priming in oxide.
Ooh.
I don't think you can get this anymore.
I'm not sure you can, actually.
What's that?
The oxide
UMP's,
color.
Oxide.
All right.
Unless they've reintroduced it, of course, because they stopped it for a while. I'll try it again.
Not that
Not
old
even
market
opened.
boy.
Stuart Clark, the host of Scale Model Podcast, is saying it's Saturday morning there. He's off for errands and a trip to the LHS, local hobby store. Good to see you, hear from you all. Thank you for dropping in, Stuart. You're always welcome, and you're a hell of a nice guy, and I hope that ticker of yours continues to operate on a daily basis.
Yes.
Indeed.
I sent you a message, James.
Okay, bear with me. Oh, hello.
Oh, come on. And Jeremy Elliott pops in. Good morning, gents. Oh, that's an F-30. Oh, no, it's an F-22 in your photo, it looks like. It's too nice looking for an F-35, I can tell you. Nice picture. I can tell you the F-35s taste terrible. Might as well expand on that because you're waiting me to expand on that. So my last day in Air Force, when I was handing in my pass to get into the hangar where the F-35s were, where I was based, the last thing I did before I left is, oh, hang on, having, done Air Force things for 27 and a half years or so, I thought, oh, might as well, last thing I do is, kiss the kangaroo on the roundel, the roundel kangaroo as a farewell, because it's the last time I'm ever going to get close to an F-35, at least for the next, say, 40 years. And I don't think I'll be here in 40 years. So I kissed it. I kissed the kangaroo on the nose, and it tasted terrible. Like, it just probably tasted like dust or whatever. But yeah, I should have probably just wiped it nice with propyl alcohol first or whatever. But yes. I'm glad I did it, just because I could look back and say, well, at least I said goodbye, because it was just a private sort of thing, a ceremony. But like nobody was watching. Actually, there were. The cameras are everywhere. And it is an F-35. Yeah, clearly I didn't know what the hell I was working on. But yeah, very good. Facebook user is saying good morning from Northern Idaho. Now, bear with. I'll just look up who that is. Oh, that's Tim Cavalier. You're very welcome, Tim. G'day.
El Presidente. No, that's Tim.
No,
the other Tim. That's the other Tim.
The other Tim. Yeah. And Jim, I see some of you guys working with the Tamiya white cap cement. Can't find it in the US, along with the Tamiya lacquer thinner with retarder added, the orange cap. Oh, we certainly have both here. I don't think you're missing that much in that the white cap stuff. Oh, look, I need to shush, James. Oh, sorry, turning the phone down. The white cap stuff it's good. It's just standard sort of glue or whatever. But yeah, the only thing I don't like about it is the applicator is absolutely massive. That's a big spread. It's like a wide brush. So you'd be better off, say, dipping a toothpick or something in it. I think the brush is quite terrible. So what I'm finding, I did buy that. I get on with it, but I'm finding I'm using just the old standard.
Yep.
Revel
it's
contact
exactly the same stuff.
Yeah.
So
I just don't
the Revel
like the
contactor is just as good, and to be honest with you, it's got a better bloody applicator.
So you have a lot of things that the world envies. The lack of Tamiya white cap might be something you envy, but I think you'd be better off with Cuban cigars. And tell your El Presidente, the big one, that the war in Cuba finished so long ago that if you want to kill people, don't use guns, use Cuban cigars. Just a thought. Jeremy is saying good morning, Tim, from your South Idaho brother. And as for the orange cap stuff with the retarder, I haven't used that, but we've got it here in droves. I'd send it to you, but I'd be arrested or something or other. So
I think I've got a bottle of it here somewhere.
I've got a bottle of this, the yellow top.
The yellow top.
Right, I am going to go mute because I'm about to wreck my model.
Good luck with that.
Yeah, I'm about to go start spraying as well. So I'll be back in very, very shortly.
No worries. Thanks,
Don't
Carl.
call me Shorty.
I could call you other things.
You could. Very true.
I don't think we'd get away with it on air.
You could.
Not today, no. So, just so you're aware, I mean, obviously the guys are going to jump into the spray booth in a minute anyway, so that's not a big deal. On the hour, so in the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to end part 2. That means we've been going for about that long, about 6.5 hours. We're going to take a short break and then come back and do the next section. It start a little early, but we'll be Steph will be Stefan and Carl will be Miranda. So come and join us for that. We'll get you through. Mr. Childs is allegedly joining us later on today, so it'd be great if he does, but if he doesn't, he's busy. I know he is. And one of the things in which we were talking about only yesterday was very important that the usual schedule that goes on the M4H beneficiaries, etc., carries on regardless of whether this is on or not. So that's all good. We've got 11 people in the Discord group. That link is running across the bottom of the screen. Go and join them. It's they're having a good laugh. I've seen them all giggling and talking to one another, swapping memories and all that sort of stuff. It's all quite good. unfortunately, we found out that there's 2 Air Force, ex-Air Force members in there, which obviously they're going to be the brunt of everyone's abuse. So there we go. That's all good. We're up to date with all the chat, so that's really cool as well.
What time were you back on?
I think we're going to do, well, I'll be honest, I was going to ask you guys, do you want a half-hour break or an hour break?
I've got to cook tea for when Lise goes. She's leaving at about, so I've got to have tea ready for 5.
Okay.
So I'm going to have to start cooking about 4. So if we do,
well, if you jump in once you've done all that,
yes,
that's not a problem. Yeah,
I can do.
Yeah, it gives you a good break, and it gives you the ability to do what you need to do. I'm home alone now because the wife is off to work, so it's no big deal for me. I've actually eaten, because I did that while I was waiting for the taxi that was bloody late again. So that's all good. Obviously, Craig, it must be getting really late over there now for you.
It is now 1:45 in the morning, and I'm going to be getting off very soon.
There, but then please go and get yourself some rest and sleep. That's all very good.
And I will. Thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. Thank you for being with us. You've done a cracking job, so all good. Carla's obviously in the spray booth, so like I say, we'll keep going for another 12 minutes or so, and then we'll close this down and then come back a little bit later on. It's all good. John, must be similar sort of time. Must be 1, I guess, your side?
Oh, it's exactly the same time here. Craig's only about an hour and a half south of me.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, you need to get yourself off to bed as well, buddy.
Yeah. Well, actually, before you bail, Craig, do you want to show us what you've done and what you're up to?
Okay.
Thank you.
Which way is better way? Okay, yep. It's all ready for a flat coat tomorrow.
Nice.
That is beautiful.
That'll seal in all the decals. And I've just been painting another figure for a diorama I'm doing while I'm waiting. That's what I'm up to.
Well done, buddy. Done cracking job.
I'm so glad you accepted my invitation to join us in this. You've been an absolute legend, I think, and I've enjoyed your company. So I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
I've enjoyed it immensely, and I'm looking forward to next year already.
Wonderful.
Good. Yeah, well, you signed up, Craig, so that's good. Mr. Marley, do you want to quickly show us what you've been up to?
Why not? So this is again I guess I'm in M4H presentation mode. We talk about what it is, what you're working on, blah blah. So what it is Airfix 148 Hawk T1, as you can see in a commemorative scheme. So it's I've SMS paint with it's the gloss black paint with the standard dark earth forest green. So the standard sort of bomber colours, Spitfire colours, whatever you want to call them. Gloss coat over that. I had selected the groans, the Vallejo polyurethane. It goes down well, so that is nice and shiny and all that sort of stuff. And I think that'll accept the decals rather well. And it's just very much black at the moment. So that's ready. I'll let that dry overnight. So tomorrow morning, when I sort of come down the wooden hill, I can start with the decal options and everything else. And it shouldn't take too long because there's not too many there, quite frankly. Was about 4 each side, and top and bottom. Well, you've got like a couple on the wingtips and the skull and crossbones, but there are a number of stencils. Now, what I do like about this is, even though this is a extra decal sheet, well, it's around. Oh no, I'll put it down here. It does have all the stencils included, and so that's pretty cool. Because there we go.
Oh yeah. You've
got to accept that. I mean, certainly that they're in better condition than the ones that are in the kit. Because the kit, I didn't buy it for the decals, but I could use these. But I'm really glad I've got some other ones. So if I don't get actually, I probably will get all the stencils on. We'll see. That's my aim. But I'm looking forward to seeing how they go because I do like this brand. This the extra decal brand from Hannon's. I think they're good.
Yeah, they're very good.
Loving this so far. Like it's been a fun build, a good kit. I think a good choice. I don't feel like I'm too far behind or ahead or anything else. I think this might even be one to hang on to. Last year's one
I
went
think
in
you've done a
about 2
cracking
days
job.
after.
I think you've done a cracking job, John, to be honest. And you're right. You're about just where you need to be in the time wise, because obviously we're in the Australian time zone right now. So tomorrow, you've only got till 7:30 in the evening, your time, to finish your build. Same with myself. I'm fairly happy with the progress that's been made by everybody. I mean, Craig is obviously storming ahead. That's wonderful. And Callum's not far behind that too.
What time is tomorrow's final stream?
That's a very good question. We may adjust the timing slightly in the break that we take. So I will drop you a message in the chat. You are part of the chat, aren't you? I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
Australia 48 to 48 a.m.
Yeah. So I've got you in the chat. That's fine. I'll drop a message in there if we change the timing anyway. But I guess it'll be sort of around about 8 o'clock your time.
Sounds good.
8 o'clock your time. Hang on. Where's that put me?
I checked. I'd written down all the timings that you had on your.
You did. Hang on. I can just scan through the.
So we're scheduled for 3 a.m. tomorrow. So there might be an adjustment there.
Yeah.
We'll be fine. You'll be fine. You'll be awake.
I will be.
No, I'm talking to Craig. Don't set your alarm for 3 a.m.
No, don't do that. No. We'll probably throw it out a little bit earlier because obviously, if we go UK time to make it easy, we'll do the European bit. They'll go through to now, through to about midnight, and then obviously the Americans will take over. They've got a 7-hour slot, so about 7-8 o'clock our time in the UK, I guess. But I will double check everything and make sure it's right, because obviously I want to make sure you've got the right timings, etc.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, no problem. We'll sort that out. Cool.
All good.
Wonderful.
Okay, guys.
Thank you very much, guys.
I'm gonna jump off now, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, then Tiru, be good.
Tiru.
I'll stick around for the last 6 minutes because I can.
Okay, well, I'm going to leave you in charge for 6 minutes. I've just got to go and pop off and do something. 1 second.
God help us.
Oh yeah, I've forgotten what I look. I've been looking at my bench for hours, but as said at the start of this, like every year, this is the 3rd year I've done this, and it's such a joy. I mean, I look forward to this because hanging out with the people in the chat and obviously the friends that I've made in the community, fantastic, and love this. And hats off to James and Steph and Carl and Malcolm and everybody that's on the Discord or otherwise. Models for Heroes that have helped to put this together. It's always a top weekend. I love it. So thanks for participating. All the people in the chat. I very much enjoy the interaction with you guys. So thank you. It sounds like it's all over, doesn't it? No, we're doing it again tomorrow.
Oh yes, all again tomorrow.
Actually, I didn't mention your name in that list, but you'd understand, Steph. You're always.
Yes, you did.
Did I?
Yep.
I hope I did.
I was second behind James.
Good.
Thank you very much, mate. We do it because it raises funds for Models for Heroes. I've said it before and I'll say it again. They're a lifesaver.
They are a wonderful organisation. So like as I said, pretty much I'll leave mine overnight. It should be good to go with decals, and I think it should be not a lazy day, but just there's no stress. It's either you put decals down, and then of course the gear. I'm doing a clean build. The rationale is it's like a commemorative scheme, so it won't carry the ink tank to spray into the mix with oil and spray into the exhaust for like red arrows or display team. and it won't be carrying any missiles. It certainly wouldn't be carrying any warheads. So I clean build. I'm not doing any pylons underneath. It's literally just like turned up for an air show and zapping around. And that's the way it'll go. So it's basically once the decals are on, put the gear in place and job done. And yeah, happy with that.
Fred's making a comment there. Baldy's back. I don't know if he's aiming that at me or himself, but I think that it fits both of us, so that's fine. Welcome back. Yeah, so just about 5 minutes or so, we're going to wrap up for this particular session. As I say, the reason for that is that Stefan is unwell, and unfortunately, it means that he can't host the next section. So that's fine. We will soldier on. It'll be fine, no worries. And we've got plenty of people to do that. We may even drag a few people in for a chat from Discord in the next section, but we're going to take about an hour's break or so. Well, hour's break, whichever. Keep an eye out for the post, because obviously I've got to adjust the times and the post will go up. If you are subscribed to the channel Model Officer, it will come up on your reminders of what's coming up. We did hit the 50 mark, I noticed a couple of minutes ago, so thank you everybody that's watching. That's awesome, absolutely awesome. And that's how it's going to go. If we keep up with those numbers, obviously that's going to be wonderful and successful for us. So we're very pleased with that. Anybody that's watching that is building along and doesn't want to be left alone for the break, remember the Discord is going across the bottom of the channel there. Go and jump in, say hello, go and be bold, and go and see the guys that are talking about and busy. They're all busy building. Actually, everyone's got their head down and a little bit of chat between them, etc. So they're all doing well. It's going to be a great evening coming forward. And obviously we've got the American section that will take over from us, the UK and Europe, later on. And they've got their auction again tonight with all those amazing things that they want to get rid of. Get rid of is probably the wrong word, but anyway, yeah. So that's good. Steph's going to go off and do his chores and make sure his good lady's been looked after properly, as I have just earlier. So that's absolutely how it should be. Carl is in the booth. I don't know if Carl can hear me. I should imagine probably not. I'm just going to send him a very quick message to say we're going to sign off in AMO. But he might not see that. But that's fine, no problem. Obviously, remember, we've always got the ability to, if we're trying to find some time to fill, we can always obviously bring Gary Taylor in maybe for a little interview and a quick song or something. Always fill some space there.
Oh, you're right. I do go red.
Oh, good Lord.
So yeah, he may well be in. Just bear in mind, guys, in the Discord, I can hear what you're saying in my earpiece at the present time. So yes, you never know. We might do a swap round. We might all go into Discord and they might come in. Oh, would that be right?
No,
probably not. No,
not a good idea.
No, Mr. Mayfield is in there, so it would be absolute mayhem. Yes. Carry on worming in my ear, Mikey. It's not a problem. I can talk over you. It's not a problem. I've had teenage children, so I can talk over anybody. Anyway, yeah, so we're just coming up to the hour. We've been on for just over 6.5 hours. 42 people still watching. Thank you so much. And just to remind you, the Discord link, I will pop that up as a slide, because obviously some of you might not be able to catch it as it's scrolling across. Which is there. So that answers the question for Fred, who's just sent me a personal message. Thank you, Fred. See if you can pop in and go and cheer the guys up. That'd be lovely. That's the Discord code, Discord link just there. HTTPS 2 dots, the colon, and 2 / discord.gg lowercase / K uppercase V lowercase G uppercase X lowercase S7 S uppercase C. Go and join the guys there, guys and girls. Actually, sorry, I have tripped myself up there, Teresa. I do apologise. She's obviously still keeping them under control. To be honest, I like Teresa very much because I've never seen John Mayfield so well behaved. So I don't know if that's or not. But yeah, that might be something to pursue in the most possible professional way.
One
So
thing
there
before we
you
go.
that's us done for this evening, or for this particular stream. Guys, thank you again so much for everybody being with us. Anyone that didn't catch the Discord code and is not sure, drop me a message and I'll send it over to you. Not a problem at all. If not, we will see you very shortly. Keep an eye out for the posts that will come up on Facebook and also on YouTube. That will give you all the information you need for the next stream. So until then, as I said, thank you very much, and we will see you really, really soon. Bye.
Keep modeling. Bye.